Hello everyone and welcome to Ask the Kabbalist. With me as usual is Kabbalist Dr. Michael Laitman. Hello Rav Laitman. Before we'll begin our first question, I'll just remind you all that you can send questions through our Ask the Kabbalist page on tv.kabbalah.info, and you can go there to our Ask the Kabbalist page and ask your questions through video, audio, or text, and you can do it in a very easy way there. So again, that's tv.kabbalah.info. And our first question today is coming from Chloe. It's a video question. She's from San Francisco. Let's hear it.
My name is Chloe, and I'm from San Francisco. And my question is, why is Kabbalah the right book with the answers over Buddhist, Sufi, and other esoteric texts that are out there that state that they have the answer and they have the explanation to why the world is the way it is and how to attain spirituality? What makes Kabbalah stand out amongst the others, and why?
The uniqueness of the wisdom of Kabbalah is its method. It is entirely based on a person having to transcend his nature. Not that one has to suppress one's nature, convincing oneself not to use the ordinary inclination towards eating, drinking, sleeping, and taking on different limitations in life. Correspondingly, it seems to one he becomes freer. By limiting and limiting oneself, not giving oneself what a person naturally needs. Kabbalah neither uses different meditations where a person enters a psychological exercise where he starts depicting different things and he's taking a stroll in his subconsciousness, as the psychologists explain. Here, there is an entirely different kind of method based on a person lifting himself above his ego, meaning he does not suppress it, but he lifts himself above the ego. The ego is there, constantly growing, and a person keeps building himself above the ego. Thus it's called the method of Kabbalah, in Hebrew meaning reception, based on the desire to absorb more and more things and develop. It is a science including all the sciences of the world, using physics, chemistry, biology, all the natural sciences, and goes deeper in. Meaning our nature is the egoistic will to receive, and Kabbalah, as opposed to all the religions, faiths, and methods that wish to suppress our egoistic desire, our ego, the wisdom of Kabbalah says, no, you will not be able to suppress it, it will break out. You have to build your life atop the will to receive, to use it, and then you achieve the opening of new horizons, which is called the upper dimension. Thus, it is the most ancient method. We got it back in ancient Babylon. Also, it is a method that did not change for thousands of years, even though individuals engaged in it. And now that our world is reaching a state where the ego is boundlessly breaking out, comes this method in order to teach us how to correctly work with our ego, with our nature. A method unlike other religions and methods working against nature, but working with nature, how to use the great desire existing in nature.
I'm hearing that the central thing in Kabbalah, as you explain, is this act or new perception of rising above the ego, of not decreasing it, but rising above it. What is there above the ego? What do you find there?
Precisely by using the ego. By using it, I turn my ego into a vessel, a place in which I discover everything, because I have nothing besides the ego. The only problem is, how do I use the ego? either in order to draw everything into it, or in order to cancel it, or to use it in order to bestow onto others. These are the three options. Either I use it in order to pull everything for myself.
This is something we see clearly in the world today, yeah.
Yes. Or I cancel it and I don't want it. I do this by different methods, religions, beliefs.
Like meditations, like
Yes.
eating less, breathing less.
And truly, if I suppress the ego, then I feel less problems. I want to eat less, drink less, neither money nor honor nor control, then I feel more comfortable, easier. I lower myself from the degree of man that wants everything to the degree of an animal.
No, but you also gain spirituality like that. There are many people who said that through meditation...
It's not spirituality. As a result, I feel myself freer. First of all,
free of troubles.
there's a nice psychological phenomena here. And ordinarily, this is what the people who go to India and different other such places do, and also religions. They truly spread this thing that it's preferable to want less, be more balanced, more modest, and so on, because then a person really feels himself more tranquil.
But it's not spirituality, you say.
No, it's not the spirituality that Kabbalah speaks about. And there is another method, which is a part of the wisdom of Kabbalah. It is to use the ego, but not in order to receive, not in order to cancel it, but to use it in order to give.
Sounds weird. The ego
Sounds weird, exactly.
is my desire to acquire everything, to get everything.
Very true. Instead of pulling and using it naturally, I as if go supernaturally, against my nature, where the entire cruelty, the will to receive, to enjoy, to control, the desire for honor, and so on, I use this entire desire in order to fulfill the other with those very same things.
Can you explain to me how someone who wants to be famous or wants to take control over someone else, how can he do it to do good to the others? It's unclear.
If I use the ego as I usually do, I can never fulfill myself. We can see that regardless of how much people want and receive and get more and more, it seemingly gives them ever greater deficiencies. As it says, a person dies achieving only half of what he wanted.
Yeah, we're never satisfied. It doesn't matter what we do. Today it's...
Yes. But if I start using my ego through a different method, and I'm not talking about altruists that naturally like doing it, they're about 10%, but I'm talking about a person who's a normal egoist, who wants all these things only for himself, everything that exists in the world, and he starts understanding now that it's preferable for him to use his ego in a different manner, conversely, that there's some kind of a trick here, that there is a truly irrational action here, psychologically beautiful. It's like a psychological trigger. It's an inversion that if he starts referring towards others this way, a person achieves a feeling, an understanding, a vision, suddenly an entirely different dimension, suddenly opens up before him something which did not exist previously. Call it psychology, but it's the inversion of his ego, all that he had inside, all by which he wanted to fulfill himself, he poured it outwards, out of himself, and correspondingly he reveals, to the extent to which he is now trying to push it out against his inner natural inclination, he discovers that he starts feeling a reality which is outside of him, a new reality that previously did not belong to him at all.
It sounds like this whole change you're talking about doesn't necessarily manifest as good deeds, like giving something to someone, or, I don't know, giving money to help the needy, or handing out food, or giving to charity. It sounds like it's something that happens inside the person completely.
True. True. We needn't carry out any external actions. Maybe we can carry out these external actions, but inside your environment, inside a group, in something which is limited, where you will be aided to perform such exercises with respect to an environment that understands you. But not that now you start dispersing to the whole world that which you have, you start handing out your assets. It's not about that. We're talking about changing your nature from introverted to extroverted.
And when a person inverts his nature, as you're saying, you said that a new reality opens up to him. What is that new reality?
Yes, then one starts truly feeling what is outside him, because previously he felt what's outside him only in the direction of how to enjoy it and use it on the inside. Now he's doing the very opposite, how to use oneself in order to serve and fulfill that which is outside him. And this psychological inversion, this opposite direction, it's really like a current that starts flowing in the other direction suddenly, and it opens up a new perspective to life, a new method to feel reality.
Okay, sounds interesting.
And that's the difference between our world and the spiritual world, and that's the difference between feeling oneself, living in the body or living in the soul, and that's the difference between feeling myself or feeling godliness. There is a very essential difference here.
And it's all inside the person, nothing that you can...
And all this is inside a person, and the trigger for it, the inversion, is something that we can do here and now, and then we transcend the feeling of life and death, because then I come out of myself and I start to truly feel that which is outside me, and that which I feel outside me is independent of my life and death. By doing so, I also transcend my animalistic existence, my body, and start feeling everything on the human level. It is an attitude which is outside the body.
This is what you call a soul?
Yes, and then correspondingly a person feels that he transcends death. It's very important.
Specifically about this life and death issue and rising above life or death, we have a question that relates to this, and it's from Deb from Nashville. It's a video question, so let's play it and continue on the same subject.
Okay, my question is about reincarnation. Is it that immediately when you die, does your soul go find another human body, or does it spend a few weeks? Or I know there's really no time in eternity, but what happens to the soul when you die? Does it just immediately go to another body, or does it wait a little while? Love to find the answer out to that.
It says, what you see is what you get. Whatever a person sees in this world is what he has. The body, it could be alive, could be dead. However, it comprises no partition between us and the spiritual world. It's my desire which creates the partition between me and the spiritual world. If my desire is aimed in my favor, I see and feel only what my body allows me to feel and see. If my desire is aimed outwards, the body does not stand in my way, and then I feel the spiritual world. This sensation is called the soul, and whatever is revealed inside the soul is called the upper world. And thus, we can do it now without dying or living. One has nothing to do with the other. Now, if my body passes away and I haven't attained yet any sense of the other spiritual world, the feeling of that which is outside me, let's call it the outer body experience, then I don't feel. Why? Because I don't have the vessels for it yet. I didn't prepare. I didn't make this inversion yet. As we said, our body, our animalistic body, the animal level, it doesn't stand in my way. If I have not developed the human level inside myself, which means that I come out of myself outwards, I feel the extroverted reality which is outside me. Accordingly, neither do I get this feeling after this body passes away.
What do you mean? But every person has a soul, no? We know that every person has a...
No, if you don't develop it. A soul means the will to receive, your egoistic will to receive. that you start using in bestowal. If you didn't do it, you have no soul. You don't. You only have the ability to develop it like anyone else in the world. But that's it. And thus, the body, it passes away. And when it passes away, then this point, this kernel, like a spiritual drop of semen, in the meantime remains this way until you feel yourself born in a new body and once again develop like a baby, like a child.
It goes to another body, that drop of spirituality, drop of the beginning of the soul. It goes to some other body if I didn't develop it?
No, it doesn't pass on to any other body. It's not in the body at all. We, who exist in body, along with our bodily life, we get a kind of a sensation of the life of this drop, of the life of the beginning of the soul, from that point, from which we can develop. So the next time we come around, if we will not develop our soul this time, next time we'll have also an opportunity to develop it, of course, under other conditions. It's all corresponding to each and every one's
And let's say I did develop it, and I have a soul. I developed this new perception and everything. What happens when I die? When my body dies?
If you've developed it, then you developed it. Your body, it doesn't stand in your way. You keep feeling life the way you did before the body passed away, because already back there you felt the spiritual life.
What's happening there? What, do I have a name there? Do I have a personality? What do you mean I lose my body? To me, and to most people, I guess, our bodies is our whole world, our whole reality, whole existence. So
that's the problem, that we feel as if everything exists in the body. We need that which exists outside me, not in my direction, but in the other direction. And that will be considered that I feel inside the soul. Whatever I feel by pulling inwards is called this world. Whatever I feel extroverted is called the upper world.
Let me ask like this. Can I see this world without having a body? If I don't have a body, I have a soul?
No.
No?
No, because we're talking about vessels, abilities. Like, if I don't have eyes, can I see?
Right.
No. So I need eyes. The same. These are certain qualities through which I feel the reality called this world. I have to acquire such qualities now in which I will feel an additional reality called the upper world. The attributes through which I feel this world disappear. Then I stop sensing it.
And I feel just that other spiritual dimension.
I feel the spiritual dimension, and of course I also feel this dimension, but not the way I feel through our senses. I feel it through the spiritual dimension, because the upper degree includes all the lower degrees. Our degree, the degree of this world, is the lowest degree. And thus, I don't feel this world in terms of bodies, but in terms of forces, potentials that can grow. Being in the soul, I feel all the rest of the potentials and souls, whoever has already acquired a soul, whoever has not yet acquired a soul. I feel these things in terms of spiritual forces and not their clothing and the reality as in this world, which is the substantial volume.
So my perception right now is something that is not real, even. It's
not real. Non-real because towards spirituality, this entire reality, which stems from the will to receive for oneself, does not exist. But we were given an opportunity, the ability to depict for ourselves what does the will to receive for oneself mean, so that from it we can constantly increase our will to bestow, the desire to come out of ourselves. But in truth, this reality does not exist, because the upper light, power of bestowal, the general force of bestowal, encompasses all of reality.
This upper light, this is what we call the creator. This
yes.
It's the same force? Okay, should we move on to some other topic, maybe?
Please,
Okay.
it's all in your hands.
We have a question from Nina from Los Angeles. It's an audio question, and let's hear it.
Oh, hi. Good afternoon. My name is Nina. I'm calling from Los Angeles, California, and I have a question for the Kabbalist. Does Kabbalah have anything to do with the Bible, particularly the Old Testament? Because I come from a Christian background, and it seems to me that it's related to the Bible, especially in the Old Testament, or maybe the Torah. This is something I was often told, in the past, has some connection with it. Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
We learn that the wisdom of Kabbalah originated in ancient Babylon. They had the very same problem in ancient Babylon as we have now in our world. A great, tremendous, egoistic will to receive broke out among everyone, and people started hating each other, even though previously they were as one people, and then they wanted to build a tower of pride up to the heavens. And because of the pride, because of the ego, they stopped understanding each other. And then this one wise person, which lived among them, he was their priest. He was a Babylonian priest. He engaged in different astrological methods and so on. And he started researching nature, and he found out that all of this is happening because their ego broke out. The ego of the people which he tended for as one of their priests. And when he started researching it, he found out that our ego is revealed in order to make us bond the very opposite. And thus he revealed the wisdom of Kabbalah.
So what is the Bible and the Old Testament and all those other writings?
Then he wrote the first book in the wisdom of Kabbalah, which is called the Book of Creation. After him, there were several generations up to Moses, which was a Kabbalist of great intensity. After Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, he was the next Kabbalist. And he wrote the next book in the wisdom of Kabbalah, which is called the Torah. Torah comes from the Hebrew word or, light, and hoa, instructions. How, by using our ego, we come out into our opposite. That's actually the Torah of Moses. And after Moses, many prophets wrote, like Solomon, David wrote the Psalms, and so on. Also, great Kabbalists who performed these actions, these corrections upon themselves. Each one revealed his soul, and they revealed phenomena inside the soul, and they wrote about that phenomena, and as a result we have all those books which we call the holy books. Holy, kadosh, in Hebrew means separate, distinct. Distinct, it means that I feel not which is inside me, but I differ. I come out of myself and feel that which is outside of me. And that's where the word holy, distinct, comes from. And therefore all the holy books, and especially the Torah, these are books written by Kabbalists out of this upper feeling.
So everything originated from those Kabbalists who had a new perception of reality, and they wrote those books, and we just don't know how to read them properly. Yeah,
True, yes, because in order to understand what they wrote, we have to have the same attributes. We have to be born into that very state, enter that same state as they were in, that extroverted sensation, and then to the extent to which I'm in it, I could understand to a certain extent what they did.
Okay, let's hope we all try to do it. So we have to conclude at this point. I want to thank you very much, Rav Laitman. And thank you, everyone, for being with us. You can send more questions through tv.kabbalah.info, and we'll see you on the next show. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Ask the Kabbalist. With me, as usual, is Rav Michael Laitman. Hello, Rav Laitman.
Hello.
Before we begin with our first question, I want to remind you that you can ask questions from anywhere in the world by going to tv.kabbalah.info. You can send your questions over video or audio or type a text question, whatever is comfortable for you. So again, that's tv.kabbalah.info. And let's start with our first question today. It's a video question, and it's coming from Sue N. from Tennessee. Let's watch it, please.
Hello, Dr. Laitman. My name is Sue Ann Powell. I am from Gallatin, Tennessee. I have a question for you. Coming from a traditional Christian background, before I knew about Kabbalah, I wonder now how to pray and who to pray to and how to get traditional answers from traditional prayer. Thank you.
A prayer means what a person wants. So one's heart prays. We're merely a desire. Whatever our desire is drawn to, we pray for it. A thief, he prays to succeed in his theft. Someone who's ill, whether he wants it or not, he prays to be healthy. A child prays to have some tasty ice cream or a big toy car. Whatever a person wants in his heart, that's considered his prayer. It's not that necessarily we open a book written by wise people and we go over that which is written there. That's not considered a prayer. A prayer means also not exactly my desire, but originally, what does it mean to pray? It means that I judge myself, from the Hebrew word lehit palel, which means that I examine the desire in my heart and I judge that very desire. Is that really what I should want? Is that really the thing that I want? Or maybe I should switch desires. Maybe it's preferable for me to have a much more exalted and special desire in my heart. That means a prayer. A prayer means that first and foremost, a person judges himself, because that is the only thing that gets answered. All the rest of our prayers, they're as if soar into thin air and nothing happens. Maybe besides getting a bit psychological comforting, and that's it.
Wait a minute. There are people from different religions, from Judaism or from Christianity or from Islam or many other, not just those major religions, but many other types of religions, and they all have different customs and different ways in which they pray. So you're saying that this is all, doesn't sound like the same kind of prayer you're talking about.
I don't want to criticize that. It's a very ancient culture. People pray for maybe hundreds of thousands of years. For as long as man knows himself, he always used to pray to spirits, to wind, to rocks, to the stars. He always used to pray. I'm not talking about those kinds of prayers where a person feels himself standing against something frightening and as if he asks from himself. I'm standing in front of a lion, so I'm asking of him, what do you want from me? That's also a prayer. But I'm talking on behalf of Kabbalah, how it interprets things.
Okay.
And I don't want to criticize or compare it to other things, but Kabbalah says that a prayer, it means the work in the heart. The work in which a person precisely scrutinizes what does his heart want, what should it want, and as he reveals the gap between what I have and what I want, and what do I do now in order for my heart to want the right things.
And what are those right things? If I want $1 million, it'll...
Wait a second. And if I find out that my heart wants the wrong things and I have to start wanting the right things. The question is, so what will I have as a result of my heart wanting the right things? Say my heart will want to be a good person, giving to others, loving others. What will I have as a result? So Kabbalah explains that inside that desire of the heart, I start feeling inside the desire, inside my heart, as if the desires aren't in the heart is a pump. But inside my correct desires, I will start feeling the spiritual reality, the divine reality, because the Creator, He is complete bestowal. If my heart will also want bestowal to come out of myself towards the others, into love of others, true love of others, if my heart will want precisely that, then I will feel the upper reality, meaning I don't have to pray for that which will be in my heart, because that which I want will be in my heart. That's always that way. Thus, why do we feel bad today? Because I constantly want to fulfill myself. I constantly want to draw to myself.
So this is our true prayer that is always in our hearts. Yeah.
Yes, and then I feel, as a result, that I'm constantly empty. And if I really want to fulfill myself, I have to come out of myself. And then, to the extent to which I come out of myself, I will feel the external world. And I don't have to work on the fulfillment. I have to work on the vessel, on the desire itself, and the fulfillment will come to it.
So Kabbalah teaches you how to pray. But yes?
Kabbalah teaches me how to receive. Kabbalah from the Hebrew word lekabel, to receive. It is a wisdom of how to truly receive the best possible things.
So it teaches me how to desire the correct things in order to be able to receive what I can receive.
Yes.
And there's no external appearance to it, external expression to it, like, like reading something or doing something. Or...
Yes, there are books, only books, by which I can help myself advance. And also there is the matter of an environment in which it is easier for me to advance towards that. Both are as helping means in order to help me come out of myself. The environment encourages me that it is worthwhile for me to give. By this, giving myself an opportunity to come out of myself instead of absorbing inside myself. And the books also teach me how to do that. And the strength that I get from the books and the environment helps me do that. And if my desires get such a characteristic that by them I want to bestow, I want to give, then in that direction I start feeling the spiritual world. I start fulfilling my desires on a different, higher dimension.
So there's nothing external that I can do, like, the special clothings or special something to do?
Neither diets, nor clothes, nor actions, yelling, singing, dancing, nothing which has to do with our bodily actions. But it is all only our inner work. Thus it's called the work in the heart. The prayer, it's called the work in the heart, and that's all there is. The inner work of how do I aim my desire from being introverted to extroverted, aimed outwards. Thus, it says in the Kabbalah, love another as thyself is the central law of the Kabbalah.
Okay, I hope this is answering your question, Sue-Ann. And I'd like to move to a completely different topic. This is an audio question that is coming from Ginger from Texas. Let's hear her question.
Sure, my name is Ginger Louviere, and I'm calling from Texas. My question is, what is advice a Kabbalist could give on a family trying to raise a difficult child, one that is defiant and tends to do mischievous things? Thank you.
It is a child who is defiant.
This is what...
Is he small? Is he at the age of 9, 10, or 15?
Like, she says a child, so I guess...
No, because
she still
if
needs
he
to
has
raise
not
it.
yet become a small person, then it's a matter of nature. He was born that way. And then you have to turn maybe to doctors or a pediatrician and see what's the problem. Maybe he's lacking something. Maybe he has some kind of a disbalance. I know, say, with my grandchild, he had a problem with the stomach and he was very uncalm. And we thought that it's kind of a hyperactivity. But later on, it turned out to be some kind of a problem in his stomach. He had kind of a heartburn.
Okay, so you're saying sometimes the physical problem could create a mental problem as well. But let's say that in this situation it's a mental problem. They don't see any physical problem with the child, and just difficult to raise, defiant, not listening, very mischievous. What can we do?
It's a very big problem in the times and conditions that we live in today. The truth is that Kabbalah says to let a child let off steam. Let him do something till he becomes tired and asks for rest. Really so.
But it could be scary. He could harm himself.
No, it depends what. It depends where. If he blows off steam in the middle of the street, plenty of cars, that's one thing. But if he lets off steam in some park where he can't harm anyone, and you allow him to jump and do whatever he feels like, that's something else. Because if you shut a person and you don't let him express that energy, it's a big problem. It could break out in a different way. It's like a gutter, say, that you clog it till it rises and blows pipes and constantly rises to a higher level, from the bodily level to the mental level, from the mental level to higher levels.
Well, where's this coming from?
This problem is a very common problem in our times because we're in a generation in which the ego is growing exponentially, and we really see how it's breaking out. And in our children we can see, and in our grandchildren I already see, how they are made out of different stuff than we are. And we don't have to call it hyperactivity, because if it shifts into such great dimensions where it's almost in each and every one, that's already a norm. It's not hyperactivity. You have to stop referring to it as something abnormal, but it's normal. We're not normal according to these new standards. And thus we have to search, not for tranquilizers, but how can we build for these children a framework where they can really let off steam. And without that, we'll be in big trouble. We don't understand, maybe in dozens of years, we'll find in these children plenty of problems, bodily problems and mental problems as a result of being suppressed in childhood.
I want to understand something. The problem that makes them, whether it's hyperactive or difficult or very defiant or difficult, is it their nature, which is one thing that I'm hearing, or is it how we treat them, how society deals with them, trying to repress them, as you said?
I mean, if a person was born that way, naturally, he doesn't have an external reason to be that way. But he was born that way. That's how he is. There are these and there are those. And really, we have to refer, as it say, bring up a child according to his ways. What does it mean according to his ways? If his nature is so lively, you can't sit him next to books for 10 hours a day, like someone else. If you let him run around, he doesn't want to run around. He wants to sit, draw, play. They're different people. Thus, you have to raise them according to their way. And we have to care for that, because it's forbidden to bend nature.
Okay, so the advice for Ginger is to find a place where, and a situation where the child can really go free.
Yes, and I'm surprised how in our society we still don't understand that this is the only way that we can treat this.
Okay, let's go and continue to something a little different. This is Fred from South Carolina, an audio question asking about Kabbalah and daily life. Let's hear the question.
Hello, my name is Fred Christie. I'm calling from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina in the States. My question is, how would Kabbalah help the average everyday person in their normal working or everyday life?
We're living in a world that is frequently changing. From day to day, more and more malfunctions are revealed. It's no longer balanced as before. There are great blows coming from nature, from climate. Suddenly, a crisis erupts in the family. You don't expect it, and suddenly it comes, and crisis. People can no longer be together. A person can barely stand himself. The kids leave the parents. Countries fall apart. The economical crisis. Suddenly a volcano explodes. Suddenly something else. Maybe these things existed also in the past, and even in the same frequency. But the world wasn't round. It wasn't so interdependent between all its parts. And then we didn't feel it. Today, something happens in Japan, it influences me. Happens in Africa, influences me. South America influences me. Russia influences me. A volcano explodes, it influences me. An oil pipe explodes, it influences me. Everything influences me. So it turns out that on a daily basis, I'm subject to changes and turbulences. The whole world suddenly is against me, and I depend on it. Something that did not exist previously. Kabbalah explains to us how can we achieve equilibrium with the rest of the world, to bring it to calmness, tranquility, to bring it to something in which we can live in, develop ourselves the way we want, family, work, home, in this world, health, pension, vacation, me and my children and my grandchildren and so on. First of all, how to organize life such that if a person doesn't want it, okay, but whoever does, for him not to have such turbulences.
Yes, I believe that this is what Fred is asking about. Yeah.
The wisdom of Kabbalah explains to us what does the balance in the world depend on. It says that on the degrees of the still, vegetative, and animate, in all of nature, there is equilibrium. The different parts are balanced between them. The one bring the disbalance, and each time putting into this uniform integral system, the deviation is man. He puts in the disturbance. And how? Not on the still vegetative inanimate levels inside him, where he, as if we do ecologically something against nature, and in some other things in our society and so on, the relations between people, says the wisdom of Kabbalah, that we hate each other and we don't want to connect. We don't want to incorporate with one another. We don't want to achieve mutual consideration. I'm not talking about love, which is the top. Nonetheless, we have to get there. But at least mutual consideration, that is our next stage. Until we'll reach consideration nature, targeted globally, will constantly oblige us to see how we're interdependent, hating each other, and that this is the source of all of our problems.
There are a couple of things here, because as you said, ecologists are also saying that man is the problem, but they're saying the problem is that we're not recycling, that we're not, sociologists will tell you that the problem is in human beings as well, but it's because politicians are not honest leaders and because of so on and so forth. And you're saying that all of this doesn't matter, or these are also results of a higher cause? But what exactly is the reason here?
What we don't understand is that the power of our thought and the power of our desires is the strongest force in nature. Nature is entirely a desire, and from all the desires that sustain between them the molecules and atoms, that sustain amongst them the forms of life in a plant or in the living flesh, these are all forms of the desire that connect and separate constantly, and this is life. But the highest desire is our desire, not the desire which is materialized in the forms of the still vegetative or animate, the desire which is in thought. It's not materialized, it's in its natural, raw form of thought, of desire. These desires, they're the strongest desires. They're at the top of the pyramid, and precisely they influence and project their disbalance, the hatred between us. They project on all the rest of the degrees, the levels, and thus we see problems in ecology and finance and in the family and with the kids and health and in everything. And it's not that the reasons are there. The reason is the relations between us. There it's revealed. And you'll see, eventually we'll find out that the warming and the cooling and the volcanoes and finance and everything and health and nothing calms down, and we won't be able to do anything about it until we'll start improving the relations between us. And only as a result will the world calm down and we'll get a really good life, harmonious life.
Let me try to pin it down. You are saying that all the problems in the world, and including what's happening in nature, ecology, and everything, as well as how to make each and everyone's daily life easier and better, all depends on my thoughts and desires, which no one sees besides me, towards the others.
And only that. This is the only thing by which we ruin everything, because that's the greatest force, the highest force of all that we have at our disposal. And no corrections on lower levels than that will help us. It's a waste of time.
And can Kabbalah somehow show that? Can Kabbalah somehow explain this? Because this isn't
out
something
of experience. Maybe there's also already research about it made by psychologists and politologists that also say that. Scientists start understanding that really man's ego is the central evil from which or by which everything is destroyed.
And how do we change that? How do we change our bad desires and thoughts towards each other?
This is the great work that humanity has to do, the great challenge standing before humanity. I think that by governments, by the people who are responsible for humanity's future, when they get together for the G8 or G20 summit, what do they have as a result? They can't reach any agreement, and they also don't have a solution. The solution is this. The solution is in educating humanity and bringing humanity to a state of love and other as thyself.
So we all need to be educated. It doesn't matter. The masses, the leaders, everyone needs to be aware.
All of us have to understand what does it mean an integral global world. We can't escape that. Nature is closing down on us like a Noah's Ark and tells us you have to get along. Look what's happening year by year. We have to pay attention. What's going on here? Nature, really, as we grow, we see ourselves more and more under the clamp, more and more interdependent. And in this state of interdependency, we have to get along. We have no place to run to, or we'll eat each other. Thus, there's no choice. And the more we'll organize our participation, good participation all over the globe, thus we'll reach the solution that our friend is asking about.
Well, there's a lot to think about. Let's think about it until our next show. I'll just remind you that you can ask questions through tv.kabbalah.info over video, audio, or text. Until then, all the best, and thank you very much, Rav Laitman. Hello everyone, thank you for joining us. Welcome to another show of Ask the Kabbalist, and with me as usual is Kabbalist Dr. Michael Laitman. Hello Rav Laitman.
Hello, everyone.
Before we'll begin with our first question, I'd like to remind you as always that you can send your questions, and you do that by going to tv.kabbalah.info. And on that site, you can find our Ask the Kabbalist page, where there's a very user-friendly interface allowing you to send questions over video, audio, or even type them using your keyboard only. So again, that's tv.kabbalah.info, and we'll begin right away with our first question, which is coming from California. And this is a video question. Let's watch it.
My name is Katie from California. And my question is, what is the source of happiness?
The source of happiness is the upper light that has created our desire, our nature. And only if it fulfills that nature can we be happy. Thus, we have to learn how can we fulfill ourselves by that upper light, by that upper abundance. That's right here in front of us, but unfortunately we don't know how to use it. Thus, there's the wisdom of Kabbalah, a very unique method, and that's why it's called Kabbalah, from the Hebrew word lekabel, to receive. How to receive all the good and pleasure and abundance which is right here, but we don't know how to attain it.
But you know, this is something that every person asks, how can I be happy? And really, when you say that there's a source, upper force, or a creator that all he wants is to do good, it begs the question, if that's all he wants, then why do we see suffering in our life? Why do we not see that, you know, that everything is joyful and happy?
We have to be hungry for it. As simple as that.
What do you mean by hungry?
Hungry meaning I really have to have a crave for that happiness, for that good that He wants to give us. In the meantime, we're just like babies. We want small toys, plastic dolls, plastic airplanes, to play with small plastic things. And the Creator, He wants us to grow. He wants us to reach a state where we will want real things, eternal life, eternal fulfillment. Where is all that? It's all in the happiness, but we have to want it.
I want it. Everyone wants it.
No. Incorrect.
Why not?
If you want it, you would have revealed it and got it. The only problem is the lack of desire. So we're merely developing up to the point where we'll want what we need and then we'll get it. Let's put it this way. There are many examples that the Kabbalist Baal HaSulam left us. The king wanted to give his son all of his kingship, everything. But he's a small child, he doesn't know anything, and also can't enjoy different things. He's also a bit foolish, and he can't govern the country and enjoy the power and wealth, everything in the treasure. So what do? He teaches him. He puts pressure on him in order for him to learn and grow. And then, when he's worthy, then he is being given over the kingship.
So what does it mean to be worthy? To be worthy of receiving everything the king has to offer?
That is exactly what Kabbalah makes out of a person. That's precisely the method of how to extend our kli, our vessel, in order to reach such a great desire and these very special, unique things which were pre-made for us and exist in the world of infinity. Eternal fulfillment, wholeness, perfection, everything. But we don't want it. We want to be satisfied by the least in the meantime. I don't need the big things. Let me enjoy the small things. And we're not let to enjoy these small things in order for us to grow. You see, you can't enjoy that, so you advance. Look, why did we come out of the caves?
Well, I guess because we wanted to develop, we wanted to be safer.
Why did we want to develop? Because we were not let to enjoy staying in caves. No, I need an apartment, something modern on the 50th floor with a radio and television and different things, computer and airplanes and ships and everything. What for? We've gradually developed because in each and every state we felt no satisfaction, and thus we've developed. Also now, we're standing on the verge of a spiritual development. It's a very special stage. We're starting to develop now with the question of what is the meaning in life. We've never asked that question. Unique individuals around the world, philosophers used to ask that question. Yes.
Artists.
Yes. And now everyone's starting to ask that question. It's this dryness we have in life, the impatience, the lack of satisfaction, depression that's roaming the world, and so on and so forth. And that's where the question of what is the meaning in life comes from. And from that question of what is the meaning in life, we start understanding that there is truly an entirely different level of life, eternal, whole and perfect. But we have to acquire a desire for it. First of all, want that life, and in order to want it correctly, either we advance towards it by nature, which is called in its time, which means through the natural course of time, or through the wisdom of Kabbalah, which is something very easy and fast, and is called the way of hastening. Why is it called the wisdom of Kabbalah? I'm reminding you once again. It teaches us how to receive all the abundance in nature.
I think that we have a question from another video question from Mark. He's from Illinois, and I think it continues the same subject.
Hi, my name's Mark. I'm from Quincy, Illinois, and I would like to know if the Kabbalists could define spirituality, and is that something that I can attain in my lifetime?
Only in our lifetime do we attain spirituality, either in this life or in the next incarnation. If you're already in touch with this method, then through this method, in this incarnation, for sure can you achieve spirituality. And then, not to feel that you die. The body, it passes away, but you who have acquired the degree of the speaking of the human, Adam, doesn't die. That's the first thing. The other thing is that everyone has to reach that same degree, same feeling of eternal life, what we call spiritual life. And what else did he ask?
And he asked if you can define what spirituality is, which ties into the first question.
Spirituality, it means that I transcend life in my own body to a level where I live in soul and I feel myself not limited by this animalistic body, whether it lives or dies. My I is in the desires and the aspirations on a completely different degree called Adam, from the Hebrew meaning similar to the Creator, truly becoming like Him, eternal, whole, above death.
What does it mean to be outside of my body? You use that concept quite a lot. What does it mean?
Outside my body, it means instead of receiving, absorbing, constantly being introverted, being extroverted, aimed outwards, bestowing. It's a different perception of reality. That's all we do, actually. We change our vector, the direction of our perception, and by this we entirely change the way we feel reality.
And how does Kabbalah give you the ability to do it? Does it tell you how to do it? Like 1, 2, 3, you have to do 1, 2, 3? Or is there a different method here? What is the mechanism that gives you this extra perception?
The mechanism, I'd say, it's comprised of two systems. One system is mine, and another system, which is not mine, an upper system, where I, by different special actions which are at my disposal, I and other people around me, we organize such a relationship by which we awaken the upper mechanism in the relations between us in a so-called group. We create a kind of a transmitter, a kind of an amplifier and a place which as if sends waves, sends deficiency to an upper spiritual mechanism, and from there, according to what we want to receive, we get into ourselves, amongst us, these changes, and these changes take place in us, and we become spiritual entities as a result, meaning there are two mechanisms here. We, and the connections between us, create such a force that operates the upper mechanism. From the upper mechanism comes down a force upon us, corrects us, and in this loop we work in between these two systems, or the two worlds.
Okay, so the method is practiced with other people in a group or in some sort of a setting of a social setting. And what is that force or that system? Can you describe it, that you get in touch with? What is it?
The system is the one godly force, but he is one, and thus I have to create in my realm the same essence of the one. One, it means although it's comprised of few, those few become as one. That means one. If I simply take some one thing, it's called single. It's not one. One meaning being bonded together as one. And thus I have to create such a power of connection. And by this unification, through the connection, through the so-called arvut, the mutual guarantee, to the extent to which we're connected, I awaken the upper force by that law of equivalence of form. It works on us, and it fulfills those included in the notion of the one, and thus we feel inside us spiritual life.
Okay, and this is something Kabbalah says that eventually the whole of humanity should become, yes?
All of humanity has to come together as one man in one heart, as it says in the Bible, like all religions say, because it's the foundation of humanity, love another as thyself, the connection among all people, and eventually everyone will come to that. And every religion thinks that they're right, that they have the right method. The wisdom of Kabbalah is beyond religions. It says there's a natural law, and we have to work accordingly.
This is actually very interesting what you just said, because it is the major, love thy friend as thyself is the major tenet of all the religions, but here you're saying that it's not referred to as something ethical or something moral. It is really nature's system.
Yes, not at all. It's a part of the upper nature, the law of love, of bonding, and we have the opposite nature, the law of hatred and separation. And if we understand that in order to ascend from our terrible life to the whole perfect and eternal life is to bond, exactly like the current crisis, the whole state in the world already shows us, obliges us.
Yeah, we're seeing the exact opposite. We're seeing that we're more alienated, isolated, hateful towards each other.
True, but along with it, we see that we must bond, otherwise we won't be able to make it in a global, integral world. And thus, we need the wisdom of Kabbalah, if only to save ourselves in this world from different calamities, all the more that you have the ability to achieve whole, eternal, and perfect life.
This sounds beautiful. I hope we can reach it soon.
Undoubtedly.
We have to.
It's not up to us. It's the law of nature that we have to get there. The wisdom of Kabbalah merely helps us make this path easier.
Okay, we have a question coming from a bit of a different topic. This one is also a video question. It's coming from Ramon Velarde from San Diego, California. It's about cloning and stem cell research. Sounds interesting. Let's watch it.
My name is Ramon Velarde, and I am from San Diego, California. My question is regarding stem cell research and cloning. If and when we decide to clone a human being, would Kabbalah view a cloned human as a totally new entity with a different and unique soul, or is this new being an exact replica of the cell donor in all aspects, even spiritual ones? Thank you.
Very good. Thank you for your very concrete question, and I hope I will be able to give the same answer. A, whatever we do, may we not delude ourselves that we do it. Nonetheless, it's all made from above. Even if we do things that seem to us as if against nature, we destroy nature, ecology, and so on, that's also made so from above for us to learn something by that. And the same with genetic cloning. If we'll start cloning and making copy-paste from each and every person, that's also made so from above, and that's also part of the plan of creation. We'll have to learn something from that in a good way and not such a good and pleasant way. But again, don't think that we're outside of nature and we're doing whatever we feel like.
So whatever we do, it's in
no
the
such
nature's
thing.
plan.
We are inside this bubble called nature, and we work according to all these laws, and even all the confusions and mistakes and all the good things, and everything is inside our own nature, inside what we do. And so don't think that if we'll make genetic cloning as if there's something to it, that I start being like the creator above nature or something. It's also, wait, I'll ask you something else. When a man and his wife go into their bedroom and do some of their own cloning, isn't that pre-planned on behalf of nature? Is there something special, different about it? What's the difference? That happens more naturally like a beast, and that's not so regularly. But we're acting according to the laws of nature. That's what I want to emphasize, and that's it. That's the first thing. The other thing is, with respect to the souls, no one has a soul. Ramon, calm down. Really. No one has a soul. A soul is what we make ourselves. We correct in order to have a soul. A soul is the spiritual life, whole, perfect, eternal life which we have to attain. We only have a point, a beginning. The question of what is the meaning in life? What do I aspire for? A different life, higher than this life, beyond the mere animalistic life. And thus, even a person who is born from a man and a woman, or a man who was created in lab conditions,
in some lab.
Both have the same opportunity to achieve a soul.
Even if I'm a cloned human being?
No difference. What's the difference? You're cloned or not. You're the same beast that has the ability to achieve that part called Adam, from the Hebrew meaning similar to the Creator. Do not ascribe to our body something divine that cannot exist in a person coming out of a laboratory through genetic
it's the same
cloning.
animal, you're saying.
Even if you take the same substances from nature, you don't take something else. It's like the drop of a semen, of a male semen, enters the woman's womb and starts developing. It's the same here. We don't do anything. We merely take a stem cell. We can take any cell, even a part of it, even a part of a part, the tiniest part, and start. But that's already from nature. You're not like the Creator creating existence from absence. You're taking existence from existence.
So we're not inventing anything here.
True. And thus don't look at it as something strange. It's the same, simply a bit of a different form. So what? These days, we can grow a human in an incubator, surrogacy. These are things that Kabbalah doesn't refer to that as to something strange or weird.
What if, let's look at this scenario, a little imaginary, but let's say that humanity realizes that Kabbalists are important for our general development of humanity. And they decide that if there is a Kabbalist, a true Kabbalist with a soul, with a developed soul in the world, they want to clone him as well. Will we have more Kabbalists that way? No?
Really? What does it have to do with the body? How will you clone a soul? You can't clone a soul. A soul is something which we acquire. The cloning of the soul means the duplication of the soul. It means that you build the future degrees of its development. The soul comes from the root. There's the general soul called Adam, and it has many particular souls. We call them dots. And those dots, points, we have to develop to achieve a state where each point will be connected to all the rest of the points into one system, a spiritual body, one spiritual body, and that whole body, consisting of many points, will function harmoniously as a combined, well-working, corrected system. So it turns out that each one of us takes part in the correction of these souls, and there is an incarnation of the soul. We're not talking about these bodies that we change, we die, and again. No, it has nothing to do with the body. The body, it dies, and that's that. It rots, and you can burn it, or put it in acid, and there will be nothing left of it. Okay. There's no difference. It's the incarnations of the souls which exist. Those very points in that system of Adam, they have to achieve a state where they're all corrected, existing in harmonious work amongst them, and then inside that entire system amongst them is revealed the upper light, the upper force called the Creator. That's what we have to do. Thus, we needn't pay any attention to our bodies. We have to pay all of our attention only to that system called Adam, and to try and build it, try and fulfill it, comprise it like a beautiful, eternal, whole and complete Lego, and for it to be our home.
You know, it sounds like the whole difference is in, again, in our perception, in our attention. It's a shift in what's important to us. Do you think that we could use something like the media in our world, or something like, you know, the press and TV and everything? Would we be able to use these tools to influence ourselves, to change our perception towards that kind of shift you're talking about?
Undoubtedly. Undoubtedly. Because the media, it's a very active environment. It's very strong.
Aggressive, yes. It's
also aggressive, correct. And thus, to use it in order to advance humanity towards a goal that we have to achieve nonetheless, and instead of getting there through a long, hard way, to get there in a short, happy way, of course the media can help this a lot. Let's hope that there will come a time that we'll be able to work together with them, and they'll understand that in their hands they have the ability to help humanity and not do what they do today, unfortunately.
Could be a real device for changing our aspirations.
Yes. And not only the media, but all the systems that engage in education, culture, all the things that we're inside of, meaning the environment. Of course, radio, television, newspapers, internet, to change it such that we'll hear and see there the right influence, target it. We would have very quickly revealed eternal life, perfect fulfillment, no one suffering, and in general transcending all these evil games on the animalistic living level. And of course all this depends on how will we use our environment, but that is a topic per se.
Yes, indeed. Okay, I'd like to thank you very much, Dr. Laitman, for being with us. I want to thank you for watching, and I want to invite you again to send in your questions. It's at tv.kabbalah.info. When you go there, you'll see our Ask the Kabbalist page, and you can send your questions, whether it's a video question or an audio question or even a text question. We'll be happy to ask them here and ask Rav Laitman to answer them for you. So thank you very much. Until next time, all the best. Hello, everyone. Welcome and thank you for joining us to another Ask the Kabbalist show. With me, as usual, is Rav Michael Laitman. Hello, Rav Laitman.
Hello, everyone.
I'll remind you that you can ask questions from anywhere in the world using our internet page. It's tv.kabbalah.info. That's the site. And on that site, you'll find our Ask the Kabbalist page, where you can ask questions freely and easily. Whether it's a video question or an audio question or a text question, you can send it there. That's tv.kabbalah.info. And let's start with our first question right away. This is a question that is coming from New York, from Sonia. It's a video question. Let's watch it.
Hi, my name is Sonia Berlan, and I'm from New York. I want to know, where is my eye? Is it outside of me in some other dimension? Where is it?
A person's eye is outside the person. Because if a person asks about their eye, it's already a question coming from the human level, because a beast doesn't ask those questions. A dog, a cat doesn't have those worries and concerns. Who am I? What am I? What's going to happen to me? Meaning these questions come from a level higher than the bodily level, and thus they're already on the human level, not yet spiritual, but it's already a human level. And if a person develops that question, he eventually comes to the wisdom of Kabbalah for sure. It could take dozens or thousands of years of development. But eventually, he comes to the gist of the question of what is the meaning in life, what is the origin of life, what is the purpose of life. If he researches these things to their depth in a truthful manner, and he doesn't let himself get confused and agree to different theories and faiths and religions and beliefs along the way, but he really researches it down to its root and wants to achieve a true answer, he comes to the wisdom of Kabbalah and gets tools as to how to achieve the root of life.
And where is that eye?
And precisely there he finds his eye. And his eye is inside the Creator, inside the upper force, from where we all cascaded into our reality. And in order to find the eye, I have to find the Creator, and then to the extent to which I find Him, I find my eye together.
You know what? Before we even continue on this subject, I want to hear another question that actually relates directly to this from the other direction. This is a question from Vivina from California, and she asks exactly about where is the Creator.
My name is Vivina. I'm from California, and I want to know, does God really exist?
No, He doesn't.
You just said that there is a Creator, that it's the root of life.
No. God does not exist. I don't see Him. He doesn't exist. He exists to the extent to which I can identify Him, use Him. Only that way does He exist.
No, I don't understand. What do you mean? Either He exists.
There are people in our world who say that there is no God. We don't believe, we don't feel, it's all nonsense. I live in a world which is godless.
Right. Atheists, yeah.
True?
Of course, yes.
Okay. There are people who say, no, I think that there's something. Also, they don't exactly know, don't exactly understand or feel, but they have a kind of an inclination to believe that there is something that exists. There are people who are Kabbalists, called Kabbalists. Why are they called Kabbalists? Because they reveal, they get this revelation. They reveal the Creator, the upper force, and then for them, He exists. They work with Him. They're really in contact with Him.
Okay, so He does exist.
No, only towards them.
What do you mean?
And towards others, He does not exist. Doesn't exist towards others. towards others, there's nature. I'm talking to a physicist, mathematician, scientist, biologist, zoologist, doctors, educated people in this world. Is there a God? Is there a creator? Suppose they say no. So really it doesn't exist? They say, look, there are the powers of nature, these and those, and correspondingly we work. Whatever we do not yet know, we'll discover tomorrow, and then we'll know. And the next day, and so on, and thus we'll advance and live and see, and everything will be open before us. There is no creator? No. What is the creator? Nature.
Okay.
Whereas there are such people who discover an even higher force because they discover it. They've changed themselves accordingly. They changed themselves by the wisdom of Kabbalah, and they discover a power from a higher level, and they also call it nature or the creator.
So that God,
meaning everything is with respect to man. Does it exist or doesn't it? The creator or nature, however you want to call it, but it's all with respect to man. Outside man, there's nothing.
So God is something, someone, an entity that...
The creator is something which I make.
What do you mean that I make? If he's the creator,
because he exists only towards me. Only inside what I feel.
But God is...
If I say that he exists outside what I feel, that I'm creating here an image, an idol.
Still...
that exists outside me.
I'm still a little baffled here.
This is true. These things are non-simple. Maybe we kind of broke through into a kind of a non-simple realm. Complicated one, but so ask maybe simply.
I want to understand, if there is a God that created human beings, then how can it be that it is something that one person feels and one person doesn't feel? Because this is what you're saying basically. Some people, they don't feel, they don't attain that there is a creator, that there is a God. And some people who transformed themselves, they did something which we don't understand, they do feel him. If it's a God that is shared by all and that governs everyone, how could it be that some people feel it, some people don't?
We are alive. We feel ourselves alive. I'm alive now. I perceive reality, and what I perceive from reality, I study. And the general law of the existing reality, I call the creator. I can reveal this law, I can discover it more and more to the extent of my development, like physicists or scientists. So the creator, this general formula that Einstein really wanted to reveal, the wisdom of Kabbalah reveals it as the simple formula of the so-called Havaya. So I reveal this simple formula, which is a general integral system. But how do I discover it? I hear about it from people who have revealed according to how they have corrected themselves. It's not that the system existed before they revealed it. They can't say a word about it before they revealed it.
Okay.
Inside themselves, they corrected the system, and then they discovered inside that system this lawfulness called the Creator. He was revealed inside them, and then they invite me and say, look, you can do the same. Look what you have to do. Learn from us. And you'll also discover, besides the system that you discover now, the small corrupted system called this world and all that you feel, you can start feeling a much more complex, rich, great, perfect and whole system. And then you will live it. You'll feel it. You'll be a part of it, you'll be in it, and then your life will be eternal and whole. And you'll call this system the Creator. Why will you call it so? Because there you will discover gradually inside that system the foundation, the root that has created you truly, and the entire system, and has brought you to a state in which you are now. How will you reveal it? To the extent to which you start developing, you start to reveal ever more, you approach the root that as if awakens, clears up from within the system and reveals. We can either describe it as a person ascending through the degrees from our world to the world of infinity, or that infinity approaches him gradually to the extent to which a person is in equivalence of form with it.
Okay. I think I understand. So correct me if I'm wrong. So you're saying that...
Meaning we always speak with respect to the attaining person.
Exactly. And until a person has went through that correction, that transformation, it's as though to them God doesn't exist.
Doesn't exist? Not only for them, but in general, it's forbidden for us to speak any other way. Thus, the law in spirituality is that there is no image, there's no form, the Creator has no form, but what form does He have? That same form that you will reveal inside the general system. The very same way you reveal now the general system, that's the entire universe, with all that fulfills it, and you and people and everything, all that you can call the Creator. But it's on condition that you discover that that is what begets you, because the Creator, Boré, means Bo-o-e, come and see. You reveal your root on your behalf.
So what's another conclusion I would derive here is probably that Kabbalists only talk and explain what they attain, what they actually tangibly attain.
That. Correct.
Okay. Okay. There's another question that kind of verges on the scientific realm, and it's coming from Nick from Illinois. It's another video question. Let's watch it.
I'm Nick Taylor, and my question to Dr. Laitman is, everything in this world supposedly comes down from the spiritual world. A Kabbalist living in the spiritual world should be able to predict where a particle will be after a quantum leap before the quantum leap happens, should he not?
The problem is to bring your question and my answer to the same plane so we can talk about it. You're speaking in terms of time, before the leap, after the leap. And thus, for you, these quantums, they exist. And you talk about corporeal phenomena that exists in our corporeal perception. What does our corporeal perception mean? In my current vessels and the wisdom of Kabbalah speaks about perception on a higher level, higher than ours, where the term of time no longer exists. All those particles exist there together without any distinction, without any change, without any difference, motion, space, place, and thus there's no such question as to where they were and where they will be. There is no was or will be, but it is all in a static state, and all that happens to us on our plane down below with respect to the higher level, it is because we are undergoing changes, and thus this is how we depict these different changes, motions in nature, like the still, those particles, or the still, vegetative. But if we ascend to a higher degree, there is no time, space, or motion there, and thus there is no such understanding of spirituality as I can identify a particle before it leaps, after it leaps. Your question is actually, if I am a Kabbalist, then before this particle leaps from one place to another, the quantum portion, the photon,
That's the exact question, yes.
Can I, as if preceded in time, in a fragment of time,
and see where it'll go? Yeah.
Yes, as if stop time and say, now this particle left this place and it's on its way and reaches some other place.
Yes.
Meaning like slow down the picture.
Slow motion.
Yes. I can't do that in spirituality. It's impossible to do in spirituality because in spirituality there's no motion or time. These things do not exist at all. In spirituality, our entire world does not exist. It doesn't exist because it has no spiritual components in it. Spirituality is built entirely out of bestowal, the powers of bestowal. In our world is entirely built on the powers of reception, and thus in our world we don't feel spirituality, and in spirituality we don't feel our world. Our world is not felt there because it simply doesn't exist. Meaning, when we start ascending from our world into spirituality, we simply see it in a static form from which we merely make the start, the jump into spirituality, and that's where we exist. Thus, to speak about new revelations and quantum physics on behalf of the wisdom of Kabbalah is impossible. This entire wisdom does not exist in spirituality. It's actually the most primitive wisdom because it speaks not about the vegetative and living degrees where we'll truly reveal many more things. Here we discover how this matter simply disappears more and more, and beyond all these quantums we can't attain anything. Eventually we reach such formulas, such results that we have no grasp over and we can't do anything. This will eventually be the crisis in physics and especially in quantum physics.
I know you had many meetings with quantum physicists from different areas and different places in the world, and still it seems like from all the other scientists they're somewhat close or hinting at they're seeing hints of somehow closer to the spiritual dimension, or
yes, because they're working with speeds that are close to the speed of light, and the entire spiritual world is above the speed of light. So they're as if on the border between the spiritual and corporeal world, and then they have such phenomena that on the one hand they can't explain scientifically, precisely, meaning the phenomena, it exists on the one hand, and on the other hand they can't explain it, but they accept it to be so. That's it, it's nature. But where does this nature come from? They can't say. This is borderline phenomena that exists on the border. But if we don't take the direction of the still, but the direction of the vegetative, inanimate, and the direction of the speaking level, there are the true revelations. Here, on behalf of quantum physics, we'll merely discover the border, and there we will discover the entry into the spiritual world.
This, I think, pretty much relates to another question that we have here from Paula from Texas. She thinks of Kabbalah as something a little different than what you describe it, and maybe you can explain the difference. So can we hear Paula's audio question? She's from Texas. Her name is Paula. Let's hear it.
Yes, hi. My name is Paula. I'm calling from Dallas, Texas. I want to ask the Kabbalist something. Isn't Kabbalah Jewish mysticism? Because I've read on, during, the many years I've heard about Kabbalah, I always heard it was a branch of Jewish mysticism. So I wanted to know if this was true, and please explain. Thank you. Bye-bye.
I'll explain briefly, but nonetheless on our site there is plenty of material about that, and maybe you can explain where that is. Kabbalah is A, not mysticism, B, not religion, C, not Judaism, and does not belong to the Jewish people. It is incorrect to tie Kabbalah to these three things, to mysticism, Judaism, and religion. There is no connection. Kabbalah is a science about the upper world, the spiritual world, and Kabbalists are scientists. You can take real Kabbalah books, and there you'll see plenty of very complicated things with graphs and sketches and formulas, and the language is a scientific language. This goes up, this goes down, and this power works against that power, and they conjoin. In short, we're speaking about forces that act in the spiritual realm, not in our corporeal realm, not in our universe, but in the spiritual realm, in the spiritual dimension. It's a higher dimension. And they speak about it scientifically. They reveal it, and regardless who reveals it, it could be a Jew or a non-Jew, it could be a man or a woman, everyone has a permission to enter. You need no excellence, no conditions. You needn't belong to any specific nation, nothing. In short, like in physics, the same here. Please take and go in. The only problem is that a physicist, he doesn't have to change himself. He merely needs additional tools, instruments to his 5 corporeal senses, and thus merely what he reveals is our world, only deeper by these additional instruments. Whereas a Kabbalist, first of all, he develops inside himself an additional vessel, which is called the soul. But what is a soul? It is an additional perception of reality in which we exist. We perceive reality through absorption, through reception. A Kabbalist develops an additional ability to perceive reality, feel it through coming out. Not introverted, but extroverted, from himself out, by coming out of himself. By this, he comes out of his limitation. By this, he really becomes unlimited, infinite in time, space, motion, distance, whatever our body limits us down to. And then he starts researching the reality that opens up before him. And this research, he writes it down, and it becomes a science called the wisdom of Kabbalah. So what is the wisdom of Kabbalah? It's like physics, chemistry, biology, like natural sciences in our world. The wisdom of Kabbalah is a science about the upper world.
Okay. Yeah,
I invite everyone there.
This is perfectly clear now, actually, the way you put it together. Still, Paula, if you want more information, of course, you can go to our Kabbalah.info, which is our major portal that contains all the questions and answers about how Kabbalah works as a science. And okay, we have 2 minutes. I'll ask you one question. Maybe we can answer it. We can answer it really shortly. This is a text question, and it's coming from Barbara from Vermont. She's saying that some say that there is a tunnel of light and angels and many, many things that are waiting for us after death. What does Kabbalah offer?
Nothing.
Nothing.
If a person did not attain the spiritual world throughout his life, he dies, the body dies, and once again, man is born from that mere point which he did not realize to be a soul. Once again, he is born, a new body, an entirely new body is born. That body dies, rots, the same as we slaughter chicken, cow, whatever, we eat it. The same with man's body. That's all that it is. There's nothing holy about it. And thus, while we're living in this life, and we hear that there is an opportunity, a possibility to achieve spirituality, wholeness, and perfection, we needn't pay attention to our body, but it simply allows us, throughout the time of its existence, to attain the soul, the eternal life. So let's concentrate on that. There is no tunnel with lights awaiting us, no nice hall, or eventually we have to stop believing all these things and to achieve, to really reach a revelation of the upper world. As it says, you shall see your world in your life.
Okay, so we should start doing it and not waste time. And our time is for this show is up, unfortunately, so we'll have to conclude. I thank you very much, Dr. Laitman, for answering all the questions from all our viewers, and I thank all the viewers for being with us. You can ask more questions on tv.kabbalah.info, video questions, audio questions, text questions. There's a friendly interface there waiting for you, tv.kabbalah.info. Until then, all the best. Hello everyone, thank you for joining us. Welcome to another show of Ask the Kabbalist. With me, as usual, is Kabbalist Dr. Michael Laitman. Hello, Rav Laitman. Before we'll begin with our first question for today, I'll remind all of our viewers that you can send your questions at any time on our website. That's tv.kabbalah.info. And right there on the website, you'll find our Ask the Kabbalist page. And there you'll see a way to send video questions or audio questions, or even simply type a question in text, and we'll be happy to ask it here. So let's begin with our first question for today right away. This is a video question, and it's coming from Sergio from California. Let's watch it.
My name is Sergio. I'm from California, and my question is, I want to know what the purpose of life is.
There are several goals in life that we have to attain along the way. First of all, we have to reveal that we're in a kind of a collective slumber, that this life that we sense at the moment, it's a very small world, as if we're unconscious. We have to reveal the unconsciousness to want to awaken into consciousness, meaning to open up our senses, to open a much greater world than the one that we are in now, an upper dimension, and in that upper dimension to reveal an eternal, new, limitless life, and afterwards to reveal, furthermore, the upper force, the creator who sustains and governs this entire system. So the purpose of life is to reveal the true reality that's concealed from us at the moment.
Okay. The Kabbalists who attain that purpose of life, they explain that everything that we are going through in this life also relates to that purpose? Meaning everything that happens to me in my daily life here somehow is connected to that purpose?
Yes, of course, because all that we have in this world is merely a result of that which happens in a higher world. And depending on our response, to the extent to which we want to ascend to a higher dimension, that determines the extent to which the upper dimension influences us. So it is preferable for us to want, to aspire, to awaken ourselves, to come closer to an upper world, and then the influence over us will be more positive, and we'll start feeling how forces that are helping us to ascend are coming down upon us. All that happens here is only in order to oblige us, to help us ascend.
Okay, and that purpose is something that each and every person, doesn't matter where he's from, background, anything, anyone can attain that.
The wisdom of Kabbalah was revealed in ancient Babylon to everyone. And since then and on, it says so in all the Kabbalistic books that the purpose of creation is for every person, everyone, to reveal a new upper reality, and for all of us to achieve a whole and perfect life.
Okay, beautiful. Let's go to a different topic. This is another video question, and it's coming from Sean. He's also from California. This is a question somewhat about politics. Let's hear Sean's question from California. Let's watch it, please.
My name is Sean Plander. I'm from California. And my question is, why do people believe in the government?
Man feels small. He doesn't know or understand much. There are many professions that he doesn't understand. There's much phenomenon in life that he doesn't know. Much is being concealed from him. He's being told only a bit, as much as he can, or as much as he wants to perceive. And so it turns out that there are smarter people, or not necessarily smarter, but they have the knowledge. They have the power. They have the media by which they can influence and manipulate us. And thus we, whether we want it or not, we're afraid of the government. We respect it because it's powerful. And that's how we're built. The small people, that if there's something or someone higher and stronger than us, then we respect them. We take him into consideration. And that's how it is in nature, where the small annuls himself before the great. And until we will reach a higher dimension, higher than our governments, to a higher government, we'll always be under our government.
And what do you mean by higher government? What's that?
Because everything which cascades from the upper world, first of all, really reaches the government and the people who govern the masses, and then to the masses. That's the hierarchy of the upper forces which cascade, as it says, that the hearts of kings and ministers are in the hands of the Creator, meaning that the orders from the upper world come to special people, special organizations, and through those organizations down to us, the common people. But if we want to govern our world, ourselves, truly ourselves, we have to ascend to the place from which the providence and governance begins, and then we will manage our government. There's no chance to manage our government by the masses from below up. Only when the people will ascend mentally, spiritually, to a higher degree, only then will they manage the government.
You said something very interesting here, that those upper forces of some sort, they somehow work through the leaders of government and so on?
Yes.
What do you mean by that? What, Barack Obama gets a phone call from...
No. Of course he has no idea where does he get his thoughts from and the different circumstances. Suddenly this pops up and that's revealed. All the leaders, they work out of necessity as a result of things revealing in the world that happens one way in the world or another. As a result of the thoughts that awaken in them, they have no idea where it comes from, and thus, all in all of them are puppets on strings. They have no free choice. The leaders, they're like a part of the system. But we, the small people, if we'll ascend to the degree of the spiritual decisions, we will manage ourselves through the leaders, through those marionettes. Directly, we won't be able to manage ourselves. Directly, we will not be able to influence our leaders, the government, but if we'll ascend to a higher degree, to a spiritual degree, from where these forces cascade, there we will be able to influence our future.
This is... will it be true to say that the more a person rises in, I don't know how to call it, maybe the political ladder, he has less free choice?
Of course. They all know that. It is well known to everyone. The higher a person's position in society, the more society obliges him. He must take into consideration both the fans and the enemies and different things. He has no free choice. He has nothing free. That's how it seems to us that he's free. But after he takes into consideration all the information, he chooses. That's it. And not he himself, but there are entire organizations that help him take his decisions. He merely presents them. He is the puppet up front and says a few words that were written for him. This is something well known. What is not known is the opposite thing. That they're governed, that's for sure. That they're governed from above or out of nature. We see that too. What we don't know is that we, through our spiritual ascension, we can rise above them, above the leaders, because they're the puppets on strings eventually. They're the dolls. And we, the common people, can ascend to a spiritual degree and influence them, and then this way, through the upper world, to change our world.
So in this way, every individual can really become, it doesn't matter regardless of what his status is, he can influence the whole of reality towards a better situation.
Yes. This is how I become higher than the president.
Okay.
No, it's truly so. The wisdom of Kabbalah explains it.
Okay, so let's be more than presidents. I want to move on to another question. This is a question. It's another video question. It's coming from David from Sacramento. Yeah, let's watch it.
My name is David from Sacramento. My question is, do you think that Kabbalah will eventually lead to a new scientific unified field theory, which will finally provide the link between the physical world and the spiritual?
Yes, it's something similar to that. We're in one place, only we don't entirely feel it, only a small part of it. We're as if in a state of unconsciousness, and we have to awaken from our unconscious state and to achieve consciousness, meaning to achieve a state where we feel the entire world, the whole of reality, ourselves, and then we discover that we're living in a high, eternal, whole and perfect dimension, and our world, it entirely disappears. The feeling we had in which we've depicted ourselves this way here in our world, it was in a state of unconsciousness, that we were as if in a blurred state, like in a dream, and when you awaken from it, you no longer take it into consideration. It's like a person who wakes up from sleep, so maybe dreamt something at night, but the current reality, while he's awake, that's what's important for him.
You know, with relating to David's question, scientists throughout history always tried to find that unified field theory, finding that one universal law or universal principle that unites all realms of reality.
Yes.
Can Kabbalah explain that principle or offer a solution for that?
Kabbalah says that there is one force, which is the power of nature, and that force includes all the other forces within it. Everything that happens in all the worlds, all the souls, everything that happens in reality in general. And that one force manages all of reality, and it's truly a field. And that field has a goal of bringing everyone, all parts of reality, still vegetative, animate, and people, to a full recognition of that force. And the wisdom of Kabbalah, it was given to us, to people, so that we ourselves will be able to discover that great big force, that great field, in order to use it correctly, unify all parts of reality, still vegetative, animate, and all the people, to that field, to that one force.
Can I say that the wisdom of Kabbalah is coming from that force itself?
It comes from the revelation of that force. There were scientists, Kabbalists, who revealed that force, and they tell us about it, about that force, about its laws, about the purpose and process we have to undergo, how that field influences us, how do we have to reconnect to it, about the different ways and our abilities along the way, about different exercises we can perform in order to learn how to correctly refer to that field, how to correctly use it, because there is a regularity here. That field is the whole of nature. It's the general conclusive law of nature, and thus we refer to it as to any other science, like to any other thing which you can inquire, and after you come to know it, you know how to work with it.
Okay, one thing sounds here a little hard to understand. On the one hand, Kabbalah is talking about a law, something that it works. You know, if it's a law, it works. Whether you like it or not, it's something that's always there. On the other hand, it sounds like you attribute some sort of personality to that law, some sort of characteristics. And how could it be that, you know, gravity, for instance, is a law? If I take this up and I leave it, and then it falls down. And I don't see it as something, you know, with a personality or with its own kind of qualities. And it sounds like the law that you're describing here.
Yes. True. Because in our world, you research that which is below your degree, the still, vegetative, and animate. You take the still, you let it go in the air, it falls, And then you examine the power, connection, velocity, acceleration, and so on. Different phenomenon. Towards you, it's external, because they're on a lower degree than you. You cannot research your degree, the degree of man, because it's psychology and psychiatry, and these are things that we don't really understand because they're on our level. I always have to be on a higher degree in order to research something below me, to look at it from above. And thus, man, for us, always remains as a kind of a white stain, a white blur that we don't really know much about. Externally, behavior a bit, but that's it mostly. In order to research man, we have to rise to a higher degree than man. And then, when I rise to a higher degree, when I look how to ascend to a higher degree, I find the wisdom of Kabbalah that explains to us about the degree higher than man. If I ascend to that degree, I can know what man is. And then, when I learn what man is, who he is, then the same way I take this still body and I throw it and I test what happens to it, the very same way I take man and as if throw him and test what happens with him. Wait, otherwise, no. In the wisdom of Kabbalah, we make experiments and examples and exercises with people. We learn about ourselves. Truly, we learn upon ourselves, about our own destiny, about our lives, about the beginning of life and before that, and the end of life and what comes after that. And thus, if we want to know about ourselves, we have no choice. We need the wisdom of Kabbalah. And if we research a person there, we write, examine, feel it inside our feelings, our five senses, because that's the person. The person is the one who feels. And thus, on the one hand, we're talking about feelings. On the other hand, we talk about our feelings scientifically. So we have five senses, and we divide them into parts, degrees, levels, degrees of sensitivity, perception, whatever we perceive in them, sight, hearing, taste, smell, touch. How do we extend them? What can we get from them? All the phenomenon which occurs inside a person, in total. But we examine it all with respect to man. Thus, it's truly a very unique wisdom, and today we're approaching it. And we're approaching it actually through quantum physics, because when we want to research reality, the lowest, most primitive reality, the particles of matter, we get into the still, and inside the still we get into the atoms, and deeper into the atom, and there we feel such phenomenon. This phenomenon occurs according to man himself. A person feels them or not, sees it or not. The phenomenon depends on the viewer. And here we need the wisdom of Kabbalah in order to advance even in quantum physics. Meaning, to research the smallest things, we have to achieve the degree of man who is the highest and most complex.
You know, this is fascinating because when you go into Kabbalah a little deeper, you see that it's a real science. And Baal HaSulam was the foremost Kabbalist of our generation. Really tried to give the wisdom of Kabbalah this form, this shape of a science. What do you think, as a Kabbalist living today, is still missing or is needed to really make people relate to this wisdom immediately as a science?
I think that people have to feel that in our world, we ourselves cannot solve any problems. Despite living for thousands of years, we repeat the same mistake every generation. We think that we can change the world, that we can change man, and thus achieve a better life. And now we're in the first generation where we're already despaired of this direction, and especially our children. They look at our lives that there's nothing to change here, there's nothing to do about man, and they're in despair, and all of humanity is gradually falling into despair as a result of this entire process that humanity is undergoing for thousands of years. And I think that it is a good sign that we can turn to a person and say, there's no reason to be despaired. This crisis is a global integral crisis. It's simply the revelation that we have to ascend to a place, to the place from where we're governed, where there are the powers by which we can manage ourselves, correct and change ourselves, the connection between us, to really build a life, to have the power in our hands and the understanding of how to build the right and good life, and to get out of all the problems and the crisis. So I hope that the entire process that we're undergoing now will bring us to such a decision and the implementation.
Okay. Maybe one more question about still to stay in this topic. Still, Kabbalah explains that there is a spiritual or a hidden level of perception, level of reality, and the one that we know through our regular five senses. What is the connection between these two levels? David also asked it in part of his question was that. What is the connection between the spiritual level of reality and the corporeal level of reality?
The connection is a single-sided, one-way connection from top down. Our entire reality is governed by an upper reality, and we don't know these things. We are living in our world, in a reality that we feel, and we're as if sitting on a network of forces, a field of forces. And these forces are in constant interaction in order to advance all of us towards a state where we will be in need to reveal, to come to know the network of these forces. The network of forces in total is called the upper force or the creator. And we're being governed by that network in order for us to approach, to understand him, to feel him, to become more dependent on him, to feel that we really need him. Because in our life, the more we advance, we lose the ability to govern ourselves. And thus I'm very happy that we're in such a generation that starts asking about that. We have 2 million students in our organization worldwide, and more people who want to know about this network are joining us, the network that's managing the world. They want to feel it, they want to connect to it, they want to get into the system of the general conclusive global nature. Only now we're starting to reveal that we're inside a global system, but as a result of the crisis. We don't need the crisis. The wisdom of Kabbalah, it allows us not to stumble upon crisis, problems, troubles, wars, to prevent all these things, and not through terrorism and the revelation of suffering, to reach a good and balanced life. And I hope that humanity will feel the need for it and will quickly reach a good life.
Our time is almost up. I'd like to just tell our viewers, following what Rav Laitman just said, that indeed someone who wants to go deeper into the material and in any language from anywhere in the world, we provide free online lessons. Just go to Kabbalah.info. Before we conclude, I'll also remind you that you can send questions to our show by going to tv.kabbalah.info. You can send audio, video, text questions on our Ask the Kabbalist page. Again, that's tv.kabbalah.info. That's all for today. Again, thank you very much, Rav Laitman, and all the best. Welcome to Ask the Kabbalist, the show where you ask the question, and as usual, Rav Laitman, Kabbalist Dr. Michael Laitman with me, is answering them. Hello, Rav Laitman.
Hello.
Before the first question for today, I'll remind you, as always, that you can go to tv.kabbalah.info, and on our website there, you'll find our Ask the Kabbalist page, and there you can send questions. There's a very user-friendly interface allowing you to send us video questions or audio questions, or type in your questions right on the page. And let's begin with our first question. This is a video question that is coming from Errol from Atlanta. And let's watch it.
My question is, why does mankind continue to perpetrate wars? Wars are horrific things. They're terrible. They're horrible, murderous things. And it seems at some point mankind would have evolved to the position where that they could have other ways of resolving differences than mass murdering of individuals. It seems like the leaders of our countries and should be able to resolve differences without going to terrible extremes such as war.
You're right. Logically, we should have learned something from life. And if life teaches us that after wars and problems, we simply suffer and no one earns from that, now we see from history that anyone who even acquired something at war and won eventually lost too. And why don't we learn from that history? Every time, even those same countries, we see that they repeat the same problems and want to defeat each other, to steal and kill and control, and it's endless. How long? Don't we see that it works adversely against all of us? The problem is different. We don't know the whole plan of reality of creation that's in our nature. This plan is in order to bring man to the recognition of evil, that man's nature is evil, and that the more a person will develop, the more his nature will unfold as evil, and up to the point where we reveal now that no process that we went through, no history, nothing helps us. On the contrary, we're like kids, irrationally, senselessly, mindlessly. We want to be in war and collision with each other. And besides, we see how unsuccessful we are in building a family, connections and relationships between children and parents, education, in general, a good life for us all. We simply can't. Everything becomes much harder. Person falls into despair as a result of all that he undergoes. Really, life here, in our world, we live a short period, but we're capable, according to our brains, our abilities, our powers, we can make our life really good. Heaven. And we don't do it. We throw all our money on wars, we burn the world, and we don't want to enjoy it. Where are our brains? It's all because inside nature there's a plan. And that plan is to bring us to the recognition of evil, that we have to correct ourselves, and to bring ourselves from hating others to loving others. And when we'll bring ourselves to that, then will it be possible to speak about a good life without the horrific wars, as you say. But how can we correct ourselves? We don't have the power to do that, and thus all world leaders, they simply flow with man's nature. They know that everything's evil, it's bad, and maybe we'll simply choose the least of two evils because there's nothing to do about it. Comes the wisdom of Kabbalah and says incorrect. Inside nature there's an inner force that can correct us, only if we want it, only if we use the method of correction called the wisdom of Kabbalah. And if by this method we correct ourselves, then suddenly we feel ourselves wanting to connect, wanting to speak to each other, wanting to come into connection with one another. Through this connection, we can build a completely different life through the right kind of connections, as suited for the global world to have a good, nice, reciprocal connection between us and everything. But the power to govern the world through the right kind of connection, that we can get through that wisdom called the wisdom of Kabbalah. And thus, I'm really hopeful that the same as it is revealed here now in our times, we will be able to use it and to finish are a period of bitter development.
There's a lot to think about after that kind of question. Okay, there's another question here that sort of continues the topic from a broader perspective. This is also a video question, and this is coming from Mexico City, from Armando, Guillermo Armando. Let's watch the question.
Okay, hi, my name is Guillermo Armando. I'm from Mexico City, and my question is, what is evolution? Are we evolving or de-evolving? I mean, is this evolution? Thank you.
In our world, we see that everything came from the Big Bang, from a small particle of energy that broke through into our realm and built, only as a result of that energy, the whole entire reality, the entire universe, and then on Earth, vegetative, animate, and speaking, man. And through this entire process of 15 billion years, there is a gradual development of cause and consequence, and this development is leading us to a special goal. This goal is that we have to develop from that particle that bursted through into our world from top down. We undergo a development in our world, and then from our world we have to ascend back to the place from where that particle came from where that energy came from, that bursted through into our realm at the Big Bang, and we have to reach its root, the origin from where it came from, all of us in our development, to connect to that source which has created us, that has built us, and to reveal it. And then all of us shall be on a level, in connection, in unity with that upper force, with that power that built our entire reality. All in all, we're inside a bubble into which that particle came into, bursted here, and built the entire reality inside that realm, inside that sphere. So in our development, in our evolution, we have to reach a state now where we break back through this sphere into that place from where that energy came from, the energy which has created us. And when we'll connect to that place, to that power, to that source, then truly we will know how to achieve a happy life. There is the place of tranquility, the place of connection, our place of unification. When we will reach that, we will reach that same unification as had that particle that broke through to us. We will achieve a good, perfect, whole, limitless life.
You're saying that it's rather than a process that is random, which is what I know an evolution as, you're describing a process that is circular, that is goes back to the point where it started from.
And precisely now, we're at a critical point where we're obliged by this development, in which we are necessarily, it's not up to us. We must ascend back to our source, from where that energy which has created us came from. And we can return either by the powers of nature that oblige us, really strong and harsh powers of evolution that awake us to advance by suffering, or we learn about this entire development, this ascent, and then we're drawn to ascent ourselves, and then these ascensions, this development, our future seems as a very beautiful and good perspective, something preferable.
Okay, what do you mean by now? Now we're exactly in the point where we finished the first round?
We are at the critical point where we're truly passing the point of the worst states, and by the revelation of the process, we're starting to ascend. Finally, we've passed this minimum, the lowest point.
Okay, and And how can we hasten that process? How can we accelerate it or make it faster? Or we can?
By our awareness. Because now, by our awareness, by our aspiration to return to that source, we can hasten our development, make it both easy and also quick.
Okay. When you say now we're in that point where we can make that, do you mean now as in 2010, 2000?
Yeah. In general, now in this period in time, it's a period of a few decades in which on the one hand we undergo despair as a result of all of our previous paradigm and we have to enter a new paradigm.
I'm talking about dates and special dates. There's a question, an audio question from Sean from Los Angeles. Let's hear it.
Hello, my name is Sean, and I'm calling from Los Angeles, California, in the United States of America. I was calling in regards to the date that everyone seems to have marked down. It seems to be 2012. I believe it's May 5th or May 12th, 2012. The Aztec calendar, all of the major religions have some sort of event occurring on that day. I was just wondering what the Kabbalist has to say on 2012. What kind of an event is going to be happening? It's of interest of everyone that I know, and I guess I'm asking on behalf of everyone. Thank you very much.
Dear Sean, I went through many dates in life. There was the date of 1984, the year of Tashmad, which literally in Hebrew means destruction, where everyone thought the world will be destroyed. Afterwards, there was the year 2000.
Yeah.
You were also there. People thought, what could happen in the year 2000 according to Greenwich time or Jerusalem time or something? Maybe something will happen now, and there were other dates. Every year there is something that pops up that soon the date will come, the end of the world. Humanity needs to amuse itself a bit, I think. Man likes a bit of action, a bit of a tragic state. Upon it you see better states, because the light excels darkness. So let's put it this way. There is no and will never be an end to the world. There is and will never be an end to humanity. There could be, God forbid, great problems that we can prevent. But there is no an end to the world or humanity. But there is a clear plan for man, for people in this world. We have to reach a level, a recognition, eternal, whole, and perfect life here in this world. And this opportunity precisely is opening up before us now in our generation and in the future generations. We can also open up for ourselves a different life on a different level, beyond all these dates, beyond all the problems we're always frightened with. And the wisdom of Kabbalah, it speaks about the very opposite. It speaks about how can we take positive powers from nature and to change by them and to change ourselves and to bring ourselves to the revelation of the new world, to open up our senses to an extent to which we won't feel the limited reality which we perceive through sight, hearing, taste, smell, touch. What portion do we really perceive from the world which we depict through these 5 small holes that I have here? But I can open them up, and from within to open up my awareness and to feel the world, what it's like not only through what enters my senses, but how it really is. And suddenly I discover in it plenty of other things. I'll discover in it powers, an upper world, myself in a limitless form. And that's all at my disposal. That's what the wisdom of Kabbalah allows a person to do. And it doesn't speak about the bad things at all. They will come if we won't want to use what we're given from nature in a positive way, then bad states will be revealed, suffering, in order to oblige us nonetheless to build a good life. That's it. But before us, nonetheless, is a beautiful future.
When we finally reach that point, that final point of our evolution, we will be on vacation, we can say? Finally, we can rest. What happens then?
When we correct ourselves and come out of our senses, we transcend our limitations. We come out into a state which is beyond time, space, and motion. We come out into a state where we feel our lives not according to our body, which is on the living degree, but we elevate ourselves in consciousness to the degree of the speaking, the human level, the degree of our thoughts. And our thoughts, they're eternal. They do not depend on man. Because where's my awareness? It's not necessarily here inside my mind.
This is still a mystery, I think, in science.
It's really outside man. Either speak about it as a soul that's outside the body, or speak about it as truly our development on a level higher than the animalistic body. If you say that everything's inside my body, then you're saying that I'm merely a beast. So I'm asking you, where is the human in me? What is the human in me? That what? I'm a bit smarter than a monkey. I know a bit better how to build different toys for myself in this world. How are we really men? What is the essential difference between the living degree and the human degree?
Maybe it's we're more evolved, I think. Yeah, it's like we're more sophisticated animals, it seems.
So you're a sophisticated animal. That's it. It's not true. Because look what a difference there is between the still and vegetative. The vegetative, it grows, it has a life, it feels, breathes, emits. It's alive. The living degree, beasts, animals, they multiply and they live, each one has its personal life and they move. So what, we're on the same level? Or is there another level? The speaking degree. What is the speaking degree? The degree of man, what is that? We don't feel it. We have not yet revealed it inside us. That's what we have to discover. We have to grow within us man. In the meantime, as it says, all are deemed as beasts. We're merely living an animalistic life. We haven't developed the human level in us. The human in us is our eternal degree. We're beyond our bodies, atop it, above it. And then we feel the life in its eternal flow above the body. Regardless whether I'm alive or dead, there is a life above that. I merely have to connect to that flow. The same as the still doesn't understand the vegetative, and the vegetative doesn't understand the animate doesn't understand the degree of man. And thus the wisdom of Kabbalah is called the hidden wisdom. It speaks of a level that we don't understand, because we're still on the beastly degree, the living degree.
So it seems like there's a complete, however you put it, there's a disconnection, there's a detachment.
True.
So how do we bridge it? If we are supposed to rise to that degree, then why are we so disconnected? How do we rise there?
We have to ascend to that degree through our own efforts. We have to want to come out of the beastly degree on which we exist now, all of our suffering, all of our troubles, in order to oblige us not to remain on our level, but to rise to a higher degree. And if we'll use the negative forces to escape them on the one hand, and through the wisdom of Kabbalah we'll draw the power from above in order to ascend to that higher level, will succeed, and then suddenly I reach a state where a new essence awakens, is born within me, called man, and then as a beast, my body can die. But in my awareness, I will remain, in my perception and everything, my eye will remain eternally. That's the eternal life that religions and faith speak about. The wisdom of Kabbalah says, here and now you can acquire that and stay in it. And don't make a big deal about the body. It lives its life as long as it needs.
What does it really take to attain that level, that eternal existence? What if a person says, he hears those words and feels that spark inside and he wants to do it? What do you recommend? And we have about a minute left. What would you say to a person who says, okay, I want that?
He has to get on our study network for free through different places. Maybe there is a place to study next to his place of residence, maybe through our internet, through the learning centers, through the campuses, sometimes through meetings that we have, congresses in different places. He has to get in touch with us, get on our site, and there he will open himself a window to that eternal, whole, and perfect state.
Okay, we have to conclude at this point. Thank you very much, Rav Laitman. Everyone is invited, and you're also invited to send more questions to our Ask the Kabbalist show. You go to tv.kabbalah.info, and on the user-friendly interface that we have there, you can send your video questions, audio, text, whatever you feel like. Also, you can go to www.kabbalah.info and find information about all those various means of study that Rav Laitman just mentioned. That's it for today. Thank you very much for joining us, and all the best. Hello and welcome to Ask the Kabbalist. With me as usual is Kabbalist Dr. Michael Laitman. You can send your questions to the show at any time by going to tv.kabbalah.info, and there you'll find our Ask the Kabbalist page where you can submit video questions, audio questions, text questions, and we'll be happy to answer your questions here. So let's begin right away with our first video question. This is coming from Sonia from El Paso, Texas. Let's watch the question.
My name is Sonia Palfanier, and I live in El Paso, Texas. I would like to ask the Kabbalist a question about crossing the barrier. I know in days past individuals crossed over. I'm wondering in our present day if individuals can still cross the barrier, or if we must wait for the entire soul to correct and all cross together into spirituality. If an individual still can cross over today, approximately how many years of study should it take for that to happen? Thank you.
It's a very non-simple question. Clearly, we're in a time called the whole redemption. Whole redemption meaning that all the people in the world have to achieve godliness, to cross the barrier, to feel the spiritual world, to feel the part of reality which is hidden from us. It has to reveal here and now before everyone. It depends on the quantity and quality of people that come to this and want to break through the barrier. It's no longer up to the power of a particular individual as before in previous generations. Whole redemption, it means that only big groups strong in intensity can break through the barrier, and not particular individuals like in past days where there was the student next to his teacher. And thus, about our times, we can't exactly say what's going on. According to what we see now, the results are such that many people from all over the world are starting now to accumulate into one big group. This group is accumulating power. And I hope that really in a year or maximum 2 years, from what I see, from what I observe, then most of the group or all of the group in its different forms but nonetheless will cross the barrier, and this will be collectively and not like Kabbalists did in previous generations. This is the direction that we see. This is what we understand from what's happening to us now in our generation, and also from what we can understand from Kabbalists and also the prophets, because all the prophets wrote for our times. Thus, to say that it has to take 3 to 5 years or 10 or half a year, I can't say. It seems to me, nonetheless, that a person who starts studying the wisdom of Kabbalah, nonetheless, it will take him a few years of study and participating in a group. But it seems to me that the times are getting shorter. I'm saying it seems to me so, I think so, because we're the first taking these steps, like Miss Sonia, who wants to cross the barrier, to ask about the barrier, and to engage in it all together. There was nothing like that in the past in the world. This is only in the recent 20, 30 years, and thus we're truly the first pioneers paving the path. Thus it's very hard for us to say what is the regularity that we're getting into through this entire process, because we're talking about the laws of nature here, like scientists that reveal a phenomenon for the very first time, and it's still not exactly researched nor understood.
Okay, let's leave the matter of time for a moment. How much time does it take for a person? Can you say that for sure an individual cannot cross alone to spirituality today? And it has to be a group of individuals?
I think so. Again, I think so. Because I see that I, who grew next to my teacher, and I was constantly next to him, I was a student and driver and a servant, everything. And I was next to him most of the day. And this is also how he treated me. Today, from all of my students, and there are those who really want it and are very close, and I work with them very closely and oftenly. Nonetheless, I don't have an inclination, an urge to choose one of them, to be special, to be the student to whom I will pass on all that I have and invest in him in order for him to quickly cross the barrier and to be the leader. It doesn't happen.
Let me just to mention to our viewers, in case some of them don't know, that your teacher was Rabash, the son and successor of Baal Sulam, who was really the only true interpreter of the book of Zohar. But I wanted to further ask about this. Okay, so we're saying that only a group can enter spirituality. If we think about this a little, can you see how this happens? Do you think there are about 2 million people studying with us, at least those that we know of today? When you say a group, you mean 10 of them, 30, 40, 1 million?
No, I mean all of them.
All of them together?
Yes, I mean really all of them. And moreover, the moment this group will break through into spirituality, will break the barrier, then all the rest of humanity will also approach it very sharply, and will also feel that there's something here, and more people will also keep on approaching and going in. The problem, also as Baal Sulam and other Kabbalists tell us, also what I can tell from my own experience, the problem is the attainment of the very first degree.
Okay.
Later, it's already man's soul shall teach us, there are the clear, evident laws, there's a feeling. You already have to develop something that's already there. Whereas the attainment of the very first degree, it's to attain something that's not in you, that's so hard. Thus, I think that after our group will break through the barrier in one go and will cross it as a big group in quantity, it will be an example for the rest of humanity.
Okay, but if you can explain why the difference? I mean, in the past it was individuals who could do it, and now only a group. Why? Would something changed in nature, in reality?
Of course, it changed. Throughout the exile, we see that the Kabbalists, they attained the wisdom of Kabbalah in a chain from one to the next, one by one. A teacher passed it on to a student, and he passed it on. Whereas, like in the times of Abraham, that a group came out of Babylon, the same as we have now, that we're coming out of the exile, I really hope that this has to happen quickly and to everyone. Actually, like it happened in Abraham's times, but it's very hard for us to speak about those times, to understand how it happened. Thus, we today too are in this process, and to me it doesn't seem like a lengthy process as it seems to Miss Sonia, because we're merely the first opening this path, and there are many preparations that we have to make both for ourselves and also for those to follow. But whoever does this work, he enjoys it, he feels that he's doing something, that he's creating the new humanity.
Okay, let's move on to another question. This one is an audio question. It's coming from Beth from Ohio, and let's hear it.
Hello, this is Beth from Shaker Heights, Ohio. My question is, in your opinion, do men need more corrections than women, or vice versa? Thank you.
Yes, I think that a man has to exert himself much more than a woman, because a woman, she yearns more for spirituality. She has a greater deficiency. She feels herself more incomplete, deficient. And she even needs to provide that deficiency to the man and push him forwards towards spirituality. I see it also in so many women. They have an aspiration, a desire to be in spirituality, to be a part of spirituality. They have a good desire. And men, they're very confused in life. They want money, honor, control, knowledge. A man finds satisfaction in a woman, in changing women. Women, nonetheless,
never satisfied.
Yes, although lately they're also businesswomen, and also, like men, they are engaged in all fields of life, but nonetheless, still, they have a yearning, an aspiration for something serious, constant, meaningful, more than men. And thus, I really hope that more and more women will come to the wisdom of Kabbalah and will really want to achieve it. And by this, will also push men towards this wisdom.
Let's move on to another question. This one is another audio question. It's coming from Enrique from Miami. Let's hear it.
My name is Enrique Flores from Miami, Florida. I was born in Ecuador, though. And my question will be basically regarding the point in the heart. I consider myself quite a young person. I'm only 23 years of age. But I was wondering if the point in the heart that I have now came to me quite early, or if it has anything to do with previous life experiences in which I already fulfilled all my desires, and I'm now in the process of just like I already acquired everything that is there to acquire, and the only thing that I need right now is the spirituality. So I'm a little bit confused, because if not, maybe the point in the heart came to me quite early, and well, that would be good indeed, you know, but I just wanted to know that answer. Thank you very much.
I think it's really a non-question. A person is not responsible. He doesn't know about himself why and what happens to him. He gets a certain desire, an awakening from above. And with that desire, he has to understand that if comes to him a question about exalted matters beyond his life, to know the secret of life, the essence of life, then of course it's much more important than getting confused in life like everyone does. Thus, first of all, it's preferable to scrutinize, what am I living for? What is the meaning of life? What's worthwhile living for? And then live. Otherwise, life will be without a result, without a cause, without some plan, and time will simply go by. Although you're only 23 now, and your whole life is ahead of you, but nonetheless, it's a shame to waste it.
You know, I think that Enrique's question is coming from some sort of a fear that if he's going to develop spiritually, he's going to lose something or he's going to not be able to enjoy his life. Is it true that someone who develops spiritually...
Undoubtedly, if he chooses spiritual development, then he won't develop in other fields of life. You can't do everything. I can't both be a painter and a musician and be a chess and a baseball player and everything, and it's all me, and also to be a scientist and a professor and also a Hollywood actor. I can't. We have to choose something in life. Each one chooses according to his maximum desire to the extent to which he can realize himself. And that's how he should decide. There's no coercion in spirituality. No one dictates to him what to do. Only what I recommend such a fellow as him is to get rid as much as possible from public opinion, from prejudice, from everything. Sit on your own and think. What's worthwhile doing in life? Don't listen to anyone, including me. No one. And maybe then, when you will discover why, what for, what is it worthwhile investing yourself in, you will be closer to the right answer.
I see what you're saying, but you know, this is it's a problem, because even if we don't think about it, the human society is always pressuring us. It influences us, and I have all sorts of fears and shames, and it's very hard not to really dig into myself and do what's important to me. There's what's important to the society, and it always dictates what to do.
Therefore, if so, then you have to try and sort all the desires and choose the highest, best desire. So say, I won't regret that now I'm 60 or 70, and I won't regret taking that path. When I'm already old, even before I leave this life, what do I have as a result of having lots of money, or that I used to be young, and I had a good time and everything? What do I have as a result? At the end of my days, what have I accomplished? That now I'm 23 and say I reached the age of 73. What's the difference in these 50 years in between the two? What would you want to accomplish? Follow that.
Okay, Enrique, I hope you'll be able to make the right choice for you.
But the wisdom of Kabbalah can nonetheless awaken in him all his desires without forcing him and help him choose.
How?
That it can do. Because when he comes to Kabbalah and starts reading, he starts seeing life, the world, the perspective before him. And even is it worthwhile or not for him to start studying, it is not a wisdom that really pulls you in. There are many people who take a bit interest and then leave, but it helps them later to better review their lives.
So even if I feel that I just want a little bit of, a lesson here and there, or even to watch this show, that could be enough for me as well. And it still develops me.
Yes.
Okay. This is good to hear. Let's move on to another video question. This is about inner work. It is coming from San Francisco. Let's watch it.
Hi, my name is Ilan. I'm from San Francisco. My question is, how can I use Kabbalah to translate intention and motivation into action?
How through Kabbalah?
How do you turn the intention, which is something internal and maybe abstract, into an action? What could be an expression of let's say, the right intention?
the implementation of the right intention in practice, it is by, with all my vast desire, and even much greater than I have today, but it's a desire in which I can swallow the entire universe and all the worlds, everything, including the upper force. I want to swallow everything, say in my desire, and I invert this entire desire from reception to bestowal. And by this, I achieve the precise force counter to me that has created me, that sustains me, which is called the Creator. And when I invert myself this way into the very opposite, first of all, I enlarge my desire infinitely. And only then do I invert it into the opposite, from reception to bestowal. So I start to discover what's beyond this world, beyond this life. What is my root? And also, what am I required to do? And thus I can advance to a state where altogether I don't feel any difference between life and death. I feel two forms in life, both this world and also the spiritual world, simultaneously. And then nothing stands in my way of being eternal and whole.
It still sounds like you're talking about an action that is happening inside a person. I think maybe the question was about how do I do something with my hands and legs? You know, if I have good intentions, don't I have something to do with them in practice? Or this isn't...
No. What is there to do in practice? We have nothing to do in practice. We're the ego, the will to receive, and we have to invert it to the desire to bestow, and it's all our inner work. This inversion, this inner evolution of ours, and externally we have nothing to do, nothing. And the more actions we take externally, the more we destroy nature and the world and ecology and everything. Thus Kabbalah says that all the actions, all the corrections are inside a person and his attitude to the world, to life.
But even a Kabbalist like Baal Sulam says that you do have to take care of the world, to help people who are needy, to...
It's true. If you see that there is still evil in the world, you first of all have to take care of the world, but how? First of all, you have to give people the method of correction, because eventually all the evil that is revealed in the world is revealed only because we're not in equivalence with nature, with godliness, that we're opposite to it. And thus by this we block the light from coming to the world and spreading here and fulfilling the whole world. And if we'll correct ourselves, then we'll give the light the ability to break through, fulfill the world, and then the world will not be lacking anything. So first of all, the correction, it has to be in correcting ourselves in accordance to the light, to be ourselves as pipes in order to bring the light, and that I disseminate the wisdom of Kabbalah to the whole world. By this, I actually give all of humanity the ability to achieve wholeness and eternity. And alongside with that, in the meantime, while all people are suffering, of course, if with my small powers I can bestow good to someone, then of course it's also I'm obliged to do so.
Okay, so first is basically giving people the opportunity to become corrected, and that's the problem with any...
Only this way. First of all, there has to be the spiritual correction and then the corporeal correction. Because if we'll do the opposite, the way we're trying to do it today all over the world, look how much we're throwing away, handing out, and bestowing onto other people. Nothing good happens as a result.
Yeah, there's actually very interesting researches about it today showing that even a lot of the aid that was given to places like Africa and other places didn't really produce any good results, and people are wondering why.
It didn't.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Okay, we have to conclude and wrap up at this point. I want to thank you very much, Dr. Laitman. I want to thank you for sending all the questions, and you're invited again to send us more questions. You can submit video questions and audio text questions or text questions, and you do it by going to tv.kabbalah.info. And you can do it whenever you feel like. All the best. Hello and welcome to another Ask the Kabbalist program. With me, as usual, is Kabbalist Dr. Michael Laitman. You are invited at any time to go to tv.kabbalah.info and send us questions to this show. You'll find our Ask the Kabbalist page right there, and you can submit video questions, audio questions, or text questions, and you can do it at any time. We will begin with our first question for today, which is coming from Holland. And it's a video question. Let's watch it.
Hello, my name is Anne. I'm from Holland. And my question is, why does we have a good life, a lot of money, things that we can do, we are able to do it, and why do people in Africa or in Asia can't do all that things?
This is a question that the great minds have been asking throughout history for years. Because truly there are kings and simple people, there are those who are starving and those who have surplus. There are those who live a healthy life and there are those who are constantly ill and so on. There are infinite differences between people and qualities and conditions. And the truth is that we don't know why.
It's not fair, that's for sure.
All true. If we see only part of life, then it seems to us unfair. But in the wisdom of Kabbalah, when we reveal the whole of reality, we start understanding the roots. Why someone is really as if successful in this life and has everything, and someone else has nothing, and he's miserable and suffers throughout his whole life. And when we start to discover the whole picture of the process which a person undergoes, including the souls and the incarnations and his life in this world, including his time in the next world, and once again he returns and incarnates into this world, we see that actually everyone is equal. Everyone has an equal opportunity to discover themselves. There is spirituality in this world, to ascend and compensate for this world in spirituality and to achieve such a wholeness where one no longer feels himself lacking something or in a part of the process he's undergoing. But if we could see all of our incarnations, in general, we would see that we're all equal, and no one is favored over the others.
No, I don't really understand. How can you say that everyone is equal? There are people who don't even have the opportunity to survive. They're struggling to survive.
Yes, but we also see in our world that if we want to reach something good, then there are a few years during which we have to invest ourselves in hard work, toil ourselves, live under restrictions, and maybe even more in order to achieve something good. So in our life we have better times, worse times, where we're ill, we lack money, we lack status, we lack something else, and then we achieve it and we acquire something and so on. So it's the same towards this other life, meaning this incarnation with respect to the next incarnation. Maybe in this incarnation I'm entirely lacking, in the next incarnation I'm all complete and whole, and I also see the people in our world, those that are lacking and those that are whole.
So this explains it actually. If you're saying that eventually, if you look at the total calculation, every soul went through equal states, then
yes, during the process which it undergoes, every soul has all the conditions, from the worst to the best.
So my only problem is that I don't see all of my past life cycles and future life cycles. Okay.
Exactly.
Okay, this is clear. And how can I...
So you have to transcend it and see. Thus, the people in this world, of course, they can't say that this whole life is just. But whoever transcends beyond this life and starts watching from above, then he sees that everything is just.
Okay, I hope this answers...
It's possible for everyone.
Really? It is possible for everyone to do?
Of course.
Okay, let's move on to another question coming from a completely different topic. This is a video question from Ranis from Chicago. Let's watch it.
Hello, my name is Ranis, and I live in Chicago. And my question is, does Kabbalah share restrictions that religions have on sex? Thank you.
Kabbalah does not refer to a person, the ordinary person in this world, that's included of his body and his body's tendencies, does not speak about that at all, neither by psychology nor physiology nor anything else. One may have different deviations, one may have different characteristics, mentality, age. We're not talking about that at all. We're talking about the soul, not about the body. Thus, red, black, white. One may have homosexual or lesbian tendencies with the different forms of life that also it has nothing to do with religions, nor nationality, nor anything else. If you want to develop your soul, then you have an opportunity through this method to do so.
Okay, this is clear. This is with respect to anyone being able to study the wisdom and use it. I want to ask a different question. How do you, as a Kabbalist, do you agree or disagree with all the, the sex industry, the pornography industry that is happening in today's world? Is it something that Kabbalah agrees with or disagrees with?
Kabbalah says as follows: until a person has corrected himself, all that he develops is in order to stimulate the desire, to advance the desire towards correction. Therefore, also in all these things that exist in this world, like the sex industry and so on, they're useful. The use is that they open up before a person the broadest sex world, and a person undergoes these things more quickly, understands them more quickly, feels them more quickly, and discovers more quickly the emptiness of the matter, and then afterwards he's in need of higher things. But undoubtedly we must undergo this phase, and as if we have to immerse in it, and thus there's place for it. The wisdom of Kabbalah says there is place for any phenomena in this world, and we mustn't eradicate it, but only expect its quick correction. And there is no coercion in anything. There mustn't be. And if by this I don't harm the other, then whatever I do is allowed.
Okay, maybe on the same topic I would also ask, why specifically sex is something so strong today? Like, it seems like the more time progresses and humanity develops, this like earthly raw desire is just becoming stronger and stronger, like very, very powerful.
True. We're really undergoing this phase, and it says so in the wisdom of Kabbalah that at the end of days, before the spiritual correction, that which will really grow and break beyond the boundaries of normality will be sex, the urge for sex. Suddenly, the desire for it will rise within a person, and a person will really be crazed for these lusts, because it's against spirituality. One against the other as a projection from spirituality. In spirituality, we have to reach the connection with the Creator, which is called the spiritual coupling. And in this world, we have the same urge in this world for the corporeal coupling. And thus, this is how it's expressed. And it will reach much worse and weird and stranger forms than today. But we'll have to undergo this. And as a result, we're approaching the spiritual correction ever more. Thus, we needn't pay that much attention to it. So we're engaged in it, so we are. The main thing is to let it pass naturally as much as possible without any suppression.
But what's the, still, this is, there's Raz's curiosity. What's the connection between the connection with the Creator that we make and the sexual connection that, say, two spouses make?
It's the law of root and branch, so-called. That which exists in our spiritual root, it projects onto our corporeal world the same intensity, which is very unique. And thus people today, they feel the pleasure, the yearning, the uniqueness that exists in sex, like in no other pleasure. Neither in food, nor control, nor honor, nor science, nor anything else. Everything as if crumbles and becomes grayer. People stop thinking about everything else in life, and this thing, naturally, the desire for sex, the yearning for it around it, grows and rises. And thus, we see how it breaks all boundaries, and kids from the age of 10 up to elderly people of the age of 80, everyone is really into it. We should know that until we come to the spiritual correction, the spiritual coupling, the spiritual sex, if you will, this thing will not come to balance and will give us many more weird phenomena.
Okay. The spiritual coupling with the Creator is better, I understand.
The spiritual coupling doesn't stop, whereas the corporeal coupling stops right away. And thus, it is a coupling that gives you an infinite fulfillment, an everlasting satisfaction. It gives you a sensation that you truly transcend nature. The satisfaction is such that fulfills all your voids. It does not leave you any empty place, as opposed to the sexual satisfaction where you could be hungry and ill and something else, and for some time you detach from all the other deficiencies, whereas here, in the spiritual coupling, you fulfill all your deficiencies.
Ranith, I hope you got your answer there. Let's move on to another video question. This one is coming from James from California, and let's watch it.
My name is James Walters. I am from California. My question is, faith, hope, or love? Of those three, what's the most important?
Love. Very simple. Of course, love. Faith, it's a part of love that precedes love. Hope, it's a lack. It's still when a person hasn't achieved anything. And love is the final result that you have from all of our corrections, the whole process that we're undergoing. But love, it's not the love that, I don't know what this likable fellow means by saying love, but love meaning that I connect with the desires and deficiencies of all of the people in the world, and I'm capable of fulfilling them up to the point where I make them whole, perfect, and happy. That means that I love them. That's love. And it truly fulfills me then, such that it is impossible to describe more than that. Of course, it's not hope, it's already realization, and it's not faith, because I am in a realistic action, and there's nothing more than that.
But we do feel some of it, no? Even without spirituality, we do feel sometimes love towards people. Isn't it somehow similar to the kind of love you're talking about?
No. The love that we're talking about in our world, it's either I love the other sex.
No, even not towards...
yeah, or I love my children, relatives.
My friends even.
Yes, but I love them because I feel them close to me, as being a part of me. Whereas if now we're talking about the kind of love that the wisdom of Kabbalah speaks about, it is a love where I simply love the whole of reality, all of humanity, the whole world, still vegetative, animate, and man. I simply feel them as my own, the way I feel myself now, and I don't want to harm anyone, and I relate to this entire ecology, to this whole great big picture, this whole universe, that it's all me. And this way, if I relate to them, to all of these details, it means that I love them, that I want to fulfill them more than I fulfill myself. Say, like my small children, where I care for them more than I care for myself. I constantly serve them. That means that I love them, that I take their desires and only think about how to fulfill them. That means to love.
How can, it seems inconceivable, how can a person feel 7 billion other desires? It's going crazy.
He doesn't feel each and every desire. He feels all of them together. He feels them as the general reality. A person, such a feeling opens within him that he can be in perception towards all of humanity all at once. That's after a degree called the degree of Binah. where one acquires the transcension beyond one's ego, and then by transcending one's ego, it gives them the ability to feel all of humanity all at once, and to truly be absorbed by it, and then to truly fulfill them benevolently. The light of infinity passes through him, fulfilling all of humanity, and while it passes through him, he feels the sublime fulfillment, this upper satisfaction, a greater satisfaction than receiving for oneself. It's like parents. The more they fulfill their small children, they get a greater pleasure. They're prepared to give them, then it means that it gives them a greater satisfaction. That's how it is with man towards all of humanity. It's called love.
Okay. What happens afterwards?
There's nothing beyond that. It's wholeness and perfection. Then a person is included in wholeness and perfection and feels no deficiencies. The whole universe, all the worlds are his.
It sounds like perfection on the one hand, but static, still situation on the other hand.
No. On the contrary, he constantly develops because he constantly feels where he has more and more opportunities to bestow, and then greater and greater opportunities open up before him, and then one is in constant, ever-growing happiness and inspiration. Because he comes out of himself. He does not absorb, but comes out. Thus, it's limitless.
Okay. The next question is an audio question, and it seems to talk about exactly the opposite state, what we see in our world. This is coming from Mary from New Mexico. Let's hear it.
Hello. My name is Mary, and I live in New Mexico. This is my question. What's happening in the world? Why is there so much hate and bellicosity among humankind? Why is the earth erupting and quaking and changing its climate? Thank you very much.
We are undergoing the revelation of our ego, which is really in its final stages of its outbreaking and shows how horrible it is. And this feeling, it's like a clarion that pulls us or pushes us at the spiritual attainment, the spiritual revelation, our correction, for lack of any other choice. Today we're reaching a state where if we do not correct our ego, we do not restrain it, then we will not be able to simply keep on existing, neither in spirituality nor in corporeality. We'll destroy this world, we'll destroy Earth, we will cause the outbreak of wars, and eventually, if we'll survive altogether, the process arrives at some conclusion, and we must decide that in the years to come, the egoistic evolution is hopeless and unsustainable. This is why the wisdom of Kabbalah is appearing for the first time after thousands of years of its concealment, and wishes to present itself to humanity and to explain to humanity that there is an entirely altogether different direction to life, and this life is in need of correction, and we can make this correction and then achieve a happy and safe life for everyone. And this is actually the future of humanity, and the future of humanity is very nearby. It's close to us, and we can realize this. And thus, today, the Kabbalists, those who understand this method, are engaged in great work of circulating this wisdom all over the world, presenting it to each and every person as much as possible with the method of correction, in order for people to understand that from this point on, we can already start making our lives better, easy, nice, and to prepare for our next generation, for our kids, a good and beautiful world. There is a method, meaning that same upper force which has created us, that created our ego, that corrupted it on purpose, is standing next to us, and we can use it in order to correct our nature. He wants us to acknowledge our evil, correct ourselves to good, and by making that correction from the bad to the good, we will attain Him. We will attain that upper degree of godliness, and we ourselves will live that way, as it says, and you shall be as the Creator, the knowers of bad and good, and we shall return to the upper degree as it was before the sin of Adam that fell from the upper world to our corporeal world. And it is in our ability to do this in our times through the wisdom of Kabbalah. Thus, I'm very hopeful. I think that we're in a very good state. And it's true that we see, even from all the people that ask, eventually they all asked about the bad world of today.
It's something you can't deny today. In every realm of life, there's like crisis that seems to escalate and you don't see it.
Yes, and it becomes worse and worse. And thus, I'm very hopeful that people will hear more and more about the wisdom of Kabbalah, which is a method for the correction of man and the correction of the world. And it's possible for us to do this, and if we'll use it, undoubtedly we'll succeed. Thus, it's preferable to invest your whole life into it, because by this you pass on to humanity the best possible thing, the present, the love, your care for the well-being of the future of humanity. And I'm really hopeful that we'll succeed. And ahead of us is a good future.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Laitman. Thank you for being with us. We'll wrap up at this point. You can send questions whenever you want by going to tv.kabbalah.info. You can submit video questions or text questions or audio questions, and I'll be happy to ask them here for you. Until then, all the best. Hello everyone. Welcome to another Ask the Kabbalist show, the show where you ask the questions, and with me as always, Kabbalist Dr. Michael Laitman is here to answer. Before we'll begin with our first question, I'll remind everyone that you can send questions. You go to tv.kabbalah.info, and there you find our Ask the Kabbalist interface. You can send video questions, audio questions, text questions. We'll be happy to receive them. So let's start with our first video question for today. It's coming from Aaron from Wichita, Kansas. Let's watch it.
I'm Aaron Nixon from Wichita, Kansas, and if I had one question to ask, it would be, what is the meaning of life?
The meaning of life is to come to a state where, while I'm alive here in this life, while I'm living here and now, I achieve an eternal life, and perfect one. And it's possible if I reveal the other half of reality and discover where I truly can live in both parts of reality. The part of this reality that I feel in my biological life, in a body that lives and dies, and the other half that I can live in and exist in what is called the soul. It's also a kind of desire, but it's a desire in which I am still not living. I don't control it. And Kabbalah allows me to achieve that and begin to live and experience the other reality, the unlimited one. By my pulse, by the life that this protein allows me to live. So when I feel life in a different way through a desire called a soul, not in the still vegetative and animate forms, but in the speaking form, in my consciousness, then my body may die, but I'll continue living in the same way of life that I've captured before and exist in it. That's why Kabbalah allows a person to reach through life to a feeling of eternal life and continue in it. It sounds a little fantastic or, well, certainly unusual. I'm sure it does. And I too, as a biocyberneticist, as a beginning scientist, when I heard about this stuff, was very strange. What are they talking about, and what are they fantasizing, all kinds of stuff? Until I actually started investigating this deeper, and I saw it wasn't a religion or faith or any kind of imagination and fantasies, but a scientific approach, a very realistic one, to developing within a person, to discovering within of another system of perception of reality, in which when we begin to feel reality through it, we discover another reality, an additional one, and it's one that's hidden from us right now. So through those tools that I develop, when I discover this additional reality, I feel that I'm alive at another level, another dimension. And in it, I continue existing even when regardless of the body.
Why don't we have that system to begin with, inherent in us? Why aren't we born with that perception?
So that we achieve that other perception through our own choice. Because you can't discover it and you cannot exist in it unless you want to and you investigate it and discover and open that reality yourself, and you build it out of the constituents, like a piece of Lego or a little bricks that you build a house. That's how we have to build it. Why? Because by building it, we begin to understand this complexity in that system. We begin to attain, as it says, the meaning of life. Then we begin to attain the meaning of life by ourselves, because we build life, so to speak. We build everything out of the basis. And if we got it pre-made, we wouldn't feel what it is.
So the very act of building this new sense is the realization of our free choice, is the finding of the purpose of life?
Well, yes, it's explained in Kabbalah in many places. If our young friend wants to take interest in that, he's got tons of material.
Yes, of course, Aaron and everyone else are invited to go to Kabbalah.info, and on there you'll find a whole wealth of materials. So let's move on to another question. This is a video question as well. It's coming from California, from Alex. Let's watch it.
My name is Alex, and my question for you is, why can't we all just get along?
Oh, no, we can't get along just like that. And a young person like her asking herself in the beginning of life, why can't we get along? It's truly regretting, because people today are just remote from each other. And even if they are in some kind of contact, that contact it follows patterns and examples that they saw in movies. None of it is natural. It's because we don't know how to get along with others.
No, but what do you mean that we are mimicking?
We're unnatural. We act out images, personas that we saw in films and other places, and we can't get along naturally. If we looked at how we behave, there are even films like that when we make fun of Hollywood films that people behave by them, and that's how we are. So our ego, as it evolves over the millennia, has now come to a point in its development that we are all closed within our own egos, and we can't understand each other. We can't feel each other. To me, the whole world is like I kind of see it from behind a glass. I don't see the others as my peers, my equals. I see them as things to use and to get something. Every person feels that he's special in the world, and the whole world exists so that I'll succeed and triumph over everyone. And you agree, huh?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. But when we relate in this way, we all relate to each other in this way. And by that, we reject each other. And that's what she's asking. Why can't we get along? We can't get along because our egos are separating us. And by that, we're coming to a point where the world has become bad. The situations are bad. The family is not a family anymore. No connection between parents and children, between couples, spouses. Children leave their homes. People are generally dissatisfied with life. and they fall into drugs and depression, etc. Suicide, terrorism. People don't know what to do anymore. The world is filled with abundance. You can use it and enjoy. But no, we're ruining it. And it's all because of our egos. And the wisdom of Kabbalah explains and says, we have no choice. The world will get even worse, meaning even more selfish. If we want to fix it up, we have to know how we get along with our own egos, how we transcend it. The ego constantly grows. It's not going to let us get along. To get along among ourselves, and that's what she's asking, to communicate, to connect it with each other, is possible only if we go above the ego. The ego will remain between us, but we will kind of trick it in such a way that you and I understand that within us, by our nature, we hate each other. But above the hatred, we have to build a bridge of love between us. If we begin to learn how to do it, then we can. Kabbalah teaches that precisely. It says there will be a time when people discover they can no longer hate each other, because by that they're destroying life. From the moment they're born to the moment they die, everyone will feel that this life is just not worth it. It's worse than death. And when that time comes, people will want to open up the wisdom of Kabbalah and through it achieve love thy friend as thyself. And that's what's going to happen. That's what Kabbalah says about all those ancient values from...
But how much hate, how much pain, how much suffering do we have to go through until we come to that conclusion, until we start using this means that you're talking about? It looks like we're still blocked. Like, even though she's asking and people are asking, we're still blocked.
I'm very happy, and I truly am hopeful about what's happening now. Why? Every place in the world, people are asking the same question. And conversely, in our framework, we have people who are advancing towards love between them. And we can already show examples how those people who go into the framework of our academy become happy, joyful. They discover a whole lot of friends. And more than that, they discover why is life worth living, the upper force. They discover the upper world. They discover a huge expanse that love between people opens to them. And all of a sudden they discover they should just love their friend as thyself. And they discover why that condition was given to us, so that we would be good kids here in this world, like parents tell their children, yes, stop fighting, your brothers, And we understand what families are like, right? Brothers and sisters, it's all quarrels and strife and whatnot. Instead, we begin to understand that our initial hatred towards each other and the need to rise towards love for each other, by that we build new senses for a new dimension, a new world. And when we approach that higher dimension, we feel ourselves in a happy and eternal and perfect life. That slogan, love thy friend as thyself, is not so we get along here in this world and connect to each other, like our friend is asking. It's far more than that. By that, you obtain eternity and perfection, wholeness, because you rise above the ego that's destroying your life and closing you in this tiny zone and in this bitter kind of area. You open a whole new reality. You begin to feel it outside of yourself.
From one of the things you said, correct me if I'm wrong, is that only when the people who are already awakened, who already use the means of Kabbalah, will really rise above themselves and build that bridge of love, only then will the rest of the world wake up, according to what you said. Yes?
Yeah. Yes. It's an example that we're building now. It's an example for the world about how you can stop suffering so that those young people, and older people too, anyone asking, why are we living? To suffer. When are we going to get along? So they will feel and they will see in us that we can connect nicely, in a good way, in a way that's called arvut, mutual guarantee, in that kind of connection between us. And besides, in that connection, we discover a whole new thing, a new life. We don't just sweeten, mitigate the mundane life. We achieve a whole new dimension of life.
Okay, on a completely different topic, an audio question that comes from Peter from Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Let's hear it.
Hi, this is Peter Latona from Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, and my question is, where does Kabbalah music come into play? Is it something that we just listen to for pleasure, or is it something that can also be used to advance, similar to the books and the study? Thank you.
Music is just like the spoken language. That's why every nation, every time, every culture has its own expression in music. Music is more flexible than words because it comes directly from the heart, from emotions, and it goes directly into the heart. When I hear something, I don't need words. If I come from the same culture, from the same education, the same understanding of the person who wrote it or the person who plays it, then I feel him. I'm on the same wavelength with him. A melody is a language of connection that's much closer, quicker, and universal than the spoken language. And that's about our ordinary life.
Right, not necessarily Kabbalah music even, any kind of music.
Yeah. But in Kabbalistic music, the special thing about it is that it was written by people who feel superior reality, a higher reality. They're impressed by it. They go through very, very special states. And if they can, according to those states, express them in notes, musical notes. When I hear those notes, I begin to feel something similar to what they were feeling. It's very far from what they're feeling. They're feeling worlds and sfirot and parzufim and all kinds of forces that occur in the spiritual realm that I have nothing to do with. But I still, just because I want to, like a baby looking at a grown-up like that, with wide open eyes, I want to be like him. So I get some impression from that. And it's the same with Kabbalistic music. So it's good to hear it. It affects us amazingly. It brings us much closer to also feel and understand and be included in that realm from which those Kabbalists who composed it took their inspiration.
Do you think a person who studies Kabbalah can, even without attaining spirituality in those high degrees that Kabbalists have attained, can he also express that through music and share it with other people?
He can express, he can express only his own state, what he feels. If he's studying Kabbalah, then to the extent that he feels how he's advancing his personal states, good ones, bad ones, confused ones, happy ones, in relation to the study. So he expresses them in music. We have many songs written by our friends all over the world, in all kinds of styles, from South America, China, North America, and Europe. And of course we see that everyone expresses it in his own way. But it's still music or a language of beginners. It's not those emotions that a person experiences, but let's hope it's going to happen soon. That they will truly feel real phenomena, spiritual ones.
Okay, well, Peter, you can feel free to, and all our viewers, to go to Kabbalah.info.
Continue.
And continue hearing music, making music, whatever you feel like. And everyone is invited to go to Kabbalah.info, and we have a section of Kabbalah music there. Let's move on to another question. And it's another video question that is coming from Sarah. She's from New York. Let's watch it.
Sarah from New York. I'm wondering if a woman can be a great Kabbalist, and if so, what's the inner work that we can do to get there? Thank you.
Yes. We've had many such instances in history. Women achieved very high degrees in their spiritual development, in discovering the upper world. In that, a woman is just like a man. She has the same opportunities. In all of our circles, we teach men and women as one. Women take part with the men, boys and girls and grown-ups. There's no difference. That question perhaps is coming because there's a difference usually in religion between men and women. In the wisdom of Kabbalah, it's totally open for both genders. But the expression is different. Yes, the level of friends, when men organize the assembly of friends and they hug and all that, for women it happens on a more kind of a minimal level, because by nature women don't bond the way men do, so tightly. But again, it's only the superficial expression in our world. But in spirituality, internally, we all unite, men, women, children, elders, everyone as one man in one heart, and there's no difference between us. So I want to remove any kind of doubt about that. There is no difference in Kabbalah between men and women. The study is equal for all, and the soul, everyone can attain his soul, and he can attain his spirituality, his spiritual world. In that, men and women are equal, and we actually learn how men need a spiritual bonding with women, because without it we don't have the spiritual ascension. Without in each degree uniting together in souls.
Can you explain that connection? What do you mean that the women still have their unique role?
To beget, to give birth, to rise to another degree, we always have to connect female souls and male souls. And through the connection between us, we give birth to the next degree, which is the result of us, a third result. Like in our world, when we give birth to the new generation by bonding of a man and a woman, we give birth to the new degree in spirituality. So that's how we rise. Always by bonding and reciprocally giving birth to new forms, opening a new world, only together.
I see. Can you just still stand on the difference? Nevertheless, what is the difference between a female soul and a male soul?
A female soul is more important because it's the one that gives birth. Just like in our world, it gives birth to the next state. But a male soul is more important in the sense that it obtains the force, the power to beget the new soul. So just like in our world, you can't have one, you need both. So exactly the same is in spirituality. But in spirituality, it's without those distortions that exist in our world between men and women that are all under all these stresses, all kinds of unnatural states that we built in the human society. In spirituality, everything is so open, so natural. It's in such a way that we just have to be together because we're dependent on each other, and it's obvious. So we come and do the spiritual actions in a very simple, straightforward way. And nice. That's why the right realization of men and women is in spirituality, and corporeality will never succeed in it. But first we have to succeed in spirituality, and as a result, we'll get a good influence on our mundane world.
Okay, great to hear. So spirituality is for everyone, men, women, anyone who wants to. You only need the desire for it. So you can also, everyone also is invited to ask more questions to our show by going to tv.kabbalah.info and posting a video question or an audio question or just typing in a text question on our Ask the Kabbalist page. I'll be happy to receive those questions and ask them here. Thank you very much, Dr. Laitman, for being with us. Thank you very much for watching. All the best. Hello, hello, and welcome to Ask the Kabbalist. With me, as always, is Kabbalist Dr. Michael Laitman. Hello, Dr. Laitman.
Hi.
We will remind you that you can send questions to our show on tv.kabbalah.info. We have our Ask the Kabbalist page there, and you can submit video questions, audio questions, text questions at any time. We'll begin right away with our first question, and it's a video question. It's coming from Johnny from Detroit. Let's watch it.
Hello, my name is Johnny. I'm from Detroit, Michigan, and my question is, how is Kabbalah different from any other religion in the world?
First of all, Kabbalah is not a religion. Kabbalah is a science. It's a wisdom about our world and also about the world that is hidden from us, about both parts of reality. We live in a reality that is incomplete. We have no idea what's going to happen tomorrow. Where do all the events and forces which govern us come from? There's much that we don't know about our world, and we don't even know whether we'll ever find out. I have no idea what's going to happen in the next moment, and usually when I do something, I don't know what will be the outcome, the result. I don't have the whole picture of reality, the beginning, the end, and me in between. I have no idea. And also, I don't know what happens. I pass away. What happens later? I was born. Where did I come from? So it turns out that I see and that I feel only one small part of reality. That's it. And the wisdom of Kabbalah opens up the whole of reality. There are such people who have revealed the entire reality. They're called Kabbalists, meaning that they include within them the whole of reality. They've developed themselves to such an extent to which they can perceive the whole of reality, and then they tell us how to do that. They tell us also a bit about that reality, but mostly they tell us about how to attain that reality. And thus, whoever feels a lack for that in life, that he also wants to attain the whole entire reality, to feel why is he, where is he from, the purpose of life, what happens beyond life, and so on, he comes and studies the wisdom of Kabbalah. And he needs no special excellence or talents. He can be secular or religious, can belong to any race or gender. Like in science, there are no limitations. The only thing you need is a desire. The same with the wisdom of Kabbalah.
Yeah, but it does research something that is not tangible, that is not something that we can't see and feel.
There are many things in what science researches that we don't really feel. And gradually we build the senses for it, we research it and feel it. The same with the wisdom of Kabbalah. When a person starts working on himself and developing within him senses, qualities, additional tools and vessels, additional qualities, he reaches a state where he does feel more than before. It all depends on our qualities. In our 5 bodily senses, which we were born with, we feel only a small part of reality through vision, hearing, smell, taste, touch. But there are additional phenomena in reality that we don't feel. How will we perceive them, know about them, that they exist? We have for that to develop additional senses for the new phenomenon, hidden phenomenon.
Well, what is that research and the additional sense? How is it something that is really empirical, that is really concrete?
It's very concrete. The wisdom of Kabbalah tells us that we exist in a perception of reality in which we perceive, absorb. We absorb all of this conclusive information. And there is another attribute opposite to this one, the attribute of bestowal, where I reach a state that if from within myself I develop a sense, not one of perception, of reception, but of giving, that by doing so I as if come out of myself and I start feeling the world the way it is, not from within my vessels, from within my five senses, but the way it truly is outside of me, then I open up a much broader world, a limitless world, unlimited by my senses and body, because my body is actually something living. It's like an animal, and thus I'm very limited by it. How can I come out of it and feel the true reality? That is what the wisdom of Kabbalah allows us to do, and this is something very practical, and anyone who really wants to open up this broad, true reality for himself that's outside us, the wisdom of Kabbalah allows us to do so. You only need a desire.
Okay. Can you give us like a taste of what's there? What's being revealed? What is that thing that is another part of reality? What does it mean?
We discover their powers. There are no objects there like we feel in our world. We discover forces there that govern our reality, that influence us and build within us the depiction of the world, and build within us the whole of reality and all that happens, and build in us the sense of time, space, and motion, and so on. That's what we discover.
The driving forces behind our reality.
We call them the upper forces because they determine what shall happen with us later, because we're a result of them.
Okay, let's move on to another video question. This one is coming from Kathy. She's from California. Another video question. Let's watch it.
I'm Cassie from California, and I want to know, why do bad things happen to good people?
This is a very complicated matter. It's a good and simple question, but it's actually very non-simple. Because the truth is that in our world, we feel many phenomena that as if have no place. Why? What for? We can ask that about anything and everything. Something happens with the whole of nature, with my cat or dog at home, and with people, and the galaxies and everything. We have no idea, and in order to know that, we truly need the wisdom of Kabbalah to open up the whole of reality for us. But when we do, we start understanding the reason for each and everything, and then we see how this whole system is interconnected globally, integrally, in a total interdependent connection. And then we start understanding that if we see a part of reality, then suddenly this pops up, that happens here, there, but we don't see the reasons, and everything seems to us incidental. And not only incidental, but also unjust, as that lovely young lady asked, and so on. And if we see the whole of the system, then we see how these things, they come according to a plan that began a long time ago and many actions ago, and it unfolds through us, reaching its purpose, a predetermined one. And then we start seeing and justifying all of these actions, because the final goal, at the end, we have to ascend to the degree of the whole of nature, which is called the Creator. And in order to bring us to such a degree where we will know and understand and feel everything, for us to truly to rise to the degree of man who stands at the top of the world, we thus have to undergo this entire process, but that opens up only on condition that a person sees this entire perspective. Until then, she's 100% right. There are bad things that happen to good people.
There's so many examples of people who try to do good things, even if, let's say, if they don't know what is good. Why?
We will be unable to do anything. We won't be able to justify the situation. We won't be able to understand anything that's going on around us, neither within us, and I can never justify that which is going on. Why am I living? Why was I born? Why was I born with such attributes in this family in such a time? Why do I have to live the way I do? Why do I have to do why, and why? I can ask why about everything, about every single moment in life, and I can give an excessive bill to the one who did it all to me. But the moment I open up, I unfold the entire system from beginning to end and see all that's going on, I have nothing to say. My mouth shuts. So first of all, we have to find everything out and then respond. Thus the Creator, the upper force that governs us, is hidden because He knows that we're full of complaints at the moment, and to the extent to which we can justify Him as a result of unfolding the entire process we're undergoing, then He reveals Himself. Then the only thing we want to do is bless Him. You can say whatever you want, but that's reality. It's better for us to acknowledge. It's like in our world. A kid that his parents put pressure on him, want him to go to school and to behave nicely and this and that. The way he sees it, his parents are cruel. They're sending him to that school. He doesn't want these things. And they demand different things from him from dusk till dawn. Instead, he wants to play, wants to do nice things with his friends. That's great, from dusk till dawn. How come? They gave birth to me? Did I ask them to do it? No. Besides giving birth to me, not according to my own request, they put me into school and this whole system. Why? How come? We're like those small children with claims against the Creator.
Who asked for it?
You made me. You gave me this life. How come? So what can you do? And there's only one solution for that. To discover, unfold the whole great, big, broad world with its hidden part. And then we will both achieve not cursing our lives, not cursing the upper force, but we will live in a nice, good perspective. Everything will seem to us as a dream come true. You have no other choice. There's no other solution but to discover and see.
Okay, so Kathy, we have to discover this new reality.
Please do.
Okay, let's move on to another, perhaps more advanced question. This is another video question. It's coming from Mike, and he's from the Congo. Let's watch it.
Hello, my name is Michael Mukaya from Congo. My question to Dr. Laitman is, how do you use the three lines in our daily life?
The three lines in the day-to-day life.
Maybe you can first explain what are the three lines. Maybe
it's non-simple. He is an advanced student of ours. The three lines, it means that down upon us, in order to govern us, come down like two reins for a horse. Simply put, two forces, the good force and bad force, positive and negative. And these two forces govern me. If I know how to govern myself correctly by these two forces, then I start governing them. Not that they rule me, once from the right and once from the left, and then I'm ruled by them from above. But if I stop their governing and I say, no, stop. From this point on, I start governing them, I start using them. How do I do that? I stop being influenced by them. I don't want that. I transcend my ego. I neither want to respond to the good things nor the bad things. I transcend that. and I say, that's it. From this point on, I am going to govern my own life. Give me these two powers, and I will govern them myself in order to bring myself correctly to the goal of creation, to that which I see as the goal. Meaning, I stop being governed, driven towards that goal as a beaten animal, but I myself start acknowledging that that is a preferable goal, and I myself go towards it consciously, and then, as I govern these two forces, when I use them correctly, wisely, by my own decision, that's called the middle line, when I use the two in order out of these two to build my course, my direction towards the goal.
Is this something that really every person can do and in daily life? Sounds like complex.
Of course, everything in my day-to-day life, I can use it this way, because what does it mean day-to-day or not day-to-day? Big things or small things. All things come in order to aim me at the goal. And if I use each and every moment in life correctly, starting with the smallest things, food, sex, family, money, honor, control, knowledge, at work, at home, with the kids, with my wife, with my friends, with the colleagues at work, regardless, I can always govern each and every state on my own in order to reach the purpose of creation, in order to match in my behavior the upper force through these two powers. And then I really use the middle line on a daily basis, each and every moment, and very quickly achieve the revelation of the whole of creation.
We are all influenced every day, every moment maybe, by these two positive and negative forces, as you said before. You know, we go through good situations and bad situations. Let's put it simply. How do you said you have to stop the influence of those forces. How do you do that? How do you not get influenced by these forces?
Well, that's really what he's asking is very correct. That is already a technique for advanced students. We learned that first of all, a person has to transcend his ego. He has to understand how he is being governed. He has to stop being governed. He transcends himself, and then he discovers these two forces in a way that is unrelated to them and takes them as reins. And by these reins, he governs himself above himself. That's called in faith above reason. But he is governing himself. It is he doesn't let some forces, the creator, the powers of nature, or destiny govern him, but he does it himself. That's called man's inner psychological work on the middle line.
Okay, sounds...
The wisdom of Kabbalah speaks about that a lot, and that's actually the goal. The realization is the goal of the study.
Okay, so let's continue to another audio question. This one is coming from Pete from somewhere in the United States. He didn't mention where from. It's an audio question. Let's watch it. Let's hear it.
Hi, this is Pete from the United States, and I was wondering about one thing in particular. We often hear that in order for someone to progress, that they should feel pain and want to move on. Is it okay for someone who's fairly contented with their life but just feels a need to move on, or does there have to be, like, real pain? That's it.
Not at all. The wisdom of Kabbalah is against suffering, and you needn't suffer. Suffering means that I'm looking for something that's already considered suffering. If I move my hand from here to here, is it suffering or not? According to Kabbalah, it is. Because I'm unsatisfied by my hand being placed here, and I'll feel myself better were it here. That means that I'm suffering in the current state, and I move it to a better state. Suffering means the reason for movement. And it's not that a person suffers problems, illnesses, some real pain. Pain could be, I put my hand into my pocket, and instead of $10, I found there 20. It's as if more, but that's also considered suffering. Why? No, I'm telling you, that's how it is. Because I did not expect that, meaning the expectation for anything that doesn't exactly match what I want, what I plan, even if it's something better. It's also considered suffering. Suffering means that which does not precisely match what I want at the moment, what I plan at the moment, both for the good and also for the bad, regardless.
Okay, so it's about the expectation. I expect something and I don't get what I expect. Okay.
Yes. Thus, when we speak in the wisdom of Kabbalah about a person suffering, and that actually the entire wisdom of Kabbalah rids a person of the suffering, we're talking about the day-to-day things, from moment to moment. I move, I want to reach something, the tiniest things. If behind all these things we suddenly start to discover what are they for, why are they, what do I achieve as a result, suddenly I find out that before me there's a fantastic world, that before me there is full abundance. I'm not advancing as a result of even the tiniest suffering, like moving the hand or finding the $20 instead of 10, but I'm in a state in which anything that I want, that precise thing happens.
This sounds
You don't believe
no,
me.
it's hard to believe. I have to tell you that it's hard to believe.
I'll tell you why. Because I know in advance what's supposed to happen, and according to what I see in advance that has to happen, exactly that is registered in me as a desire. Meaning that if I see that on the table there's a cup of tea, and not wine or champagne or water or anything else, but a cup of tea, as a result I'll have a desire for a cup of tea, and then I'm in a state which is excellent. I always want that which is set before me. It's the very opposite to the way we live now.
It is, because we never see what we aim for, you know.
But if we always want that which is set before us, then you're really in paradise. You're in heaven. You always have what you really want.
Okay.
No one understands, but that is what truly happens in spirituality. When the wisdom of Kabbalah opens up the world for us, and thus we enter a world that's entirely good. I always get what I want because I know what to want.
This is very mind-boggling. It's again, I want to be clear on this. I understand what is the. It's like there's complete balance between what nature wants to give me and what I want to get.
This is the meaning of make your desire as his, for him to make his desire as yours. That you and the upper force, you and the plan of creation become as one. In other words, only I explained it a bit more simply.
Yeah, the verses are a little complicated, but that explanation was much simpler. Okay, so let's hope we want the right things, I guess. That's the only thing we need. There is another question here that maybe we will conclude with, because we have only 2 minutes left. The question is coming from Stefan from Queensland, Australia. And he's asking, how much does the media determine our reactions by creating the ideals that we are supposed to aspire to?
No, that's horrible. Television and all the media, unfortunately, we have no idea how to use them. A person is entirely influenced by his environment, and we see how the world is suffering. And this suffering comes from 2 factors. Our poor education in the schools, and the media that encompasses a person from childhood until the end of his life really destroy our lives. Both school, kindergarten, school, and the media. In short, the environment that gives us different information.
We have about 1 minute left. Can you say, like in a very concise manner, what is the value or the values that need to be conveyed in the education system and in the media in order to create better society?
to open the truth to a person, the world of truth, the right, correct world, to give them the ability to see things, to explain to him where his free choice is, how the world is built, what can he do, his nature, the nature of the world, not to inflate him by different crazy Hollywood fantasies, but first and foremost, give a person the tools to see this world in a perspective of what comes before this life and after this life. If a person sees it all, he's already happy. He knows how to get along, and he won't make mistakes. And this is what we have to aspire for, and our generation demands it.
Okay, thank you, Stefan, for that question. Perhaps we'll elaborate on this topic in further shows. I will remind you all that you can send more questions at any time. Just go to tv.kabbalah.info. On our Ask the Kabbalist interface, you'll find a place to submit video questions, audio questions, text questions. We'll be here getting those questions and getting answers for you. So thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Laitman, and all the best. Welcome to Ask the Kabbalist. With me, as always, Kabbalist Dr. Michael Laitman, here to answer your questions. Hello, Dr. Laitman. I'll remind you that you can send questions, as always, to tv.kabbalah.info. And on our Ask the Kabbalist page, you have an interface where you can submit video questions or audio questions or even type text questions. And let's begin with our first question for today right away. This is a video question. It's coming from Nashville, from Deb. Let's watch it.
Hi, I'm Deb from Nashville, Tennessee. Are there people on earth who have so much evil inclination in them that there's no chance that they could ever be corrected? Or is there always a chance that somebody can find Kabbalah and start making corrections? I'm talking in regards to murderers or people who have committed such absolutely horrible crimes. They're spending a lifetime in jail. Does that just discount this whole lifetime for them? Has the soul just departed them? Or is there a chance that they can find Kabbalah and start making some corrections in this lifetime?
For sure. Everyone has a chance. By the way, we get many appeals from correction facilities, specifically in the United States. And we handed out much information and books for those in prisons. And we've also accepted people who have been to prison. Afterwards, they've joined us, started studying and developing. And we see a very good development and changes for the better. And the door is always open for anyone to be different, to be better, to be a person in society, to be useful in society. The door is always open from above, from one's destiny or from nature. And thus the people who committed the greatest crimes towards the whole of humanity, not just murder and theft here and there like we hear that happens on a daily basis, but I'm talking about the wicked of the world. They too will have a moment where they will awaken and understand what they did and will change.
Well, how far does it go? I mean, what do you mean by people who did wrong in the world? How wrong? Like, because I can give you examples from history, and it'll be interesting to, like, okay, let's take the obvious example of Adolf Hitler, who was in charge of the mass murdering of 6 million people. Would you say that such a person is also entitled?
He killed many more than that.
More, that's true. 6 million Jewish people, yeah.
Yes, in total, tens of millions were harmed. And how much harm he brought upon all the countries and everything, on the one hand. On the other hand, such people, they don't have any free choice. It is the upper providence which leads them and brings them to do these things. They themselves have no idea what they're doing. Later, they'll have to acknowledge in future incarnations the harm they brought upon all of humanity, and then gradually to start and ascend Let's not talk about the worst cases, as it says that the hearts of the ministers and kings are in the hands of the Creator, meaning there is an upper providence to the world. And the world, when it needs to get blows, there are certain people through which these blows come to the world. And Hitler is one of these examples, and there are other people. Through them comes good to the world. And unfortunately, barely any good comes to our world, so we have barely any examples. But the simple people who committed different felonies here and there towards the public, towards society, they always have the ability to rise above their own degree and to achieve good deeds and to entirely, completely make amends for any wrongdoing.
When a murderer, a serial killer, let's say, goes out to the streets and starts killing innocent individuals, does he have free choice in the matter, or does he not?
These are very complicated matters, complex, because we have to understand incarnations, the incarnations of all these people. Maybe in the past, those he brings harm upon did this to him on purpose in the past, and maybe in the future. In the next incarnation, after the murder or the crime he commits towards them, they'll switch. They will be his kids, and he'll have to take care of them. We don't understand how it happens, because in order to decide about something, we can't judge according to that instant in which we are. We can't judge a person according to a specific deed. This is what we do in our world because we have no choice, and we have to keep some kind of a balance in human society, not to let the evil break out too much. But actually, in order to see the truth of nature, we have to see it from beginning to end. There are none as wise as the experienced. A person who sees all the things, really the entire order of things till the very end, and then he sees backwards what's going on, what happened with each and everything, and then he could say, that is all just, otherwise one can't. I know only one thing. To the extent to which I understand the wisdom of Kabbalah, and I'm in a partial revelation, Kabbalists say that if everything opens up before a person, he will have no reason to say that something is unjust.
It's hard to agree with, I gotta say. It's hard to agree with, but well, I hope, Deb, that you received your answer here, and we have to see the whole of reality to understand how these things happen.
Thus, the wisdom of Kabbalah says that we have to reach the opening of the whole of reality, open it up, and then we'll truly build the right society, the right law courts, the right attitude towards people. We'll see why a certain person is born with such inclinations. No one is to blame that he was born one way or another. There are people who aspire for science, those who aspire for music, those who aspire to use others. And he has built-in evil. That's how he was born. And if you don't channel him, say, to go and work as a butcher, or some place where he can let out his energy on something of the kind, then instead of catching fish, he goes catching people. So we have to understand that these inclinations, they exist in a person from nature. And thus, our question, have we given a person a sufficient foundation in order for him to achieve the right realization of himself, although he was born with evil urges? Today, we discover in genetics that those who were born with inclination to kill, to steal,
There's
to
a
lie.
gene for stealing, a gene for lying, yeah, it's true.
So how can you come up to me and tell me, why are you such a liar? I'll tell you, I can't stop myself. I feel like lying. Suppose I constantly feel like lying. I have a vivid imagination and I'm constantly lying. That's it. And the same way you don't understand how is it possible, I don't know how to go without, because I have this urge, suppose. And what can you do? Each and every one of us got this from nature. So can you come and punish me? I'm not to blame. But society, if so, has to discern each one according to his inclinations and to the extent to which he uses them correctly, and to come and give him a kind of a correction, to help one to use each and every inclination in a good way, even if he has an inclination for theft or lying or worse things like rape or something. We have to find some kind of either place to let them blow out some steam or to realize it in a way that would be good for the public. But we won't be able to do anything without that. And the more we advance, the greater our ego bursts out. And from day to day, we become more egoistic, meaning these cases, we'll hear more and more about them. Each and every one. You see, every day something happens. There, someone comes in and kills 20 kids with a submachine gun. There, someone else does something. And the things we don't know. He is raping his daughter for 20 years now.
In Austria, there was such an incident.
Meaning, we see that the world is fulfilled of these things. And it is all because we don't identify these things to begin with, and we don't know how to handle them. So who's to blame?
But you are saying that these are natural inclinations, that this is inherent in us, that we can't do anything about it.
Yes, but if so, I don't confront a person and claim that he's doing wrong. Because he can retort that I was born this way, I try, but this is what comes out. Why doesn't society help me? What am I to blame for? I'm that same big baby that grew up and developed. I try to stop myself, but I can't. I don't understand with my brains, with my feelings, that it is possible to exist without theft or lying or rape. I can't.
When we hear those testimonials of people who committed horrible crimes, it sounds pretty much like what you're saying. It sounds like they describe in many situations, even the one you mentioned, that they describe a situation where they couldn't overcome their evil inclination, so to speak. So, okay, so what would be the Kabbalist's advice to society, to the education system, to what? To the prison system? What can we do?
Kabbalah says about this that a person has to ascend above the human degree on which we're born. When we're born, we're all different. Each one has his own inclinations, and we ascend above the human degree. There, all of us enter the soul. There, all of us enter the network of connections between us, where each one spiritually can find his place in society, and then each one has the ability, the opportunity to realize himself in a perfect and whole fashion. And when a person performs the actions there, the worst possible things, if he does it in order to bestow, to bond, to connect with the public, then the greatest ego, the rape, killing, evil, all that is, suddenly gets a form, a shade, the best possible expression.
I have to tell you that this is inconceivable. What you're saying is something...
But it is impossible for us to compensate in any way, to make any kind of correction, anything on our level. But you have to take some instruments, examine a person, what's going to happen with him in the future. And the moment he's born, like they used to do in Sparta, like the Greek did in Sparta, this baby, something's wrong with it, we'll kill it. This one, something's wrong, we'll kill it. And we'll leave only those that are like robots that for sure, according to our degree, according to what we understand, will be okay.
But how do you use these inclinations that are, to steal, to kill, to rape? How do you use these inclinations in a good way?
In spirituality, if you use them, you can use all of them if it's in order to bestow. Theft, stealing from your ego, from the will to receive, you enjoy doing it. You can say it's a kind of a sadomasochism or something. No, because a person gets the pleasure not from doing that, he gets the pleasure as a result of what he achieves from that. That's why it's not sado. He enjoys achieving the degree of proximity with the Creator. All these things, it's all aimed then not towards others. All the evil things he sees within himself, and by correcting himself, by sacrificing himself to society, becomes the most useful individual. There is no other way about it.
Let me summarize this very hard to conceive issue. You're saying that, first of all, man's evil inclination are natural, they're foundations in us, nothing to do about them. And
I'll tell you, moreover, mister, we also know that man has no free choice. He has no free choice in whatever he does, because man does everything according to his inner attributes, qualities, and as a result of the way society influences him, he's under the squeeze. From within, he has these outbursts of ego. That's how he was born, and from the outside, the environment locks him under certain conditions, and he has no free choice. He always chooses, subconsciously, he always chooses, the body chooses, not even man. The body chooses the best possible thing to do according to the ego, and no one can do anything about that. On the plane of this world, none of us have any free choice. You can't come with a claim to some person, why did you do this or why did you do that? Because were we to examine a person, we would have, made an X-ray. We would have examined his entire internality, all his inclinations, thoughts, all that he got, genes, hormones, education, along with all that happened to him in childhood and family and so on. If we knew how to connect all this together, we would have gotten today's person with the influence of the environment and everything. Then who can you demand something from? You have a system before you, certain mechanism called man, who got data from birth and data from education, and this is why he is the way he is. And now that you come up to him and you demand something, who are you coming up to? Who are you coming up to? Who can you demand something from? He's already made, he's baked, he is finished. And thus, Kabbalah says, there's no point in coming up to a person. We have nothing to demand of him now. If you educate him, bring him up differently, if you bring an entirely different environment, then you can do something with him.
So your solution is change the world or change nothing? Okay.
Yes.
Well, Kabbalists are revolutionists, I see.
No, they simply are realistic. And we see from one generation to the next, as much as we try to do good to the world, we can't, because we're trying to correct that which is uncorrectable.
Okay, let's move on to another question. Okay. This one is coming from, it's another video question that's coming from John from San Francisco. Let's watch it.
Why in this day, when so many of us are seeking answers to important questions to our heart, our minds, has God become a word that people do not want to accept? Why has God become a difficult word for so many?
I think that the reason for that, sir, is, what do we mean when we say the word God?
The force, if you ask
Or
me.
if it's simply a force like the power of gravity, then I don't relate to it at all. I accept it as a fact in life.
But I think he means a supervisor, like an entity that guides all created beings. Something like that.
Oh, so this is already here. You're talking about someone who changes himself.
Someone to ask help from. Why aren't we considering this force? I think this is what he's asking.
Well, I think that this is the greatest illusion. We think that the Creator is a certain upper force. He has an image, a form, and he changes according to the way we ask him to. I never saw such a thing, ever. Where have you seen that the Creator changes? Where did you ever see this power to change? First of all, where is he? Is he there at all? Is he present? There are people who think he is. There are those who think he isn't. from lack of any other choice, they think he is. Maybe I'll get some kind of a reward for my good actions. Well, I don't enjoy in this world, at least I'll have something in the next. All in all, for lack of any other choice, because we're frustrated, we live. I didn't choose to be born. This is how we live. So it's preferable for us to believe that there is a creator, and for all of my suffering and all those things, I'm not successful here and so on. Maybe later I'll get some kind of a compensation. It's worthwhile for me to believe that he exists.
70% of the people, by the way, today are saying that God exists. This is one of the researchers today.
I'm telling you. Why? Because it is worthwhile for them to say so, because at least they have some kind of a hope that later they'll have it good. But were we to think that the Creator is a kind of a judge, very serious, very true, who demands of us, according to true laws that He has given us. What laws did He give us? Love another as thyself. Don't do to others what you do not want to be done to you, and so on. Do we want for there to be a God? Tell me, I'm asking you. Bring anyone in the world. Does he keep what the Creator gave us? Well, does he love everyone in the world the way he loves himself and even more? Well, and if not, then all of his faith in the Creator is worthless. Then he'll come after he'll finish this life here. He'll come to the upper trial, and there will stand around the angels and all their helpers, and the Creator will be sitting in the middle, and he'll ask, say, John, but you stole something, and you lied to him, and to that you did something, and did you love anyone besides yourself? Let's see you. And let's show him a movie of his life, and that John will see how he hated everyone, and how he did everything in his own favor and not in favor of others ever. Then what kind of a trial will he have? If we would have really thought that about the Creator, then we wouldn't want him to exist at all. This way, as a result of the protective force of our ego, we think that he exists and that we'll have something good as a result, but we don't understand how truly wicked we are, according to the conditions that he presents before us, sets before us.
So is it really like that?
So let's first of all have a just trial, so-called open the heavens through the wisdom of Kabbalah, see all the powers working in reality, get to know the Creator the way we should do. By the way, the wisdom of Kabbalah, in definition, is called the revelation of the Creator to His creatures in this world. And after I discover Him, after I get to know Him, I see Him the same way I know and see you now, then afterwards, I'll decide, is it worthwhile doing or not, and what to do, and so on. Prior to this, we're under illusion.
The scenario you described before, that I finish my life here on earth, and then I go to some place, and I'm being judged, and so on, is it really like that? I mean, is this what Kabbalah explains?
But 70% of the world, like you say, more or less think.
Well, yes.
That's why I've described it the way they think about it, and how it truly is. This is something that we'll talk about another time.
Okay.
It's not short nor simple.
Okay. Can you give a definition from Kabbalah, like in the short time that we have left? What is the Creator, and how should we understand this entity, this force?
You're dragging me into it nonetheless. The Creator, according to the wisdom of Kabbalah, is the general force of nature, including all the rest of the forces in it. This general force, its character is very simple, love. And it judges us only according to the extent to which we want to approach that attribute of love. Thus it says, love another as thyself is the great rule, meaning that is the general law of nature. All of nature is like a body, in which all the parts are in harmony, in reciprocal connection, and we are in the very opposite manner towards each other, in rejection and hate, and thus we're opposite to the Creator. We want the opposite of what He wants, and thus it's worthwhile for us thinking who He is and become like Him. And that's what the Kabbalah wants to explain to a person and to help him correct himself that way. And then a person can really expect to have a good trial and a good sentence.
Okay, our time is almost up. We have to wrap up at this point. Thank you very much, Dr. Laitman. And thank you for sending us your beautiful questions, and send us more questions. Go to tv.kabbalah.info. On our Ask the Kabbalist page, you'll find a place to submit video questions and audio questions and even text questions, and we'll be happy to ask them here. Thank you, and all the best. Hello everyone, and welcome to Ask the Kabbalist. With me, as always, is Kabbalist Dr. Michael Laitman. Hello, Dr. Laitman. Good to see you. And we will remind you that you can send questions at any time at tv.kabbalah.info. Our show is meant for your questions to be answered, and you can submit video questions on our Ask the Kabbalist page by video, audio, or text at tv.kabbalah.info. Let's start with the first question right away. This is a video question that is coming from Ramon from San Diego. Let's watch it.
My name is Ramon Velarde. I'm from San Diego, California. I'd like to ask the Kabbalist whether the potential discovery of other, non-human intelligent life forms would displace the Kabbalistic belief that man is at the center of creation. Thank you.
No.
No.
No. How come? Because we see the whole of reality, and we know that besides the still vegetative animate and man, there is nothing in the whole of the universe, in the entire universe, and regardless of how much we'll search, we'll find out that it's truly so. There are different forms, possibly the very primitive life forms like spores, like these barely living degrees, not on a living degree like the vegetative, or slightly alive.
Yeah, that they're discovering some emissions of methane gas on Mars, which imply that there are some creatures there.
Yeah, exactly. That's very right. That's possible. But not such forms of life that have the ability to come out of our degree, from our world, into a higher world, beyond all the cosmos, beyond the universe, to a different degree of existence. Our whole existence, our entire universe, is merely a very small place, as large as it seems, but it was made out of a very small and limited place. A spark broke through from a higher degree, from a higher world, the Big Bang, and started building out of that whole small place with that energy. It started building here all the forms of life and existence that we have now. So we have to understand that which exists in our universe, including us and all that we have on Earth, and in general, among all these stars and the galaxies. It's merely a result of a tiny spark of light coming from a higher degree. And this whole place that seems to us infinite, and all this life and these distances, and this whole tremendous picture that we see, all in all, it's because we're built that way, so it seems to us as something big. But when you look at it from a different point of view, from a different angle, you suddenly see that it's something very small, limited, and there's nothing about it. But the ability for all those small, tiny living creatures living in that small circle to come out above that circle and exist on a higher level.
I have to ask you, how do you know that there will not be a discovery of new life forms? intelligent life forms?
Because I know the entire plan of the upper force, of the higher degree. And all that's on our degree, it all comes from a higher degree. And so we have degrees over degrees over degrees up to the final degree, the whole and perfect degree. Thus, we needn't reach that final degree, but if I lift, I rise 1 degree higher than what we have here, I already know what comes to our degree from that degree. And thus, like those powers of the still, vegetative, animate, and man come down from there and make in our universe, in our world, on earth, all the living forms, that's all that there will be. There is no other place for it to come from, only from a higher degree. And because I know the higher degree, I can confidently say that.
You understand that you're upsetting a lot of scientists now. This is their whole life, perhaps. They're dedicating their lives.
God forbid.
NASA.
No. I myself also consider myself to be a scientist, only that every scientist and every science have a limit. There are certain instruments, tools by which they research reality. Scientists in our world, how do they research reality? Through their 5 senses and instruments that extend the range of these 5 senses, and through their nature. This nature, it works only through absorptions, the will to receive, and they can't sense more than what they feel. They can't feel that which is above the speed of light. They can't feel that which is above time. They're limited in general by the place where they are. They don't think and they can't discover that this place is not an unlimited one. Meaning, we, in our world, the way we're built, the way we're created, we are limited. We're restricted, and thus we have no choice. As a result, we research through our own qualities, attributes, and the instruments that we build. We research our world, and as a result, we have science. The wisdom of Kabbalah, it says, look, first of all, let's give you new tools. In addition to the tools you were born with.
What new tools?
These tools are not that you absorb all the information inwards and connect them according to your brain and logic through absorption, egoistically, but you come out of yourself and you try to see and feel through external vessels.
Okay.
I understand what you're saying. In our world, there's no such possibility, but we can use the power of nature that exists in nature, which inverts our attitude. And when our paradigm entirely changes into the very opposite, from the introverted to the extroverted perception of reality, suddenly we find out that the same as if you're on a different frequency, you get on a different frequency and you see from a different angle. You suddenly find out that through our world, you can see the next reality. You know, it's like in such a, there are these pictures,
stereograms,
pictures. Yeah.
Holographic 3D images.
When you look, and as if there is...
it looks like a chaotic 2D pattern, and then you focus...
It looks like a flat picture, but behind it you see it's a 3D picture, and there inside you have a perspective. So the same here. Our world seems 3D. But the truth is that from it and on, there is a breakthrough into an entirely different dimension, and that's what we have to go into, and we'll see what stands behind it. Because that which stands behind it is the system which in the meantime presents us with this picture. Our picture, the one we live in, that's how we know ourselves, the way it is presented to us, and also the environment, everything around us. It's all like a holographic depiction, what I feel now. And I merely have to understand where does it all come from? Where is the system which presents life to me the way it does in my environment? And then I'll know and see what happens then.
Sounds like a good theme for a Hollywood motion picture.
Sure.
But how real is it? I mean, how can I do it? How can I defocus my current perception and refocus it? How do you do that?
Only on condition that we'll distance ourselves from what we are now and see our situation from the side. Only in that case can we see what's real, what's not, and start researching these two forms one against the other. In the meantime, while we live in one small state, we don't know anything. Imagine if you ask a kindergarten child or people who live on some deserted island and they know nothing. What is the world? They would have told you only about what they know, and that's it. The same with us. We think that our entire world is what we see, is what we discover. Well, we'll discover a bit more, but just a bit, and that's it.
Okay, I'm open-minded. I trust your words. What do I do? How do I attain that?
No, this is something different. First of all, it's not simply so. There are people in our world who discover that they need to know where life comes from. Where are we from? What are we for? They have to know what's happening to us. Why are we living here? What is the reality that stands behind us? And then those people, they come to the wisdom of Kabbalah because they can't calm themselves down by any other science or any other method. They go to New Age, mysticisms, and science, but nevertheless, they come out dissatisfied. And then, as a result of the dissatisfaction, they come to the wisdom of Kabbalah. And here they start studying, like in any other science, but it is a science that changes the person himself. It gives a person a new perception, a different perception, in addition to the one that we sense through our 5 bodily senses.
Okay, so you recommend anyone who feels that desire to simply start studying and gradually he will feel a change?
I'm sure that he'll come. I'm sure that he'll come sooner or later for sure. He'll come to study with us.
Okay, let's move on to some more questions. This is another question that is coming from Australia. It's a video question coming from Anita from Australia. Let's watch it.
Hi, my name's Anita. I'm from Sydney, Australia, and I want to know, why can't we be on vacation all the time? Why do we have to work for?
Why can't we be on vacation? What's the whole purpose of working in this world? I agree with her, I got to tell you.
She looks like a very optimistic person wanting to enjoy life.
In Australia, I don't think they work that much anyway in Australia.
What can I say? Of course, well, maybe it's good to be on constant vacation, but who will provide her with all her needs? That's the question. We're built so in our world that besides the still, any developing and living thing, its changes inside it, it has changes. So it needs to get energy from the outside. Either it's plants or the living degree or the degree of man. And accordingly, we need to be provided with lots of things. Who'll provide us? Well, if I'm a king and I was born, then okay. So there are many people working for me, and I can be on vacation all life long. But if I'm an ordinary person, then someone has to provide me with that. Why would he do that? He'd also want to be on vacation like anyone else, meaning we have to organize our lives such. She's mostly right. But we have to make our lives such that we won't need much. But for our life to be such that we'll provide ourselves with normal things, and only that. And if we'll do that all over the world, then we'll reach a state where everyone will work a little, say 2 hours a day, even less than that.
Yeah, this sounds better.
You see, because 90% of what we manufacture, these are things we don't need. And if we really want to take into account what do I have to do in order to have the necessary things, and so that the rest of the time I'll be free, on vacation, like the lovely lady says. So why wouldn't we do that? She's right. Then ecology, the relations between us, the kids, everything will be great. We'll be healthier, no traffic jams, all this pollution. Why not? I agree with her. Only what? We have to make the right calculation that I need to do a little in order to provide myself with necessities, or someone else will have to do it. How come? But the attitude is correct. We can be on vacation plenty of hours. When I was young, then in the school, I remember the teacher, she told me, when you'll become a grown-up, you'll work not like your parents 8 hours, you'll work 4 hours, and you'll have everything. Because through technology and everything that the world is coming into now, all this new technology, that's what we'll do. And people will feel great and have it good. And then you'll go fishing, you'll go to the ocean, you'll go play tennis and have a good time. You want music, you want to write books, please go ahead. You can do anything you want. I grew up, and today I'm already old, and I can't tell that to my grandchildren. I can't tell that to my grandchildren. Back then, we thought that that's how we're going to be. Smart, why not? We'll make a good world. Really, like she says, we'll achieve freedom. And today, we see that that's not how it is.
People today are working 10, 12 hours a day on a regular basis. This is a really...
Plus 2-3 hours in traffic, and that's how it is.
There is even, it's interesting, there's workplaces, like Google, for instance. I heard that they keep their workers inside the same place. They provide them with everything they need to not leave the workplace, basically.
That's slavery, I think. Slavery. Because merely people live in order to work, and that company keeps them as slaves. Although these are modern slaves with all the good conditions and everything, but all in all, slavery. The Japanese started doing it 50 years ago. That's not the solution. You are holding a person egoistically in a sophisticated, cunning, egoistic way in order to get out of him as much use as possible.
But you're giving him all he needs, on the other hand.
True, but does he feel himself free?
That's a question.
She says, I give 2 hours a day, or let's say a day a week. From morning till night, all the rest of the weekdays I do whatever I feel like. If we're smart, we'll be able to reach that. How? We simply have to restrain our ego.
How does it have to do with our ego, though?
Because our ego constantly pushes us to work more, earn more, and more, and more, and more, and more, and then we're like in a wheel, and we're turning that way all the time. And suppose there was this kind of a pill, medicine. I take that pill, and I calm myself down. I'm content that I have something to eat, a bed, a house, nice house with a family, a vacation, a pension, everything, but normally. You know, in a normal fashion, and that's it. I don't want more than that. Even if they tell me, come a bit more, another hour, 2 hours, it's better, you'll get a bonus. No, I don't want anything. Were we to give each one such a pill, how much better our world would be?
Maybe, but it sounds,
Why do we run around? Then we would run in direction of culture, education, in the direction of opera, of movies, something that for a person to develop himself. Why do we need money, 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 money? What is it about it for each one to have more and more in the bank? It's an illusion. It's only in order to calm down the ego. Everything I consume above normality, it's also unhealthy. Meaning that our problem is our ego. We have to find the solution as to how do we bring it down to a level where it becomes helpful, aidful, where it truly helps us build the right life. And that is what the wisdom of Kabbalah helps with. It adds to our ego, on the one hand, also the attribute of bestowal and love of others. And then we're in between the two. And then, when we combine the two, on the one hand the power of reception, on the other hand the power of giving, we know how to harmoniously, nicely organize the whole of human society, and then all of us will feel good, and the young lady will be on vacation.
You know, I wouldn't have a problem with wanting less by nature. But if I already want something, limiting myself just sounds hard. It sounds...
You won't want more. You'll feel that these things, they're harmful to you. They're harmful for you. Suppose just now I ate lunch. That's it. How much can you eat? No, for me to have money for 1,000 more lunches. What for?
Yes, why not? To be confident, to be secure that I know...
No. There's no confidence about it. It doesn't give you any confidence. That's untrue. Because if you know that that's how the whole world is built, and everyone has what he needs, and the whole of society is organized such for everyone to have what he needs, that's the confidence, that's the security. Otherwise, you have no security. Tomorrow, the stock exchange falls, something happens, the Dow Jones falls, and what happens with all your savings? So the most certain thing is a balanced, corrected society where everyone lives, where no one needs more than the normal, ordinary life. But development, yes. I'm not telling people that they have to be like robots, like animals. No. You develop, but you develop in your internality and not in the externality.
It's still hard. I don't understand how I can give up saving money. This is what you're saying.
You simply show everyone how much we'll have to yet suffer until we'll build such a good, nice society.
No, but because I'll tell you why. Because it sounds very far. It sounds very far from reality. You hear this concept, and it sounds great on the one hand, but it sounds utopian on the other hand.
Tell me. Utopia, yes, I agree with you. But now that the global world is revealed and the reciprocal connection between us and that we're entirely interconnected and that we're bringing Earth to an end with all of its ecology and its resources, doesn't it mean that finally we have to kind of start organizing our lives? Earth can sustain us all. But what's going on? Half the population is starving to death.
No, the global crisis is escalating, that's for sure.
It all shows you what I'm telling you. These are necessary things that we must do in order to keep the equilibrium, the ecology, the connection between us, the right society, the right financial connections. I'm telling you things that must exist, must take place, that today we can achieve that and put it all into place and correctly organize it. You're calling that utopia. But the way I see it, it's not utopia. It's something that we must do, that people used to think in the past that maybe we'll build. Why did they feel like that? Today they don't feel like that. Today, nature starts presenting that picture to us and tells us whether you want it or not, you must come to that. So it's no longer utopia for me, but it's something essential, necessary, otherwise I'll cease to exist.
It's okay. Let's hope that we feel it as a necessity, because
thus the wisdom of Kabbalah is revealed precisely at our times. And it wrote about it 2,000 years ago and even more. And it says that because now the world finally starts understanding what it came to through the egoistic development, through this unorganized and unlimited development, now maybe the world will understand that by the wisdom of Kabbalah there is the opportunity to organize the right kind of life. If not, we'll have to develop further on egoistically, get a few more blows, and nonetheless we'll achieve that necessity. So I hope that nonetheless that lovely lady has a chance to be on vacation.
Okay, we have to wrap up at this point, but you can send more questions at tv.kabbalah.info. You can submit your video questions or audio questions or text questions, and we'll be happy to answer them here. Thank you, Dr. Laitman, for being with us and giving us a hope for a new world. And thank you very much for watching. We'll see you in the next show. All the best. Welcome, hello everyone, welcome to Ask the Kabbalist. With me, as always, and ready to answer all your questions, Kabbalist Dr. Michael Laitman. Hi, Dr. Laitman. Before we'll begin, I'll remind everyone that you can send questions, and you do that by going to tv.kabbalah.info. And on our Ask the Kabbalist page, you'll find a very user-friendly interface where you can send video questions, audio questions, or type your text questions right there. So let's begin right away with our first question for today. This one is coming from Philadelphia. It's a video question from Michael. Let's watch it.
Can a Gentile, can someone who studies Buddhist, someone who follows a Sufi way of living, can someone who is a Christian, can we follow the path of Kabbalah and find elevation to the upper world?
Undoubtedly.
Without a problem.
Yes, and Bala Sulam writes about this in his books. In the article of The Last Generation, he says that everyone can keep their religion and alongside advance towards the revelation of the Creator, because the Creator is one for all people. And regardless of your religion or exactly what does a person believe in this world, the main thing is to advance towards the revelation of the Creator, and that revelation will help understand what's true, what's not, and so on, because he'll have de facto a revelation instead of the different beliefs and mysticisms or religions. And thus, the wisdom of Kabbalah was revealed before all the religions. The religions were invented by people nearly 2,000 years ago, Judaism, and then Christianity, and then Islam. And the source and the reason for which religions developed in the world is because of the concealment of the Creator. The moment the Creator is revealed, then there will be a great change in religions, and they will become only as the cultural component in a person's life. Because if it's written so, and as the prophet says, all shall know me from small to great, and my house shall be called the house of prayer for all people, then there will be no doubts as to who and what the upper force is, and that he's above all religions and beliefs, and that everyone is in contact with him, and there's no difference between the people with respect to that. Whereas the different rituals that people have formed in this world in order to blemish their lives, to get married, get buried, have different celebrations, the weekdays, Friday or Saturday or Sunday, according to different customs, that can stay. There's nothing about it that stands in the way. All the more, by these customs that today separate people, can bring people closer.
What about Michael in his questions? He also mentioned, I think he mentioned meditation and teachings like that.
Yes, Buddhism, meditation, Sufism. Of course, I'm familiar with all these things as part of my profession, and I see nothing that can stand in the way. I was also many times and to this day in contact with Sufis and with many religious and spiritual leaders.
So I can practice my own meditation, my yoga.
No problem whatsoever. Even no point in counting them, because in our world there are about 3,800 different beliefs and religions, and starting with mysticism and with the New Age of today, that's numerous.
I even heard that people made up, just recently, they made up as a joke, two British comedians or something like that, they made up a religion called Tarvoism, something like that, and people followed it apparently.
Yes. People need a kind of a reinforcement in life. So if it's close to them and it gives an answer to a few day-to-day needs, they're ready to accept it.
Okay, so there's no problem. I can practice Kabbalah
Calm
and
down.
anything else.
You can really relax. A person can continue doing whatever he does. He can get to know the Kabbalah without changing anything in life.
Great. So that was for you, Michael. And we'll move on to another video question. This one...
I just want to add, I'm sorry. I want to add that the wisdom of Kabbalah does not demand a person. The question is actually, does the wisdom of Kabbalah limit a person? Does he have to leave what he does? Does he have to accept some new laws and customs? Nothing. He doesn't have to change anything in his life. He doesn't have to leave anything in life whatsoever. He doesn't have to acquire anything new in life. The wisdom of Kabbalah neither brings rituals, nor customs, nor different garments, or any new actions in this world. Nothing. It's simply another wisdom about the other concealed half of the world. And the same as a person can study physics, mathematics, natural sciences, the same he studies the wisdom of Kabbalah.
Okay, great. Let's move on now to another question. This one is from Josh. He's from Sonoma. It's a video question. Let's watch it.
Hi, my name is Josh Dean, and I'm from Sonoma, California. And I have a question on Satan. Is Satan a real, actual entity, or is Satan just a manifestation of a portion of our ego?
Exactly. The Satan is our ego, the one destroying, killing us, putting us to death, separating us from eternity, wholeness, perfection, and the Creator, from all the abundance. All that exists, all of the forces seeming to us external, they all exist within a person. And outside a person, there are no forces or powers, neither good nor evil nor anything else. Also, the Creator is inside us.
Wait a minute. Let's go slow here. Who is Satan? Who is he?
Satan is the power of evil, which is no more than man's nature.
Man is Satan?
Not man. Inside a person, there is the evil force, which is called Satan.
Okay, because we usually, when I think of Satan, I think of some really, ugly monster.
With a tail and all those.
Red one, yeah. So...
Red?
I think.
I thought black with big ears and all furry.
So if that's not Satan, now you're saying it's a force within me. What is that force? How do I find it?
Yes.
Where is it?
It's the power of evil within a person.
When people do bad things, when people kill other people, when people commit crimes, this is what you mean by Satan.
That's also a phenomenon resulting from the power of Satan in us. Really the angel of death, so to speak.
Okay, so you said Satan is our evil inclination. This, say, I can understand. You also said afterwards that the Creator, or God, is also inside of us.
Inside us, of course.
That requires some explanation.
Because the Creator, it comes from the Hebrew word, come and see. It is the good ruling force, really above everything, all-encompassing, but within us. Why? Because there is nothing outside of us. All that we feel, that we attain, it's all within us. I don't feel anything outside myself. If I feel something, where do I feel it?
I feel this table right here, right now. This is
good.
Solid. It's solid. It's matter. It exists outside of my body, and I feel it with my hands.
You feel that it's outside your body. The table is not outside you. The table is in your senses. And your senses portray this table as if it's outside you. They as if project this table to be outside you. And that's how you perceive everything. You can neither feel, nor see, nor hear. In short, you can't portray anything that's really outside of you, because your entire development, all of your perception is within your senses that give you an impression within your brain, and the brain depicts that picture for you.
I'm talking to you right now. Do you exist or not?
I exist in your eyes, in your brain. And that I'm talking to you now, my image is speaking within you. Something called Michael Laitman that's inside you and speaks to you that way.
Okay, but
you can't say that I exist outside you and that I'm separate from you, because you don't know that. You know only that which is within your senses and inside your brain. The same as you say about a computer. When do you see something and feel something on the computer? When it comes and it's inside the computer.
Right, it displays the information within the computer, yes. Okay, you know, this is similar. I remember when I studied philosophy for a while, it's similar to something that one philosopher said. It's also similar to what some scientists, advanced scientists, say today. Why is this important in Kabbalah? What does it give me to know that everything is inside of me? So it's another philosophy. No? Where is this practical?
The difference between Kabbalah and philosophy is that they can reach the same conclusions, only the results from those conclusions are different. Kabbalah, as a result, reaches a conclusion that if this depiction is within me, then by changing myself from within, I can change the depiction, I can change the world, I can change reality. If the reality is formed within me, if I build reality out of my attributes, then I'll change my attributes and I'll change reality, I'll change my life. It's the same as in that well-known movie, The Matrix.
Everyone knows, I believe.
So I'll change it. I'll change it. Kabbalah speaks about it for thousands of years. This is actually its whole theme, the reason for which it exists. It doesn't reveal some new philosophy for you. It only says, more or less, we all agree that what we feel, it's what our mind portrays. Now, if our mind depicts it out of its attributes, out of its foundations, then can I change these attributes and foundations within my brain? The wisdom of Kabbalah says yes. If so, then now I can get into a new form of reality.
By changing myself.
Yes. So, it's possible for me now to move from one depiction to another, from one dimension to another. I have the ability to switch worlds, to cross from one world to the other. I see this world now, and you, and this studio, and all these things, and suddenly I'm flying to a different reality, and I'm there. I don't even know what kind. If I can change, then please. Maybe an inner button, then I change within myself, and I already feel myself and the whole world different.
And what is that button? How do you push it, or what is it?
That is the wisdom of Kabbalah, meaning the method of how to change reality by turning that button. The button's inside as to how to turn it, and in the right direction. That's what the wisdom of Kabbalah allows us to do.
But can you give some sort of a general description of what this button is, or you have to study many years?
Our world is entirely built on inner perception. And the other world, it's built on external perception, meaning I perceive it, but in a reality where I come out of myself. I leave myself and start sensing that which is outside me. Now I feel only that which enters me, which enters my vessels, my desire, whatever fulfills my desire. But besides me exist other creatures, created beings, And if I start acquiring their desire, if I come out of my desire and I start sensing what they sense, then I start feeling the external world. And the external world, it's entirely different than my inner world. I start feeling in that external world, beyond time, space, motion, perception of reality, beyond that which is within me, in all of my foundations, beyond my three axes, the axis of time, distance, the three directions of the world, the sustenance of reality. I come out of that into another dimension. I live in others. And when I'm in others, there are already other dimensions. There is no time, space, or motion there. I cease to see the world through my senses. And then I call that perception the upper world, because I start feeling, sensing, not the power of reception that controls me, and only it, the only power that controls me, but now I start feeling the power of bestowal that rules and controls me, and that conclusive power of bestowal we call the Creator.
So how does all of that have to do with what we said in the beginning, with Josh's question, with Satan and God, and these two forces? How does it?
Because that power of reception of mine in which I live, and I have to do all that it obliges me to. That's the Satan and the angel of death, because eventually I die and it puts me to death, because I live here according to the dimension of time. But when I come out into others and I start feeling them the way they are, I stop feeling time, and I'm above time. Really, according to Einstein's theory, I transcend time. I come out into the upper light, above the current speed of light. And thus, I become a different creature. I start sensing reality which is above time, meaning I myself start feeling myself as eternal, meaning that very desire which I acquire, which is not my desire, it's the desire of the others, of the external to me. It's felt in me as eternal life. And then I no longer identify myself with my current desire, the will to receive, but only with the desire to bestow, the external desire, and the will to receive. It can as if disappear from me. I'll just become more free.
Okay, let me just see if I understood correctly. You are talking about developing a whole new sense or new desire, as you said, that is disconnected from the body. It doesn't have anything to do with my body. So even if my body dies, I can keep identifying, you said, living, feeling that desire.
Because even now you don't feel in your body. It seems to you that you feel in your body. You feel within your desire. It's not a body. Your body, that's also an illusion. Your desire depicts your body and reality, that we're here with these cameras and different things and with this great big world. It's all merely a portrayal, a depiction that your desire depicts to you, and it's not something real.
Well, I can tell you, this can be a great Hollywood feature.
You wanted to talk philosophy, not me.
No, but
you become accustomed to it, you start perceiving it, many people agree with it. It's also studied in universities. It's a certain perception of reality, which is, although advanced, but also very ancient. It comes to us from ancient Babylon.
Is the fact that you and I are talking about this right now and people are going to watch this, does that mean that humanity as a whole is going through this evolution that you're talking about?
No, of course, of course. Today, the whole of humanity starts feeling itself included together. Everyone starts feeling that they're in an integral system, that I can't do what I feel like. We're all interconnected. Any small turmoil influences everyone.
Yeah, I just read a beautiful research about how social influence works like in other levels of nature, and how all the 7 billion people on Earth are, even the last one influences the first one.
From day to day, we more and more understand that there is one system with all of nature, still vegetative, animate, and the whole of humanity. We're all included in this one system, and we can't discern the two. And thus, this perception of reality that I'm talking about, it starts to be accepted. It starts to be accepted. I see that people understand that that's how it is. And scientists, psychologists, they start digesting this.
Okay, we have a few minutes left, so let's go to an audio question from Leslie. He's from Sacramento. Let's hear it.
Hi, I'm Leslie. I'm from Sacramento. How do we overcome our obstacles and insecurities in this world with the financial crisis we have going on, and how do we know it's the right thing?
I'm sorry, my friend, that is how you feel. But I don't think that the crisis will go away. I don't think that there are easy times ahead of us, and I'm sorry that I'm saying this. God forbid I'm not one of those people who wants to frighten and benefit something from that fear, fright, attention, or something else. But the direction of nature is to oblige us to ascend above this life to a different dimension of existence, the one that we just talked about. And thus nature will oblige us through different blows, by pressure, to start thinking, what is the purpose of life? That this life isn't simply in order to get along, build a nice consuming society. That's not the reason for which we exist, but we exist for a higher, more exalted purpose, and to oblige a person to do so, to think about it. Unfortunately, there is no other way but by blows, or the wisdom of Kabbalah that's developing now in the world can bring a person the knowledge about this, that yes, we have to develop. It is worthwhile for us to develop, because ahead of us there is a good, nice development, a nice ascension where we achieve wholeness, perfection, eternity, freedom of the angel of death, and all the things that the wisdom of Kabbalah reveals to us. Thus it's worthwhile doing, even though we felt a small blow. And a small blow is enough for us, like a wise child that got a punishment, and that's enough for him to become a good child. So if we hear what the sages say, if we listen to what the Kabbalah says, if we'll look at what nature demands of us, to be connected with one another, to really be as integral parts, interconnected, and at least to a certain extent to achieve involvement with others, consideration towards others. If not love another as thyself, then some kind of a connection, at least some kind of a mutual consideration, and then immediately we'll feel a remission in all of these problems and in this crisis. Otherwise, ahead of us, there are more problems and blows by which nature will oblige us to change anyway, either by our brains or through the path of suffering.
Okay, so Kabbalah explains that there's definitely a reason, a process, and a purpose.
How it's possible to have a nice ascension without any problems, and to reach from this life a better life without undergoing the great crisis.
Okay, so thank you very much, Dr. Laitman. We have to wrap up at this point.
Success to us all.
Yes. Just remind our viewers that you can send questions about anything. As you can see, just go to tv.kabbalah.info, and you can go there and submit a video question or an audio question, a text question, however you feel like. We'll be here, and we'll be happy to answer them for you. See you on the next show. All the best. Welcome to Ask the Kabbalist. With me, as in every show, ready to answer all your questions, is Kabbalist Dr. Michael Laitman. Hi, Dr. Laitman. We will begin with our first question, but right before that, I'll remind everyone you can go to tv.kabbalah.info, and this is where we receive your questions. There's a very user-friendly interface there where you can submit video questions, audio questions, or text questions. Let's begin with the first question right away. This one is coming from Chicago. It's from James. Let's watch it.
My name is James. I'm from Chicago. I'm new to the work, and I'm interested not only in growing in Kabbalah, but starting a family and a business. How would I do this appropriately?
The wisdom of Kabbalah says that first of all, a person has to take care of this corporeal life. He has to start it in a usual, normal way. Get married, family, work, home, the minimum things. It's not that he finishes with everything, till you finish with the mortgage and everything, so it's clear that it takes years. But he should get settled like an average, simple person like his next-door neighbor, that he's sure that he has what he needs in order to get along in life.
Okay. To be able to provide for himself and his family.
Necessities. And then, after that, to start studying the wisdom of Kabbalah, because these things are needed as a supplement to the ordinary life. First of all, get settled in life.
He just started studying Kabbalah, so it seems, just got interested. Should he now stop studying Kabbalah until he sets up his...
No. He should do it in parallel. But not that he should leave all these things, not get married, not advance in this life, not getting a profession, and so on. The wisdom of Kabbalah says no, it's a supplement to life.
But why is it so important? There are many spiritual teachings that they talk about. They don't tell you have to work in this world and you have to get married and
True.
Why is Kabbalah?
But we have to understand that nevertheless the wisdom of Kabbalah is very realistic. It's like a science that opens for a person additional horizons, but additional horizons in addition to this life. A person has to be settled in this system in a normal fashion, connected to others, connected to his family, with the whole environment and everything, and as a result he grows. If he won't grow that way, like all the different mysticisms, most of which disconnect a person from his life, demanding special things, special conditions. That's not good. It's not good. It's not healthy. It's not called living and advancing in this world. And besides, the wisdom of Kabbalah is really built such that it's suitable for everyone. And it says that each and every one will eventually engage in it, because each one of us will have to discover the hidden half part of the world. We live in a reality where half of it we see and we're in it, and the other half is hidden and concealed from us and we know nothing about it. And thus our life is such that we don't exactly know what's going on. We live a bit, die, what's next, what comes later, we don't know. We do something in this life, suddenly we get a blow. How come a blow? Why a blow? I didn't expect that. It's because I don't know the other half of reality. Plenty of things from our world are suddenly cut in the middle, and I have no idea what's going on with them. It's because half of the reality is concealed, and the wisdom of Kabbalah opens up the other half of reality for us, but in addition to our reality. And thus it says you have to be in this reality with both feet on the ground, family, work, everything settled, an ordinary, usual, healthy person, and then open up for yourself the other half of reality. It's true that it's something extremely important. It's true that by this you start seeing into the far, all the reasons for all that's going on here, the secrets of nature, everything opens up before you. But you have to be healthy, whole, standing with both feet on the ground, otherwise it might even harm you. You don't let a small child see the whole world, but a small room where he can be safe.
It's interesting. From what you're saying, it arises that Kabbalah refers to what you said as the concealed part of reality and the revealed part of reality as one system. Yes, there's no separation.
Of course.
What about if a person has a health problem, for instance? Like, for instance, I have really strained my back in the last few days. I'm in great pain, like right now even. Does this have anything to do with my spiritual development as well?
Of course not.
Why not? But you said, why, having a family and working and establishing a home and everything, why does that have to do with spirituality and then my health problems don't?
No. Both the work and connection to this life, it doesn't have directly to do with spirituality. But in order to develop in spirituality, a person has to be an ordinary, settled person in this life, because the wisdom of Kabbalah, it comes to open for a person an additional half of reality. Thus, he has to know about the reality in which he is here, and then add to it another half.
Okay, so there is a connection.
Kabbalists even recommend to study natural sciences, know some geography, physics, chemistry, biology, zoology, botany, natural sciences, because then it will be easier for him to add the other half of reality to this reality, the reality existing in him, within him, in his understanding.
So is that concealed part of reality? It's like an extension of this reality? What I'm trying to understand is, what is the connection?
True, exactly.
What is the connection? Like, I have my boss at work, I have my wife, kids, whatever I have in this world. How does this, what do you mean when you discover the hidden part of this?
Usually, I give the example of needlepoint pictures. If you see a picture, then you saw it from the back, that there are different threads there tying this picture together, the different parts. So these threads, meaning the connections between things, we don't know them in our world. I do something here, suddenly there I get a hurricane. I do something there, suddenly a tsunami. I do something here, and suddenly I succeed or don't succeed. I don't know what's going to happen in the stock markets, and so on and so forth. So the wisdom of Kabbalah, which opens up for us the other half of the needlework, it helps us see the connection between things, and through that connection I know how to better navigate myself in life.
Even in this life, I will know how to make choices, better choices.
True. True. Yes.
Let's continue to another question. This one is from Alexa, and she's from Philadelphia. It's a video question as well. Let's watch it.
Hi, I'm Alexa from Philadelphia, and I have a question. What is the best Kabbalistic attitude or approach to take when someone transgresses against you? For instance, if my boss were to yell at me at work, or if somebody cuts me off in traffic. Thank you.
The response?
Yeah, what is the approach Kabbalistically?
Usually the wisdom of Kabbalah says, you, to begin with, have to relate to everyone as to your relatives, with love.
But someone cuts me off at traffic now.
So what? So what happened? Let him. What will you have as a result besides working on your pride? Work a bit on your ego. That's it. That's it. He also didn't specifically mean to do it to you. It's a person who likes showing everyone that he's a macho. So what? Let him do it. So give him that pleasure.
Why do I have to work on my attitude of love towards him, and he can cut me off?
No, I want to show him that I'm more than him. I'm better. And then, like two chickens. I know that too. I also feel like that. But eventually, after some time, by studying the wisdom of Kabbalah, a person really changes. Not that he restricts himself, but the teaching itself, the forces of nature that reveal, start showing him the connection between things, and then he starts relating to it differently. He really starts feeling this weakness towards everyone. He starts feeling that they're close to him, and he forgives them. and he has towards them some kind of love, gentleness. Simply so. I don't know how to explain it, but in truth, he becomes easier, better, more forgiveful towards others, except for his students. In his students, he hates their egos, and thus he relates to them very poorly. If you speak about me, for instance, towards my students, where on the one hand, I really love them, but on the other hand, I'm very brusque with them. Because there are two things here, two kinds of connection. One kind of a connection is towards the student's soul that wants to ascend, transcend. It I love, but the other half is his ego, which I hate, that really stands in our way. And then what you see is specifically the external attitude.
There are many questions that I can ask about this, but
next time.
We'll leave it for next show. Let's move on to another question. This one is a text question. It's from Celeste. She's from North Carolina. And her question is this. In a family unit, children are raised in the same household and are exposed to the same environment. Then why are they different?
Each one has a different soul, a different accumulation of attributes, desires, different urges. That's obvious to us. Each one is per se. We see that. Also, even those that can calculate according to the astrological signs, the seasons of the year when a person is born, even that influences one's nature. We see that that's how it is. It's not simply in vain. It's because humanity, throughout its history, started seeing what is the nature of each and every person born under some period of the moon or the sun and so on.
Kabbalah supports astrology? You believe in astrology?
It's not astrology. It's nature, where these signs of the moon, earth, and the sun, they give us a certain condition in nature where a person who's born in that special condition of nature is different from a person born in a different condition of nature. Different solar rays affect him, and the moon, and magnetic fields, and many other things that we don't know, but we see according to the results that a person who's born in May is not the same person born in the month of July or September.
Right. It's actually the question is about children. I'll ask you. You know, my wife and I are now planning a baby. And my wife, she has this thing. I thought it's
what
she says,
wants in a specific
yeah,
month.
She says if he'll come out in a specific date, he'll be like you. I don't want him to be like you, you know, and things like that. How should I relate to this?
Look, calm her down. Tell her that the baby will come out exactly the way she wants.
Okay. Why?
Why? Because the baby, the mom always loves her baby, and she'll see only good things in him.
Okay. Well, I've got something to take home with me. Okay, let's move on to another question. This one is from Sacramento. This is a video question. Let's watch it.
Hi, my name is Agus Osachenko, and I'm from Sacramento, California. My question is, most people, including me, I have a deep background, not background, but with religion. I'm religious. I grew up Catholic, but now it starts that I became intrigued with Kabbalah, and I wanted to start studying it. However, it stops me because it seems like it's going against what I've learned. And how can I, help myself, not to look back to what I've learned before and focus on going forward with studying Kabbalah?
I don't understand why is it hard for her.
She says that she feels...
No, I understand what she said, I heard. But I don't understand why is it hard. Because the wisdom of Kabbalah says that there are two forces in nature, the bestowing and the receiving force. We all come from the receiving force. Nature is entirely the bestowing force, and we stand against nature. And nature, which has created us, that made us. That nature demands of us to take upon our will to receive the form of bestowal, like nature is, for us to reach equivalence of form with it, equilibrium, harmony. That's what the wisdom of Kabbalah speaks about, the equilibrium of two forces. Say, in this room, you have in one corner it's hot, and the other corner it's cold. Eventually they come, mix, and reach an equilibrium. And that's how it is with everything. Because that is the main law of nature, that everything comes together, mixes, and reaches equilibrium. Equality. If we look at the whole of nature, still, vegetative, animate, and man, then the still, vegetative, and animate, they're in harmony with nature, because nature sustains them and operates them entirely. Man has free choice. Man is an egoist. He can destroy nature. He can destroy everything. He has an ego. And thus, nature demands him to invert his ego into good, to also be balanced, to be like the whole of nature, connected with everything. And that is what we have to do. That's our work. That is what the wisdom of Kabbalah speaks about, to reach equilibrium with nature, without all the religions and beliefs and customs that the different religious people or leaders think about. We don't touch it. She can remain a Catholic, and along with that, to have the understanding of what we have to do in order to reach the equilibrium with nature, to undergo this crisis, to come out of it in a good way and reach a balanced life.
Maybe the problem is, because the way you explained it, it's perfectly clear, but maybe the problem is that maybe the people she's in contact with from her religious background, maybe for them it's a little harder to accept.
I'll tell you what's going on. There's prejudice here. For years, for thousands of years, there was a prejudice that the wisdom of Kabbalah is a part of religion, that it's not a science about the hidden half of reality, the hidden part of reality, but that the wisdom of Kabbalah, it has to do with religion, with Judaism. Therefore, both Orthodox Jews resist it, and even seculars are afraid of it, because around it there's the whole matter of mysticism, and as if forces and things. And of course, if it has to do with Judaism, then both the Christians and also the Muslims resist it, oppose it, and like any religion that collides with any other religion. But again, I'm saying that here it's the matter of getting to know nature, open it up, unfold it, reveal it. That's it. And that has to do with science. It has nothing to do with faith or religion.
Why such a science, as you say, that is based on empirical, on experience and attainment, practical attainment of people? Why is it so shrouded and with misconceptions and misinterpretations? Why all the confusion around Kabbalah?
Because we're talking about the hidden part of reality. And does anyone really perceive Einstein's theory or the quantum theories? And even what the scientists they perceive in practice, they can't digest it themselves. No one knows. How is it possible that one particle could also be a wave? No one understands what does it mean to be above time or to be in two places simultaneously. Not here and there with a very high frequency, but really in two places, the same part in two places. Please tell me. We can't grasp that. So there are many phenomena. We already see that it's on the border of science, that it has to turn there into the wisdom of Kabbalah. We already see that
like it's
we're in a kind of a state that's not that clear to us. And the wisdom of Kabbalah, of course, all the more. But these are things that we discover as a result of experience, of a rational approach, and not faith or anything else. It has nothing to do with religions, all the customs, and what we do there, all the rituals of every religion.
So to recap for Aguz, so you're saying that perhaps over time she will see that her study of Kabbalah does not contradict her being religious, that there is no problem.
Not at all. Not at all. And we have many such students. The wisdom of Kabbalah, it doesn't relate, it doesn't refer to that at all. It doesn't tell you that Jesus is okay and Buddhism, or Buddha is and Moses is, and so on and so forth. No such thing. It doesn't touch that. In the corporeal fashion of this world, it speaks only about the spiritual forces.
Okay, we have 3 minutes left. We have an audio question from Rose. She's from San Diego. Let's hear it.
Hello, my name is Rose, and I'm from San Diego, California. I'd like to know what qualifies a person to become a Kabbalist. Thank you.
What qualifies or who qualifies?
What or who? Same thing, I think. Yeah.
No, because here, maybe who gives them a diploma, maybe references, approval, that everyone knows that. Suppose I finished university, I got a diploma, I made a doctorate, I got a diploma, I have a signature from somebody that says that, yes, I finished school, now I finished university, now I finished my doctorate, and so on. Meaning that there's something that gives you a seal of approval that you're okay, that you're qualified. So she's asking, who's a Kabbalist?
Yes, yeah.
A Kabbalist is someone who got the knowledge, the discernment, the path, direction, support, and the entire method from his teacher, follows his footsteps, so that everything that his teacher had and the teacher of the teacher had, there have to be two in the past.
Why two?
It's like in our life, there is mom and dad, and also the grandpa and the grandma. Because mom and dad, that's one point, grandma and grandpa, that's another point, and in between them there's a line. A line could be between 2 points. Here it's one generation, here the previous generation. If I tie between the two, I'm in the same direction. See? Thus, yes, it's very important. So what I say is that a Kabbalist, it means he who got from his teacher the entire method, he relies on his teacher and on the teacher of his teacher. And then for sure he is taking the right path, and it's also well known that he is the student of a well-known Kabbalist, and that's how it is for sure. And also according to how we see that he himself, what is he teaching? What is he pulling people to? First of all, the method is such that it's forbidden to earn off it. It's forbidden to take money from a person. It's forbidden to sell anything. It's forbidden to give blessings or amulets and so on. Many limitations here.
It already disqualifies many Kabbalah institutions that, so to speak, teach Kabbalah.
Yes. Yes, true. And so on and so forth. And also that he teaches each and everyone in the world how to come out of his ego and transcend above it. That's it, and only that, without any obligation towards anyone and from anyone.
Okay, we'll have to wrap up at this point. Thank you for this very clear definition. And thank you for all your answers. Thank you for your questions. We will be happy to see you in the next show. Before we conclude, I'll just remind everyone, go to tv.kabbalah.info. Right there, you'll find the user interface for Ask the Kabbalist, where you can send video questions and audio questions or text questions, and we'll be happy to receive them. So until then, all the best. Hello everyone, welcome. Thank you for joining us to another Ask the Kabbalist show. With me as always, ready to answer all your questions, Kabbalist Dr. Michael Laitman. Hello. Hi Dr. Laitman. Today we'll begin with our first question right away, but right before that, as usual, I'll remind you that you can go to tv.kabbalah.info, and right there's an Ask the Kabbalist page. This is the place where you come to submit your questions and you can send video questions or audio questions or text questions. Everything goes into this show, and this is where Dr. Laitman will be happy to answer them. So let's start with the first question right away. This one is from Sherman Oaks from Los Angeles. It's a video question. Let's watch it.
If a person commits suicide and does not complete his purpose in this world, does he ever come back here to complete it?
I don't know what he means by he returns. Of course, his soul is uncorrected and it returns. And that's how it is with each and every one of us. None of us complete the correction in our short lifetime. But time and time again we return in order for the soul to complete what it has to do on one of its incarnations and not have to incarnate again.
So it doesn't matter really if a person committed suicide or just died a natural death, if someone hasn't completed...
No. If he commits suicide, it means that he doesn't want to take part in the correction. That's actually the problem. But if he dies a natural death, it means that from above he was prevented from continuing the correction. That's the difference. But eventually, the sum total is the same. He has to return.
Let's expand on this for a bit, if we can. What do you think causes a person to commit suicide in general?
Well, that could be psychological problems having to do with the root of the soul. There are many reasons for it: envy, lust, honor, psychiatrical problems, big despair that a person senses these days in our world. You see, suicide is on the rise, especially in Europe.
Yeah, precisely in all the wealthy countries, it seems to happen.
Yes, not in Africa.
Does it have anything to do with spirituality? If a person commits suicide, does it have to do
Yes. We've reached a state where our will to receive, with respect to all that we have in this world, towards all that we have on earth, it's not satisfied by it. Our will to receive as if wants to break out higher, upwards, someplace, but it doesn't know where. It's somewhere in between this world and the spiritual world. The spiritual world has not yet opened up before us in order for us to keep developing there. And in this world, we feel that it's not worthwhile investing your strength and powers into it. And then when we're in between, we have nothing to enjoy. We have no point in living. We don't have a reason to continue with this life, even though this life isn't really that much suffering. But when there's no purpose, it doesn't matter whether there's suffering or not. The lack of purposefulness, the question of why, what for, that actually takes a person out of life and he commits suicide.
But you know, it does look like people are still trying to enjoy so many things in this world. You know, this was the year that people bought so many cars than ever before.
Of course, we create an endless amount of pleasures merely to confuse ourselves in order for us not to think that our life is empty. What can you do? But eventually, we can't succeed. In previous generations, yes, we made revolutions in human society, technological revolutions, we went to the moon, whatnot. Today, it's no longer appealing. What for? And there's no answer to it. I simply don't want it, don't need it. I don't think that it will give me something. On the contrary, it will give me greater emptiness. Why start to begin with if at the end of the path, once again, I'll see emptiness, nothing? And thus, a person has no idea why to leave home. You see, there are many people who prefer give him a bit of something in order to survive and he won't leave home.
Yeah, it's true. Going back to the suicide issue for a second, I wanted to ask whether you said something like that. I'm not sure I heard it correctly. If a person commits suicide, does it go against the nature, against the plan of creation?
Yes, it is against the plan of creation because it's forbidden for a person to commit suicide. Each and every moment he has to see that now, in this world, at this present moment, he can perform actions that he will not be able to perform in any other way. actions that have to do with the correction of his soul. And specifically in this world, can you correct the soul? In this world, a person can bring himself to a state where the spiritual world opens before him and he keeps on living thus that he rises from the plane of this world to the next plane, the plane of the spiritual world. He keeps on going there and doesn't feel that he dies. His body dies, but he, in the meantime, has risen to a spiritual degree. He starts feeling the spiritual world, and thus he no longer identifies himself with his body. He doesn't feel connected to it, and the body dies. So it dies, so what? But the I, in the meantime, I started feeling myself in a higher form of existence with which I identify myself with, and in it I live and exist. And you can take the body, no problem. To an extent to which a person doesn't feel that the body is dying and it's as if suffering. No, doesn't feel that.
A Kabbalist doesn't feel physical suffering?
Depends. Whether he's led to feel it or not, that's a question. But usually, no. He doesn't feel death as something painful.
This is interesting. You know, there are stories about Rabbi Akiva, I believe.
That's not the point of death. He was killed, murdered, cut up with knives. That's something else. I'm talking about this corporeal bodily life leaving a person.
Okay, and such a suffering, torments like that story about Rabbi Akiva. Was
that, of course, undoubtedly, that he feels that.
Okay. Well, there's more questions here. The next one is coming from Karen. She's from Philadelphia. It's another video question. Let's see what Karen has to say.
Hi, my name is Karen from Philadelphia, and I have a question. How do we deal with the question that arises in us about who am I to embark on this path? That is, what is the role of humility in spiritual ascension?
I don't exactly understand what she's asking.
I think, you know, Kabbalists or the Kabbalistic texts mentions a lot this notion of humility, modesty. So what is that in spirituality? What are they talking about?
It has nothing to do whatsoever with the psychological aspect that usually people mean by, if it's humility, then I have to feel humble towards others and I limit myself in everything, I restrict myself, I have to feel myself less than others.
There is something spiritual in that, no? If I'm
not at
why
all.
not?
Not at all. Nothing. A person, as a result of physically limiting himself, it doesn't mean that he becomes more spiritual. Or we see in India, there are billions of people, not only in India, all over the world, that think that fasting helps. You breathe less, you become more spiritual. You eat less, you become more spiritual.
But Kabbalah says you got to rise above your ego. It sounds like it's pretty close to what. Isn't it the same thing? Rising above your ego, not trying to show yourself so much.
That's not at all the ego that a person has to transcend. You, according to your character and the way I see you, maybe you eat half a kilo a day of food. And I eat, I'm an important person, I'm big, so I eat 3 kilos of food a day. So who's more spiritual? You are. Because you limit yourself, you don't need a lot. A fly is wants even less.
Okay.
That's how it is. Has nothing to do with one another. All of the definitions that we take from our world have nothing to do with spirituality whatsoever. Neither does our body have anything to do with spirituality, nor does our psychology have anything to do with spirituality. It's all a part of our body here. And the attributes which we have to acquire in order to achieve spirituality, those are different attributes. It's also not our corporeal ego. It's not. I was born, and I live and develop in this world with my ego. I don't have to destroy it. I don't have to decrease it in order to achieve spirituality. I don't have to work with this ego at all. My character, my current I, has nothing to do with spirituality whatsoever. That which exists in me at the moment doesn't stop me from spirituality.
So what does Kabbalah mean when it says you have to rise above that ego? What is the ego that it's talking about?
So, first and foremost, now look according to history. Abraham, he came out of Babylon. He became a Kabbalist. Also, the group he took with him, a few thousands of people from ancient Babylon, and they started walking. Till that point, it's not an ego nor a group nor anything, till they come to Egypt. As they get into Egypt, they acquire their ego, and when they come out of Egypt, thus, they merit, they receive the Torah in order to correct their ego, and by correcting their ego by the Torah, they merit to enter the land of Israel and build the temple. Only when you start studying Kabbalah do you acquire your ego, your resistance, all your questions, problems, and desires that are against spirituality. And them you have to later correct, and not the ordinary corporeal ego. It has nothing to do with that. It doesn't interfere.
Only someone who studies Kabbalah has ego?
Yes, a real one. All the rest, these are simple, ordinary people with a small ego. In this world, that's how everyone behaves, and so what? They can keep on doing it. Thus, when we start studying the wisdom of Kabbalah, one of the very first principles that we hear is, do not try to change, meaning to correct what you have in this world. Keep on living the way you are. And the study, it will start growing your new ego, the great big ego, which is as if against the Creator, against spirituality. And it you'll have to correct and work with in order to acquire the spiritual world. And all that has to do with your body and your family and life here and now, before you start studying the wisdom of Kabbalah, that doesn't come as an addition from the study. That's all your plain corporeal ego. It's not even called an ego.
Can I be, I don't know, rich and famous and drink a lot of alcohol and do whatever I want, go party? Can I do all of that and study Kabbalah and rise above my ego?
Take all the pleasures, everything in this world, all at once.
All at once?
Yes.
Okay.
And keep on doing it. Only alongside with it, study Kabbalah. And that which will develop as a result of the study, that will be the real ego. And what you have from all that you talked about, no problem.
Sounds good.
Yeah, because we transcend. When you start studying, you transcend all these corporeal things. And gradually they, as if disappear, dissolve. You stop working with them. You stop giving them any importance.
What's that ego that becomes revealed? That now it sounds scary if it's not...
That's the ego which is called Pharaoh. That's the ego that's specifically against the Creator, against spirituality. It's on the same level, on the same height. Pharaoh against the Creator. And down below, it's our small world with all its petty games. Thus, it's something altogether different. It's a different dimension. Such questions, problems, rejections, queries about the Creator, against the spiritual world, that a person in our world, he doesn't feel it.
Like wanting to exploit the Creator, like wanting to take advantage of
Yes, true.
I see. Okay, so there's a whole...
So everyone can calm down and keep on with their ordinary lives.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Let's...
And besides that, the wisdom of Kabbalah does not demand a person to take on himself any restrictions. You can be a Christian, You can practice any religion, doesn't matter. You can be a vegetarian or constantly eat meat or sex, or you can have any sexual inclinations, whatever you want.
It doesn't have to do
Whatever
with
you have in this world, keep it. Only alongside with it, start studying the wisdom of Kabbalah. And that which will develop as a result will be spirituality.
Let's go on to another question. This one is coming from James from Missouri. It's an audio question. And let's hear what James has to say.
My name's James. I'm from Lee Summit, Missouri. And I just wanted to ask Rav Laitman, I know what is the role or the aim of society, knowing that we need some major changes right now? What's the goal, or what is the aim that society should have over here in the United States, and I guess in the English-speaking world? Thank you.
Since the wisdom of Kabbalah, it's not simply coming as some nice addition, but it comes against the general collective crisis that's developing in the world, and we're only at its beginning. And it will be a crisis which will draw into it like a hurricane that draws everything inside it. This crisis will take all of people, the whole of humanity in all fields, families, kids, food will be harmed, economics, the financial system, workplaces, relation between man and his family and the environment altogether, and along with general ecology that's encompassing us from all sides. The crisis is happening everywhere, meaning it's really closing down on us from all sides. And the wisdom of Kabbalah thus is revealed because it reveals to us the law of equilibrium, which we have to achieve with nature. And if we'll know how to keep balance with nature, we'll reach the best possible life, really comfortable life, such that we'll simply feel good in everything. We, the kids, work, future, health, security, pension, vacation, everything. Because this law of balance with nature, it organizes our whole lives in the particular and in the general. And thus the wisdom of Kabbalah first and foremost teaches how a person has to organize his environment, how it should influence each and every one. We have to organize our environment such through the media lines, each and every one, even from word of mouth, even though we're in the civilization of the internet and in a virtual civilization, specifically because of that, so it's said,
the strongest influence.
That this development, the extension of the rumors and knowledge, and especially thoughts, come from one person to the other directly and not through the media lines. And thus, we have to want to build such an environment that will influence each and every one and convince him that we're in need of reciprocity, mutuality, mutual consideration, that through it we achieve balance with nature, so that the influence of the environment over a person will be a good one, to be saved of all the blows and the problems. In order to survive, we have to build such an environment that would shame a person if he doesn't behave well with his environment. Because the environment, it's like nature. If we build it in a good way, then that's the very same way nature will relate to us. That's what the wisdom of Kabbalah says. And if our environment will be bad, to the same extent, the whole of nature, with all its systems, will be harmed.
Back to another part of James' question. He asked whether the English-speaking part of society in the world, I don't know, maybe in the United States or not only, do you see a specific role that they have in educating the world, like you said?
Of course, because America, it's not in vain that it developed. It truly developed to an extent to which it sets an example for the world. And the American people really want to set an example for the world. And it's not really a secret that lately it's not really a good example. And thus, he has an opportunity now to see what the wisdom of Kabbalah says, how it speaks about the correction of the world rationally. It bases itself entirely on science and on logic and common sense, and it tells us what we have to do. And if the English speakers, and especially the American people, will take that, undoubtedly could it spread around the world and bring the world to correction. Thus, I have great hope that eventually it will be heard. And specifically through the English speakers, through America.
Also through the regular standard media tools that exist today in America, like Hollywood, like...
Truly through all those media lines and the ways that people are used to getting it, it should come to them. Although it's possible that we've developed a very big and serious site in the English language with all the Kabbalistic media and everything, but nevertheless, we've developed it as being professionals in Kabbalah, not in the different Hollywood forms of media and what an American ordinary person is used to consuming. So let's hope that they'll take it from there and process it, and we're ready to work together with them and presenting the wisdom of Kabbalah to each and everyone in the world, because we see how it helps amongst those few millions that are connected to us for the time being. We see how their lives became unique, so why shouldn't it be shared by everyone?
Okay, I'll thank Dr. Laitman for being with us and answering all the questions. Thank you so much, and thank you for being with us. You can go ahead and ask more questions on tv.kabbalah.info, on our Ask the Kabbalist page, where you submit video questions or audio questions, text questions as well. We'll be happy to receive them. Until the next show, all the best. Welcome everyone. Thank you for choosing to join another Ask the Kabbalist show. This is your show. It's the show where we ask your questions. And with me as always, Kabbalist Dr. Michael Laitman, answering all of them for you. I'll remind you as always that you can send your questions to tv.kabbalah.info. There's an Ask the Kabbalist page right there with a very user-friendly interface where you can submit video questions or audio questions or text questions. So you're welcome to do that at any time. Let's begin with our first question that is now coming from Germany, from Fabian from Germany, and it's a video question. Let's watch it.
Hi, my name is Fabian. I'm from Germany, and my question is, what is the real reason for the financial crisis in 2009?
Well, first of all, I don't think that it is the 2009 financial crisis the way I see it. It never ended.
Now there are many researches coming out online, a lot of different analysis showing why it happened and different trends, and that it should, people are already talking about the crisis taking place again.
Yes. Yes. The crisis is simply having a change in form because we aren't correcting it, but we're covering it in different ways. And thus, for a latent period of time, it's cooking, and once again breaks out like an illness. Like, we want to calm it down, but we don't want to cure it. We can't cure it, suppose. So it as if calms down, and in some time, once again, it shows itself, it appears. The same with the crisis. The reason for the crisis It's hard to say what the reason for the crisis is if we don't see the entire world, the whole of society, which is a result of it all. And also, all researchers point at it. All in all, our common collective ego pushes man to do everything in order to simply print money and collect it and accumulate it. He doesn't need it, but a few more millions, that's what each one's ego pushes him at. And we're as if in this kind of race that we ourselves don't really need it, but as if it gives us a sensation of security, a feeling of warmth, of greatness, of the I. And that's the way we're going about it. We have to understand that the whole reason is man's developing ego, which is boundless. And we're reaching such actions where we can't stop ourselves. A person, even if he's in a life-threatening situation, still he can't stop himself, but he will keep on with this race. Thus, the correction for it, like the correction for all of our crises, besides the financial crisis, we also have a crisis in family and education and everything.
Ecology is a big problem today as well. Yeah.
That's, of course, it'll finish us quicker than the economy will. Because recent researchers are saying that within the next 5 to 10 years, we may find ourselves in another ice age. So, turns out that while we're sitting and talking here, we really have to think about the correction. And the correction of the ego, it's not by forgetting about it and starting to engage in other things as if it doesn't exist. That's in the meantime. We haven't corrected the crisis. We've only covered it by printing a few more billions of dollars. And in the meantime, it's going on. From America, it goes to other countries and returns. It's a kind of a ping pong. Greece, for instance, they couldn't take it, they couldn't overcome the crisis, so they were given a few billions of dollars or euro, and then Spain, and then Italy. But it's not a solution. If you give the poor money, he stays poor, only you've given him, and you've given as a result of printing a bit extra. It doesn't have a cover, actually. It's unbalanced in the world. There's no balance in the world between what you have, between the things that you produce in the world and the money that you print. There has to be balance between the two. And it's out of balance for a long time now, and thus we're undergoing a very serious crisis. There's no correction for it, but correcting man's nature. And the wisdom of Kabbalah speaks about it, and if not, we'll neither correct this crisis, nor especially the eco-crisis.
You know, when you were talking about how the problem is man's ego and that we have to work together in a sense, I remember that I watched a lecture, a presentation by Gordon Brown, and he said similar things actually. It was quite interesting. He said that the financial crisis is not it's just a certain aspect of a global crisis, that it's not just this, and all these things have to be solved globally. So it does seem like global leaders, world leaders, are talking about trying to work in a global world.
But they don't have the tools. They don't have the tools to correct it. And thus, they're only covering it because there's no choice. We know that we're going to die, but in the meantime, we don't want to think about it. Let's eat and drink, for tomorrow we die, or the day after. In the meantime, why think about it? That's what every person thinks. For instance, I'm an old person. I know that maybe in a few years I'll die. So what? Now I'll start thinking about death. Why do that? It's even worse than dying now. So that's what they all think. And it's true, it's correct. They're doing the right thing. If you do not have a tool, an instrument to correct the situation, then cover it at least, and whatever happens, happens. That's the max you can do. In the meantime, at least you're as if living a calm life.
Well, what is the tool or the device that the wisdom of Kabbalah speaks about? What is the tool for correcting the crisis?
There is a force immersed in nature and surrounding nature that can correct our inner nature, our ego. The same as that power of nature has created us and developed us to the extent where we became great egoists. That very same force can correct that ego if we only want it. We have to want to use it. That force, it's as if on hold.
Standing by.
And it's waiting. It's waiting until we demand the correction. Why? When we'll demand the correction, we'll be partners with that force. We'll have this nice correlation. And then we will acquire it and we will correct ourselves by ourselves, as if we'll use it correctly. And then it turns out that I correct myself, and by that I will know what that force is, what is nature, and then I transcend in my consciousness above everything, and then I will truly become man. And then I'll correct everything, both ecology, as much as it seems, warming up, cooling down, things that have to do with astronomy, the stars.
This is what I wanted to say. It needs to be explained, because I can see how correcting man's egoism will help the economic crisis. That's obvious. People will work in with more consideration, and things will be more balanced. But how will this help ecology, for instance?
It will help everything. With that power that has created us, it's the same power that created the still vegetative animate and the speaking species. If we use that force, it starts correcting us. The highest level, the biggest ego exists in man since he develops the world. If we want for that force to correct our ego, it projects its influence also on the degrees that are lower, less than us, and suddenly you'll see the whole world coming to balance, and we'll get a world, like the prophets say, the wolf also shall dwell with the lamb.
So Kabbalah is not looking at the world as different things, but as one whole, complete reality.
As one mechanism.
Okay, and in this complete one whole, man is the one factor that needs to be fixed to make the whole system in balance. Okay, so let's move on to Chloe's question. Chloe's from San Francisco, and she sent us a video question. Let's see what she has to say.
My name is Chloe, and I'm from San Francisco. My question is that in this material world where I have rent to pay, and it very much feels like I can't bestow all in order to survive and eat, how do I apply the Kabbalistic ways through my daily actions? What are definable actions I can take?
I understand. She's a very nice young lady. And the times are non-simple times, it's true. Things aren't simple. What can you do? To tell people times aren't simple, true. We agree, and we are participating with you in this sorrow and in this hardship, but do you at least know why? Why is it hard living? What is the purpose of life? Do you have an answer to that? There are people that have great hardships, but maybe they're very satisfied by that hardship. They're happy about it because they know that they achieved something great as a result. Like a person who sometimes works very hard, but he's happy because he sees that as a result of his work, soon he'll achieve a very good goal, he'll buy something great. he'll get great achievements. So it turns out that it all depends on what is the reason, what is the meaning in life. It's not that it's hard to live, if I know that it's hard to live, but I'm working hard in order to become a famous movie star, like that nice young lady. Then, yes, possibly I feel great. I know that eventually, in a few years, in a year, in 2 years, I achieve something which is my dream.
Because you have a big goal in front of your eyes. You have
Thus, the problem is not that I'm suffering at the moment, but for what? Is there a point to it all? Our life is hard, not because I have to work hard, but because I don't know what am I working for. I don't see the reason for it. Why do something in life altogether? We've lost the goal. We've kind of lost hope. What for? Do you remember the American dream? 50 years ago.
The big house, the big car, the big, yeah.
It was a standard for each and every one, and also to show to the world, look what we have. Our culture, Hollywood, the music, everything. And what happened?
Lost the drive. People lost the drive. It's very evident in the young generation, especially today. They're talking about why the education system works and doesn't work, and many people are saying that depression, especially among youngsters, becomes very prevalent.
I'll tell you, once a year usually I come to America for a tour, I give lectures, or I come to some convention. From year to year, I see deterioration in spirit. I no longer see people who are confident with great ambitions, smiling the well-known, famous American smile with the cheese. No, you don't have that anymore. A few streets away from downtown, then it's all quiet there. Maybe except for Christmas, or in all the rest of the places, you really feel the depression. Even in the way a person walks, how he does something at home, how he speaks to someone else. Everywhere you feel that there is kind of this fog coming in, this cloud landing. It's really felt, and from year to year, more and more.
Well, what is this cloud, like you said?
Hopelessness. America, the American nation, they had hard years, but they had hope for security, for freedom, for survival. We will develop the land, the new land, this country. We will do it. You know, everyone were cowboys, that spirit. And that spirit is gone. And that's the worst thing. And thus she says that things are hard, that it's hard for her to pay rent. Why? What for? Meaning the question is, why survive? That's the biggest question. And here we have to give a person a great perspective, that really the good future is expecting him, not after he dies in the next world or wherever. Here, now, you start correcting your ego. By this, you balance nature, and from that nature, you feel the next world. You cross into infinite dimensions, above time, space, and motion. You start feeling your life, not in your body, but in your soul. And it's not a fantasy. It's really the continuity of things. It's what you feel. All that we feel now, it's in order to oblige us to enter the spiritual dimension.
You know, this is a great goal. This is something that I certainly...
Otherwise, you have nothing to give people at all. And that's really what awaits us, because in this world, we've entirely exhausted ourselves.
On the one hand, I don't see anyone who will not like to live for this kind of goal, because eternity, wholeness, above this, lowly, beastly existence, of course, it's a great goal on the one hand. On the other hand, it just sounds unrealistic. It sounds far, far. That's what it sounds. How can we make it close? So it sounds closer.
You don't need that. Today, such a tremendous downfall is revealed in all that we're engaged in this comprehensive crisis, that you have no possibility to come out of it but to correct human society. And to correct human society, it means that you have to reach balance amongst all people, to destroy their ego. When you destroy the ego, you correct it. When you transcend it in order to survive, in order not to finish with the small life of ours on earth that's really coming up, that end is coming up. So if you'll work for that, that's enough. As a result, you'll start suddenly feeling that before you opens up this great entrance perspective that you didn't expect, and that's enough. You don't have to think about the next world, eternity. It's enough that if, here and now, I want to correct my life, which becomes harder from day to day and it's endless, this deterioration will continue. So there's only one solution, to fight our ego. So all over the world, we'll have to come to this, how to say, this very simple conclusion. We are fighting our ego.
Okay, and what are, to go back to Chloe's questions, what are definable actions that one can take to take this direction? Something practical, specific that one can do.
Practical, that's only one thing, to open the Kabbalah books. By doing so, you start seeing the whole truth, and you yourself start seeing what you have to do and what to advise others to do, and that's all there is. Because to turn to the leaders, to turn to different big organizations, the people sitting there, they're completely deaf. They don't see or hear anything besides their own career. We think about them, but they've reached those places because they're unworthy of anything but that. Precisely the people there, they don't have the ear to listen to the things which are truly in the foundation of the world. They can't.
Okay, you're saying the suggestion is just to start opening the books and open the material and absorb it that way. We have a question here, a text question that is coming from Frank. He's from South Carolina, and he's asking, with that regards, does nationality matter in studying Kabbalah, in opening the books? Does nationality have?
What?
If nationality has any kind of issue or effect in opening these books, texts?
Not at all. Not at all. Of course not. Because we're all one humanity. We all came from one person called Adam Arishon, the first man, so to speak, and we all came from one place, ancient Babylon, with the Babylonian tower and all that we had there, and from there we've dispersed all over earth, and thus there's no difference between us whatsoever. Towards correction, there's no difference. That correction, there was a desire to already make it back in Babylon, to be as one man and one heart, to be in a corrected society, and they couldn't do it, and so they've dispersed, and they stopped understanding each other. But the whole of humanity are one. And thus, the wisdom of Kabbalah that comes to us from ancient Babylon, that's where it started.
Right, the cradle of human civilization, basically.
Even before that, starting with Adam Arishon, the so-called first man, we have the book written by Adam Arishon, and in the book of Zohar, which is the just book of the wisdom of Kabbalah, there it speaks about the book by Adam Arishon.
I have to ask, we have just about 2 minutes left, I think, but how come a wisdom that is so global, so all-inclusive, universal, doesn't make any difference between people, between nations, and anything? How come that is so concealed, shrouded in mystery, in misconceptions? Why?
Because those who are engaged in the wisdom of Kabbalah are individuals in each and every generation, because they're the only ones who had interests. And besides, they themselves did a big job in concealing the wisdom of Kabbalah because they waited for the global crisis. And now that we've reached the global crisis that really seals itself with the eco-crisis, you understand, with all those small crises in human society, we're getting into this crisis covering us, eco-crisis, and we have no idea what's going to happen from one year to the next. And thus, in this situation, it means that we've reached the state, like the Kabbalists wrote for thousands of years, that we've reached the state where only now is it possible to open up the wisdom of Kabbalah. And now we have to get rid of all those stigmas about it, which are the red strings, holy waters, different actions.
Celebrity, fad, all kinds of
It
things.
has nothing to do, all of that has nothing to do with it. It speaks about correcting man's ego through studying, through getting to know our substance, understanding where we are, what are we, and really Kabbalah is not what people think about it. And like you say, that it has to do with celebrities. And thus, let's hope that we'll be able to reach everyone with it, and people will be able to correct themselves and achieve a good and comfortable life in a good way.
We have less than a minute. Last question. How can a study from a book correct my nature and turn me to something eternal?
Because through the book, you connect to the upper system that governs us. That's it. Kabbalah tells you about that mechanism which governs us, and when you start reading, you as if influence it for the better, and it returns to you and improves you.
And influences me in return. Okay. Wow, we had a lot.
Let's start.
Yeah, let's start. So everyone's is invited to start, and you're also invited to send more questions to our show. It's on tv.kabbalah.info. There is an Ask the Kabbalist page there with an interface where you can submit video questions or audio questions or text questions. And Dr. Laitman, thank you very much for being with us and answering these questions for us. We'll be happy to be here again for you, and we'll see you in the next show. Thank you and all the best. Hello everyone, welcome and thank you for joining to another Ask the Kabbalist show. With me, as always, ready to answer all your questions, Dr. Michael Laitman.
Hello everyone.
So before we'll begin with the first question, I'll remind you that you can send questions through tv.kabbalah.info. You go there to our Ask the Kabbalist page and you can submit video questions or audio questions or text questions. And there's a very user-friendly interface there allowing you to do all that. Let's begin right away with the first question. This one is coming from Greg. He's from New York. He sent us a video question. Let's watch it.
Hello, my name is Greg. I'm from New York, and I think a lot about the energy, the environment, and resources. And I see a lot of problems and wonder why we don't do, as a collective society, as countries, as smaller communities, why we don't do what we should be doing when we understand what the problems are.
If we were animals, we would have functioned much better than we do as people. An animal, in time of trouble, it forgets that it's supposed to eat other animals and do something. They all get together and suppose escape a fire or a tsunami.
Yeah, they even go, they run away faster or earlier. Sometimes they can feel the troubles coming.
Yeah. We, as people, if we were like animals, we were supposed to unite a long time ago and to escape this evil that's really coming up as a tsunami, and everyone feels that we aren't headed for the better. So why don't they turn?
Exactly what Greg asked.
That's exactly what he says, because we're worse than animals. We have an ego, an evil inclination that doesn't let us unite. And despite this whole great big problem coming down upon humanity, the general crisis and all that we're engaged in this world, we nonetheless keep in the same direction. and educators and scientists, philosophers, politologists, sociologists, all of them as if they're not wise people. They're ready to really be butchered. And till when? It's really aimed so from above in nature that nonetheless we have to perform self-scrutiny. First of all, not to escape instinctively like animals, but consciously, finding out what's going on, what do we have to do, and the wisdom of Kabbalah reveals itself here. And I'll tell you, as much as we appear all over the world, it's like a cry in the desert without an answer.
Why? I think that's what Greg is asking. He asked it from a different perspective, but still, why? If people see that there are problems, no one can deny that there are problems. The ecological crisis that is approaching and is kind of closing in on us from every different aspect of life, the economic crisis as well, it's not just ecology. If people are aware of the problems and they know that we have to somehow work together in order to solve them, why aren't we doing that? The leaders at least, or...
Our ego, it blinds our eyes. It says so, that the ego blinds the eyes of the wise. And that's really the reason I see for it. There is no other reason. And we have no choice. We're headed for the evil and a greater crisis. And undoubtedly that from year to year we'll have more problems with ecology and with human society, and who knows what will come to. But you see, there are many people like him asking, but when will we reach a cry and a decision? Maybe we'll make a revolution. Maybe we'll start connecting through the internet. Let's offer it. Let's start building the environment on the internet. Let's start building such a group.
What would you build there? What would you put there? What do you mean by building the...
A society.
Human society?
A society of people, revolutionaries. Let's make a revolution in the world. We don't need to kill anyone. We don't need to bring anyone down. A revolution in man's perception of the world, of the perception of the future. How should we behave? How should we relate to the world? Let's put together a new environment, and it's possible to do it on the internet. You see that what they're doing there, it as if doesn't work. And I'll tell you why. Because no one goes with the real tool, the instrument against our ego, which is the evil of the world. We know that. That is our problem, our ego, our nature. But no one on the internet or in any of those organizations, none of them have the tool how to overcome man's ego.
I'd like to understand the vision. When you're saying, let's develop a new internet-based society or something like that, what would be the agenda? What would be the ideology of such a society? It's what people, it's like the Renaissance revolution. It's like, what would you compare it to?
Exactly. The Renaissance. That's also interesting because altogether there were about 15-20 cultural people in the north of Italy, and they decided that they have to make a cultural revolution in Europe, all over the world. The whole world was back then Europe, and they did it. A small group of people. They don't have to be many, but they had an intensity, an inner intensity, an ideological intensity. They had an intensity of approach, of attitude. They could bring that approach to everyone. They could show, they could lighten up the eyes of people, the people who were at the top of human society back then, that this is the way, that we can no longer stay in the medieval ages. And the same here.
So are you saying that people like Greg maybe and like others who see that there are problems that are not being solved, who see that there has to be a higher level of working together between people, you're saying that they should come together online and start a revolution, basically, through the internet.
Yes, a revolution, a cultural revolution, man's relation to the world.
Okay, why specifically the internet? You know, in the Renaissance times there was no internet, so...
Well, that's today's tool with the help of which you can reach everyone. Back then, they also dispersed that knowledge to all the great people around Europe. And it took a few dozens of years until it really exhausted itself, until it reached everyone. But today, we're living in a different pace. We also have different tools.
Could you explain what would be the ideology in a few sentences of this newly forming society based in the internet? What would be their agenda? What would be their mission statement, perhaps?
We have to change our attitude towards others. Everyone talks about it, actually. Many people talk about it. Behave nicely towards others, let's be friends, let's transcend our evil, the hate. You have to do it in your family, with your relatives, with people who are a bit more distant, with the people of your town or your country or the whole world. And plenty of organizations talk about it. There's no innovation here. The innovation is that we have to organize a big, strong pool of facts, of articles, of compositions written by the great people and also written by us, that will be something that obliges. And along with this, we have to add to it the educational system.
Facts showing what? Proofs for what? Showing what?
Facts that our ego is destructive, that is the reason for the entire destruction in the world, and that we have to change man's attitude towards others. And next to it, we have to develop the educational system. The educational system being like nature. Nature is integral, nature is round, everything has to be in reciprocal connection. That's how we have to bring up the young generation. And on behalf of that organization, we have to open an educational system, a worldwide educational system, so that all the kids all over the world, the young generation, starting their education from the age of 6, 7, they will all be in a uniform educational system. And we see, regardless of how many big such organizations there are, unfortunately, we all know the situation. And that's with respect to the young generation. If in our generation we will develop this new educational system and we'll start dispersing it as much as possible on the internet lines, then of course there will be many people in the world that will connect to it and will want to connect their children to that educational system. And then at least we'll see that around the world you have millions such people that are already getting the integral kind of education, a global education. Meaning these are already people who want to live in a global world. Now, next to that, we have to develop this vast television that could also be on the internet these days, for it to start educating in a pleasant way, in a nice approach, entirely above all the differences and gaps that exist between people, for it to start and explain to all of us what are we supposed to be, how are we supposed to be, according to nature, according to science, according to the different sciences and wisdom that humanity has, that we have to be bonded. Otherwise, we're opposite to nature. We breach the laws of nature. We really place ourselves against nature, and it's a fact. You see how from one month to the next, we're undergoing different phenomena, both in human society and also in the world, in nature, the climate, and so on. Very bothering phenomenon.
Yes, there's a crisis escalating in every realm today, and it's quite apparent and obvious.
So we also have to give this kind of an education
to grown-ups, to adults.
To the grown-ups. Yeah, to everyone. And besides, when there will be many people, which is a great mass of such people, will be able to also influence those organizations that as if are supposed to take care of it, but for some reason they don't really succeed, saying the least. Because they're really sitting on a lot of money and power and great resources, and they have power and the ability to influence and change something, and doesn't work. So for us to be able to penetrate, get in with our plans through those resources to the whole world. And I'll give you an example. You have special universities around the world, special schools in the world that are all on the top, where people even from Europe, from America and Russia and England, from Russia they send their kids to study in England, from Europe to America,
schools.
And so on. Let's set a standard that we accept all this nice, good layer that they want to be educated, want to get a profession, will accept only those that undergo an integral global education. You already raise things to a uniform level, a human level, and you have a different attitude of humanity towards the future of the world.
Yeah, so we're talking about creating, taking all those people who are thinking today, who are seeing the problems, who know that there needs to be a change, consolidating them, uniting them based on the internet, and creating this newly formed education that educates the person and children and adults alike towards living in this new global world.
Yes. Besides, let's start building a system that encourages people to think about this future, like special prizes for different creations, theater, literature, music, and so on. So it will all be aimed in that direction, that we all have to be one, global, integral, in balance with nature, in reciprocity with nature, and so on. Let's encourage the creative people, and so on. We can do many things. We simply have to become organized.
So it's just about taking people's talents and creative ideas and just directing them, just directing all of this instead of serving destruction and egoism, to serve this new global education that we're all one body, one unit.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I think that many people, perhaps even watching us now, especially actually artists and creative people who deal with creation, with creativity, they would be very interested in, usually creative people want to deliver a positive message, something that will help others. So this is interesting.
What's interesting about it and unique is that you can't turn to the rulers, to the leaders with these ideas, to those that are at the top of the world and as if can change something in human nature and sociology, and you can't turn to the world leaders.
It's like they're the last people who will hear this, yeah?
Yes. These are people who play in very strict laws with very limited freedom of choice, with an ability to decide according to their own desire that's practically zero. They depend on parties and politics and different calculations between many currents and conditions, and thus they can't be revolutionaries. None of them can be revolutionaries. And we see it's all only externally, as if there's a big difference between the different parties. Eventually we see that there isn't. And it's not because that's man's nature and they can't change anything. That's not the people's nature. No people determine anything here. but because the conditions that they're in with the parliament and heads of parliament,
yeah, Congress, Senate,
yeah, that stays. Nonetheless, they have such balance between them that regardless who's changing up there, the difference will barely be felt, and thus there's no point in turning to them. We really have, through the internet, you asked about the internet, why through the internet? Through the internet we have to reach great masses of people and to really start preparing public opinion towards
So
it.
you're seeing the change in the world only coming from this, from masses of people, not from leaders, not from top down, only from masses of people using the internet
Yes.
to start changing society.
Yes.
Okay.
That they feel on themselves how their life becomes worse, and they start understanding that they have no choice. They have to change their attitude towards life, towards nature, the connection between them, and they'll go for it. And the great ones, the leaders, will follow them somehow. They'll join.
Okay, and just to be clear on this, we're talking about it from the perspective of Kabbalah, but basically every person who identifies with these ideas, every person who...
Not necessarily. You don't necessarily have to speak about the wisdom of Kabbalah here. When we disperse this material, we have to disperse it in a simple manner. We're talking about global integral humanity, the way our world is, the way nature is, and we're a part of it, and it's global and integral.
So this is something that fits everyone. This is what I wanted to ask. Anyone who feels sympathy to these ideas,
right,
to join. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, that's some answer you got there, Greg. Let's start working, I guess.
I think it's an answer for many questions where we're asking ourselves, what should we do with life? And eventually today, we're already in such times that are pressuring us. The clock is ticking. We see especially according to the climate changes. And the climate changes, they're as if the slowest. And changes in human society, they can change from one moment to the next for the worse. And of course, we should hasten ourselves.
Okay, we have a couple minutes left. We'll move on to a different subject here to answer another question. This one is a different question coming from Philadelphia. It's another video question. Let's see what it's about.
What does it mean to be included in an environment that works on bestowal? Thank you.
To be included in an environment that works on bestowal, it means that I want to educate myself through the environment to be an integral part of nature, of human nature. That I enter an environment, and that environment dictates that we have to be interconnected, that we have to be in the same reciprocal direction. It's not that from this day on we're all alike. Each one's different, but each one listens to the others, connects to others, starts seeing the whole environment as interconnected cogwheels. And then, when a person starts thinking that and relating to this whole integral mechanism with this connected sort of system, he relates differently to everyone, to himself, to others. He also starts feeling himself as obliged to society. It's not that only that he doesn't steal and that's enough, what do you want? But he is obliged to give, to do everything I can actually in favor of the environment, and that's how it will be with everyone. Meaning to be under the influence of an integral environment, it means to be an integral part of it, and that's what nature demands of us. By this, we merely keep the laws, the same as we keep the laws of chemistry, of physics, for our own benefit in our world. That's how we have to keep this sociological law, where the connection between us, all in all, It has to be an integral one. There's no word for it. There's no other word for it. And from day to day, it unfolds more and more. Today, no country can detach itself from other countries. Let's try. Take any country. Can you tell them, you can close yourselves and start having this natural kind of household? They can't. Why not? Because it's not that they will be lacking bread and water and natural resources, because inside nature, within nature, we have reached such a state where we're all connected, and this state was more hidden. We had less connection between ourselves, and gradually, throughout the development of human society, we've reached a state where we're incapable of disconnecting, and thus today, whoever wants to disconnect will be like a person going into the desert and take the biggest and strongest country. If it'll want to do that, that's what will happen. And we see that there are many regimes around the world that as if they come, we will do this and that now on our own. You see, in a few years, like with Cuba, for example, really, that's an example. And it will also happen in Latin America with many regimes. Today, whoever wants to isolate himself is really going to destroy himself.
So this new approach, this new attitude to each other is something that all of humanity is now beginning to transform towards, and we have to push it, basically, to encourage it. Yes?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Laitman, for today's answers. Thank you for your questions. You can send more questions on tv.kabbalah.info. You go to our Ask the Kabbalist page, and you can submit your questions through audio, video, or type a text question. That's it for today. Thank you for being with us, and all the best. Hello and welcome to Ask the Kabbalist. Thank you for joining us. With me, as always, ready to answer your questions, Kabbalist Dr. Michael Laitman. So we'll begin with the first question. Before that, I'll remind you all that you can go to tv.kabbalah.info and send your questions at any time. You just go to our Ask the Kabbalist page and you can submit your questions over video, audio, or text. Let's begin with the first question for today. This one is coming from Virginia. From Jim. It's a video question. Let's watch it.
My name is Jim, and I'm from Herndon, Virginia. And my question for the Kabbalist is, if we're, in Kabbalah, we're supposed to, I don't even know what we're supposed to do with the ego. We're taught that it's the evil inclination. So what is the ego's role? We can't get rid of it, so what do we do with it?
Use it correctly. As simple as that. Our ego is good. It's our entire nature. And we're not going to destroy ourselves and get rid of our nature. We can't. The only problem is, how do we use it? For the bad of others or for their good? If we're connected together like in a family, and we can't separate, then we have to find a way how to be good to each other. Why be bad? If we're in humanity, and it is now unfolded to us that we're all interconnected and we have no choice, and we can't disconnect, nature is closing us in like in a small room. So it's preferable for us to achieve peace, a nice connection between us, a good kind of communication, mutual participation, at least consent towards each other. That's what we have to do. Now our ego, that very ego that each one wants to come and sting the other and use the other, That very ego tells you, be careful, they can do the same to you. We have no choice. We're in a small room. Earth is small. We all have to find a place, a kind of a formula as to how to relate to each other nicely. I'm an egoist, okay, but the others are no less egoist than I am. And nonetheless, we have to do something here then. We have plenty of organizations all over the world, plenty of smart people. But you see, still we have not reached a general formula, a general organization which would help us somehow to be correctly connected. So that very ego, which is so destructive, it has to tell me, be careful, it's preferable for you to transcend your personal interests of one towards the other, using each other. Precisely because you're an egoist, try to build a friendly environment for yourself in which you could survive, or at least be secure, safe, have a good life, build a nice world for your children, build a home. You have brains, and that ego, through the brains and the right attitude, can bring you to great achievements. You simply have to teach a person how to do it.
It's exactly what I wanted to continue asking, because using the ego for the benefit of others, for the benefit of society, sounds like a tricky idea. At the moment, the world would look like
simple.
Okay.
It's something simple. Who doesn't understand that it's worthwhile doing? Everyone understands. If we're together and we have one room and we live together and we have no choice, we can't separate. So it's preferable for us, instead of constantly opposing each other, I buy a gun, you buy a cannon, you bought a cannon, so I buy a tank, I bought a tank, so you buy an aircraft, and we're opposing each other. Enough. Why do we have to constantly be opposed to one another such? You see, that great big ego later on brings to a thought, like between Russia and America. Why constantly spend our money and powers on arming ourselves for these war technologies and all? Let's start decreasing it a bit. Because what? We'll constantly keep on defending ourselves from each other. We've reached a state, nonetheless, where we're destroying each other. There are no winners here. So enough. Maybe we'll decrease our ego. We'll bring ourselves to a smaller level. Here, we're talking about a kind of a caution in using the ego, but nature today is teaching us that we have to be connected. Not only, let's have an agreement, you don't eat me and I won't eat you.
I don't touch your stuff, you don't touch my stuff,
Yeah, that's not enough. It's not enough. Nature obliges us today to be friendly, not only to concede for each one to waive something, but to be connected in a nice way. That's already a different problem. That's much harder. Instead of, you're my neighbor, I'm your neighbor, and we don't talk. We build a wall, that's it. That's yours, this is mine. That's not enough. In the past, it was enough. Today, we have to connect with one another. And it's revealed in the world that we can't go without each other. I remember when this last crisis started 2 years ago.
Yeah, 2008, 2009.
Yeah, I remember how in several countries, in Europe and in Russia, they were happy about it. They were glad that the crisis started in America.
At first.
Yeah, exactly. Now the Americans, they're wiped off the map. Then it hit them, much more severely even than it hit America. To this day, they can't get back on their feet. The American people, they nonetheless get on their feet much quicker. They correct themselves. Meaning, we see that a person doesn't even understand how connected to the others he is. And it comes from different directions, and man still doesn't know why. Truly, we don't yet understand How is it such that we're so interconnected that the crisis came to such countries that didn't depend that much on other countries, but it happened? And I'll tell you, there's this transcendental force, some kind of a spiritual force. There's a kind of connection between us, which is not on a physical level, but on a metaphysical level.
What do you mean by not a physical?
We're connected to one another like the whole of humanity. Each one of us is connected with others. You know, there's this research that everyone knows the whole world through 5 people.
Yeah, there's a research called 6 degrees of separation and so on, showing that the whole world is connected through a few degrees.
So probably that's the connection working on us. And not industrial connections, supplying electricity, oil, gas, money. These are all external things.
Okay, so let's leave these physical connections aside. What is this internal connection, inherent connection, natural one that you're talking about?
The inner connection is that we're connected through nature. Not what we've built artificially. And this is what is discovered between us. And you can't do anything about it. You have to simply take that law, the connection between us, and to sustain it, not to resist it. Otherwise, if you resist the laws of nature, you suffer in the worst possible way. If you change different laws that you've made yourself in human society, not that much of a problem. But if you start resisting that which nature gives to you as a law that starts to work in the world that's unfolding more and more, that's a problem.
But I want to know more about this internal connection that you are mentioning. Where is it? Where is it in a person's thoughts, in a person's...
It stems from that very point from which we've developed. From the small energy which exploded during the Big Bang and brought to the renewal of all matter in our world, and developed through the still, which is the entire universe, earth, on it the vegetative, animate, and the speaking, man. So in foundation, we're all connected, either by the collective law of gravity, the general law of the universe, anthropy, and information. We're interconnected, all of us, in all of the parts, from one end of the universe to the other. And thus, we have to also relate to everyone in this integral fashion. When you're talking about the general law of the universe, about the preservation of energy, about masses and energy and the relations between them and all the things that we research today, then why do you relate it only to the still great bodies, stars and planets? Why don't you relate it to the vegetative world? You see how everyone is interconnected on our small planet. It's a one collective atmosphere. We all live on a single planet, Earth. And connect to that collective law, both the vegetative, animate, and the speaking, meaning the people. And thus, you have to find that collective, integral, general equation which nature presents to you in an ever more evident fashion, that you have to keep it.
Why is it really that we can see this interconnectedness on those levels of still, vegetative, and animate, but we can't see it on ourselves? On the human degree, we don't see this connection clearly. Why is that?
We see that which is on a lower degree than ours. If I want to examine something, I have to be above whatever I examine with my brains. And thus, we examine and research and all the tests that we make and the scrutiny, we turn it into science on the degrees of the still, vegetative, and animate. But on the speaking level, psychology, sociology, psychiatry, all that has to do with the human level, our internality, we can't check it for sure. In order to check it, we have to rise to even a higher degree, and we don't have that. Thus, all the social sciences, the science of man's spirituality, it's not actually a science. science. It's a bit here and there, whatever we're capable of.
Nothing concrete, nothing.
Picking from our lives, from nature, and collecting a few single things. We can't turn it into a science, but we see as a result that also in human society we have to follow the very same laws as the still vegetative and animate, only to simply keep it on our level. And the same as the still vegetative and animate are all interconnected and interdependent, we have to have the same attitude on the human level.
There's another question here that actually is kind of follow-up to this one. It's coming from Quindell. He's from Chicago. He sent us a video question as well. Let's watch it.
Hi, my name is Quindell Johnson from Chicago. I'm always thinking about the future, so my question is, how do you see the world in 10 years from now?
I can't answer that one way decisively, because the ball is in our hands. I have that book, by the way, a book by that name. Today, we are at a decisive point that either we reach the preservation of the integral law in human society, and from the human level to bring it down to the animate, vegetative, and the still degrees. If we will reach the preservation of this law in a good manner, a nice, pleasant way, so that we'll all connect, and all of us together will be connected like the whole of nature, or we'll have to undergo a very severe, dramatic teaching, where we'll learn that we can't escape that our ego really pushes me to destroy others and build myself on the destruction of others. That very ego will push us to great wars, to very cruel situations. And then we'll see how incapable we really are of getting out of it. And we will reach the revelation of the need to revoke the ego, to cancel it, to rise above it, and humanity will reach a state where it must get rid of the ego in order to connect between themselves. It has to throw aside all that stands in the way of connection. It could be religions, it could be faiths, politics, it could be anything. Anything that stands in our way to connect, we have to throw it away, destroy it, burn it, for it to eradicate from the world. Then humanity, which will understand that it has to do that, otherwise it ends. Otherwise we finish with life on earth, and also earth comes to an end. That's the power that we have today to destroy it. So truly from that cry, from that feeling of need for correction, for correcting our nature, we will discover the power of correction. We'll discover the upper force. Upper meaning higher than our ego, for it to correct us. That force is also immersed in nature. That force is the innermost force, the strongest, most powerful one, but we can discover it on condition that we really want to correct and want to connect, and we're incapable alongside with that. Then we discover that force. So I'm really hopeful that through our efforts to disseminate the knowledge of the wisdom of Kabbalah and all these global understandings and integral ones that are ever more unfolded now in human society, through it all, I hope that we'll bring it to the knowledge of everyone in the world, through the internet, through this whole dissemination, to the recognition that we must rise above the ego, that we have to destroy anything that stands in our way to bond, to connect, and then the connecting force will reveal amongst us. When we'll want it, it'll come.
I know you don't engage in fortune telling, but if you can just explain, how would you see let's take the good path. You said there are two possible paths. It could happen in a tragic way, in a dramatic way, or it can happen in a way of people becoming more aware of what needs to happen. Say that this is the path we take, the good path. What kind of like drastic changes do you see happening? Good changes. How would things change? I don't know, in the media or in education or in terms of boundaries between countries. Will it still be there? Things like that. If you can describe, and within this period of let's say 5 to 10 years from now.
The bad way was already described to us by the prophets thousands of years ago. They wrote about the great problems that would come at the end of times on earth. And I don't even want to repeat it. Anyone can read what it says in Daniel, and these are very unpleasant situations. Such problems that never happened in the world before, and all that happened up till now is like a small detail with respect to these great big global matters. Because we have to suffer to an extent to which we'll hate our nature in order to truly want some kind of a correction, in order to get out of our skin, to really come out of my nature, out of my body. To that extent, I will hate it, where I'm incapable of remaining in it any longer. Sometimes a person gets that kind of recognition where he eats himself for something, that he got into a certain unpleasant situation, into some bad thing, he starts criticizing himself. So people have such moments where they hate themselves, that they would really get out of themselves, separate from themselves. That's what we have to reach, but it's on a scale of the whole of humanity. Thus, of course, it's very hard, and you need to feel great torments in order to want it, to want to transcend your nature. And that is the path of suffering. That's how it's called. And the other path, it's a path where before we feel these torments in a natural corporeal fashion, we start discovering that upper force above nature, that we need it. That upper force above nature is called the power of connection. As simple as that. Let's start discovering that power of connection, we ourselves. And then it'll come, and it itself will start correcting us, only we have to transcend to it, to want it, to start trying to connect, to overcome, to start drawing it.
If we start doing that, what kind of changes do you see happening in human society?
Recognition of evil. The recognition of evil. We start feeling how bad we are to this day, even though we don't feel it in practice. Now, in life, if you ask me, I'm not a bad person. I go to work, come back to my family, go on vacation, have a hobby. Ordinary citizen in some country. No good, no bad, everything's fine. I keep the main laws like anyone else. I'm not a felon. Suddenly, I discover through the study, through my attitude towards nature, towards globalization, towards all those things, according to what the wisdom of Kabbalah teaches, I discover how evil I am in my current state. It's unpleasant.
It also sounds bad.
Of course, of course. Because suddenly you'll start feeling not that good, not that pleasant. True, and now you feel yourself good, everything is fine, thank God. But it's preferable for you to feel yourself as evil before that evil is revealed through blows. It's preferable for that evil to reveal in advance by you starting to take interest in the nature of the world, and then you correct that evil before you reach it physically. Physically, you'll reach that evil, suppose in 5 years. You'll discover it now and correct it before you come to it physically.
Without feeling.
Today, it's enough for you to feel it in your brains and your understanding. And that's enough in order to correct. Like sometimes you suffer from something, even though it's nothing, but you feel how bad it is and you don't want it. We have to do the same. That's called the recognition of evil, and that recognition of evil is called by the way of hastening, where you advance yourself towards that bad to feel that evil, that it then helps you to transcend the evil. Now, you don't have to feel that evil as if it will come in a future physical form, because you discover it theoretically and with everyone together. So all in all, like kids at school, we learn about our evil nature and we go and correct it together. And thus, these things, they work in a easy, quick, nice manner, like an adventure, in a good direction, even happily. Everyone together, and it connects us and leads us to a new state. You have a new paradigm, you have a new idea, a new future that shines for you, something that humanity doesn't have today. The main thing that disappeared from us is the future.
So this kind of education, awareness, basically saves us any possible suffering.
Yes, true. And thus it's called the path of the light, the easy way, the quick way, and without getting into suffering, without destroying Earth and really bringing the entire world to a disaster.
Okay, we really have to wrap up at this point. Thank you very much for these answers.
Happy end.
Yes, and I would like to invite everyone to go and browse all the information we can offer to you on Kabbalah.info, and you can come and send more questions on tv.kabbalah.info on our Ask the Kabbalist page. You can submit video, audio, or text questions. And until then, let's all take this new path of light and awareness and consciousness. Thank you and all the best. Welcome everyone, hello and welcome to Ask the Kabbalist. With me as always, ready to answer all your questions, Kabbalist Dr. Michael Laitman.
Hello all.
Before we'll begin with the first question for today, I'll remind everyone, you can send questions freely at any time on tv.kabbalah.info. You go there to our Ask the Kabbalist page and you can submit video questions or audio questions or text questions. And the first question we'll start with is a text question. This is coming from Lisa from Kentucky. And she writes this: I read an article in the National Geographic saying that in the year 1830, there were 1 billion people on the planet. Today, there are 7 billion people, and 1 billion is the number of people who go hungry every day. So in 2045, the projected population is 9 billion people, and the question that the article raised was, how will we feed all those people? So how do you see this from a Kabbalistic perspective, and what changes would we have to undergo in order for us to feed everyone on Earth in 40 years from now?
I don't think that we'll be able to withhold everyone the way you say, or the way the demography experts or sociologists or economists predict. Because, first of all, I don't think we'll develop that way. Even though we're people, but nonetheless we belong to the animalistic world. And in the animal world, like you know, like among animals, among fish, the more food there is, the more they reproduce. The less food, the less they reproduce. And it's the same with us. You see, according to the divorce rate in the world, the changes the world's undergoing, the birth rate, it's actually falling. The more we develop in culture and education, thus our birth rate is decreasing. And thus, I don't think that there will be an explosion or that we'll experience such growth like we had in the past 150 years. And I'm also looking at something completely different from a different angle. And I'm not looking at the demographical problem. If we'll be closer to nature, by being more similar to nature, nature, it's the complete power of love and bestowal, where everything is in balance. If we too shall keep this balance, if we'll reach a state where we want to live in peace, in consideration, then we will reach a state where earth will bear plentiful fruit, and we too, as a result of the nice and good attitude towards each other, will be able to divide it such that no one will starve or go hungry, and no one will want more than he needs in order to survive. And then we will be satisfied with everything. And we won't have to ever calculate how many billions are we. There will be place for everyone.
Okay, first, you're saying that you're seeing a completely different scenario. So in 40 years from now, you're not seeing 9 billion people on the planet.
No. No. What I'm saying is that, according to the current tendency, we've stopped growing. We see that on the northern hemisphere, we have a decline, a decrease in population. Europe, Russia, Northern America, Canada. We see it even though there is vast immigration into all those areas. Even though many people come from the south, meaning from Asia, from Africa, from South America, from Asia, Africa, to Europe and Russia, and we see nonetheless that those that come to the north, they don't really increase the population. They too become kind of modest in their reproduction. And they too, the more they accept the whole modern custom of the cultural and industrial development, we see that also amongst them, the birth rate is falling.
You know, first you mentioned the immigration process. I also read an interesting article that says that in terms of space, there isn't no problem on the planet. And actually, even 9 billion people could be on just Texas. You could put them there.
Without any problem. Up to 200 billion people, Earth can withhold. There are even such calculations. The problem is, how do we treat nature? Are we destroying nature like it happens with that oil spill in the Gulf of Mexico? Or we're destroying it by different things? Or really cut down trees. In short, there's a big problem with our attitude towards nature.
What changes would we have to undergo in order to feed everyone? Because obviously the problem, as you're saying, is...
No, that's impossible. You can't do it that way. We can't have changes in politics, demographics, geography. Nothing of the sort. We have to change the relations, the attitude between us. And all the rest of the changes, the way we'll arrange the new society, will be a result of the relations between us, which will be in correspondence with nature. All in all, we have to achieve balance with nature, where we consider each other on the human level, where we consider each other as if we're one family, and not as if, because that's how we truly are. Because life, these days, open up our eyes and we see that we're in a global world, in an integral connection with each other. And correspondingly, we have to see, where are we in this whole picture? If nature explains to us that we're all interconnected and the kind of connection is a bad one, and we have to have a good kind of connection to truly achieve love amongst us, so we have to understand that if we do not meet that law of nature, as a result, we'll have all our problems and troubles, and it won't help us to come to greater achievements in economics and in the financial system, or in growing fruits, vegetables, meat, and so on. It won't help. Nonetheless, we'll invert it as a result of our nature into even more harmful networks.
Okay, you mentioned the economic system as well. There's a video question here that is coming from Guillaume from France, and it has to do with that. Perhaps we'll move on to that video question from Guillaume from France, and then we'll continue talking about the subject.
My name is Guillaume, I'm from France, and my question is, do you think that Europeans will actually get a political system that is as strong as the American one and behave as a single country someday? Thank you.
I don't think that it's going in a good direction, neither in Europe and, by the way, nor in America. I don't think that if the Americans will pursue the same direction they're in now, they'll be able to keep their states united, connected. And you see how each one of them, both in Europe and also in America, are starting to behave in a protectionist way, isolating themselves, where no one cares about what happens with others and no one wants to consider others. Everyone has a very narrow and short vision and can't see a bit further. That's our developing ego pushing us so that we'll acknowledge its evil as quickly as possible and change direction. That we'll try to consider each other, for us to start thinking globally. We're around Earth, we're all interconnected, we're all inside nature, we're not above nature, and we have to do what nature dictates and not what we feel like, according to our evil nature, according to our ego. Thus, the way things are developing now, I don't think that we'll reach something good, in a good way, neither in Europe in the common market or in the common culture they have in Europe, will reach such an outbreak of hate that it might reach a third world war. And also in America, we can see it, and in Russia, everywhere actually, that the ego, when it breaks out, it brings to separation, and even one country will divide into many countries. And in America, we see that there are many states there, and everything there is ready for separation, and also in Europe everything's ready for separation, also in Russia, everywhere. Those are plenty of nations connected together. What for? Neither common culture nor education or anything. They can separate, and that's that. The law of hate that distances us from each other, it works such that we'll separate from one another. It's like, I had a friend, as if we all live together, we share everything. Afterwards, something happened. Then he already has his corner, I have my corner. Then we divide the apartment, we drift further away. He goes one place, I go to another place. The distance or the proximity between us, it is defined according to the inner distance or proximity, and it influences the physical realm. And thus, we have to see our inner corrections. That's what we have to do. And let's hope that we'll understand it. But that is the only thing upon which what happens in Europe or in America depends on, or in the whole world. Today in the world, we have something like 170 countries. You'll have much more, 400 or 500 countries, and that won't be enough. You see that people are distancing from each other. They can't keep families together. The children with the parents can't stay together. Couples are divorcing. Each one needs a separate room, a separate apartment. A person wants everything of his own, no one to bother or bug him. You see that still there are such countries where everyone's together in a clan. I see a truck and 200 people get on it and they all drive to work. I see a family vehicle, yeah.
One person driving it. Yeah.
One person driving, and he can't take anyone else with him, even though it's very economical, but he can't. He simply can't. And thus, look what's going on in the world, and accordingly you can see the correction that has to take place.
You mentioned something that isn't very, a common thing in the Third World War.
Yes, but we see that separation, drifting away, drifting apart, brings to war. War is the natural result of the distancing between people. Because what happens actually, I'll explain it thoroughly. We want a distance from each other, and it seems to us that by this we balance our relations. We have this kind of a bad relationship going on. So according to how bad it is, according to the hate between us, we distance in order not to touch each other. You're there, I'm here, and there's a distance between us that makes sure that we won't kill each other, but you have your place, I have my own place, and that's that. Were it not for nature pushing us to be together, because it's part of nature's plan, everything would have been great, then really we would have distanced from each other and we would have gotten along. But according to nature's plan, we have to reach a state where we're all connected by love. That's the plan. Nature is drawn towards equilibrium, balance, all of it. You studied physics, chemistry, geology, anything.
Yes, in other levels of nature it's clear. In our level it's unclear.
Right. Exactly that. We've reached a state that we have to start treating each other well, like on the levels of the still vegetative and animate, also on the human level. We have to arrange society such that it will work in consideration and even according to love. The world is headed towards globality, towards everything being one, integral, united, whether we want it or not. That is the direction in which things are developing. And if we want a distance from each other and isolate ourselves, it won't help. It won't. Thus, even though we want to we want to protect ourselves through plenty of laws and give each a corner of his own and a car of his own and a computer screen of his own, won't help. Nature is stronger and will prevail.
Well, why does nature want us to become one? What's in it for nature? Why is it in nature?
That's its plan. That's the plan, to bring everyone to unification.
But I'm good where I am.
It extends from, I don't want to get into the wisdom of Kabbalah and the thought of creation, but I'm telling you, we see this law in nature. Why even go further? Why even go deeper in? We see that that's the law. If it's the law, then you can say whatever you want. Of course, I can bring you proof from the upper world, from the wisdom of Kabbalah and so on, but why? Even without it, we see this direction. If so, then that's enough. For sure, we have to go with it, and to the extent that we won't, we'll reach a certain degree of our oppositeness to nature, and that degree will burst out between us as war, and that's what happened in the past.
How do you prevent a war? How do we start a different direction?
Only correction. Only correction between us. Isolation won't help. Nature is stronger, and it will bring us together. It will push us together to be included in a single place. We have to relate to it very seriously, scientifically, in a simple manner, that this is the purpose of creation, this is the purpose of nature. We see a clear direction. If we go with it, we'll benefit. If we don't, we'll lose big time, and it's a shame.
Okay. We have a question here that perhaps touches upon love as well, but from a more perspective that has to do between in relationships. The question is from Dan. He's from Sherrill, New York, and he's asking whether people invented the whole idea of marriage and family, or was it the nature or the creator who created this institution of marriage? Like, is it something, I'm assuming that he's asking because today it's almost not happening correctly.
True. In the past, there was a need to get married because a male and a female had to come together in order to have children. And through the children, and instinctively, they wanted to be together, to have a household. Without that, they can't survive. A person, nonetheless, throughout life, he becomes weaker physically, and he needs help, and he is incapable of providing all his needs, and thus he needs more people around him, namely family, or even more than a family, a village, a clan. Such kinds of organization. Thus, the instinct pushed people towards connecting with others. And as long as materialistically we needed such a warm environment of relatives, where the emotional power holds us together, a certain inner obligation, blood obligation, so to speak, through the mutual life, through the collective common property, mutual children. So we held on. Once we've developed socially and technologically to a state where we can provide all of our needs, we don't need a family. I buy ready food, I have a washing machine, I have everything of the ready. I can buy anything I need, any services. I have neither need for a family, for children, or for anything else. Besides, my ego grew to an extent to which I don't want to feel any obligation towards a wife or kids or anything else. I become more independent. I reject everyone. I can barely stand myself to bear other people. I don't want that. This is our nature. So there are two factors here that are aiding each other. It's technology and social life and everything that helps a person to be on his own and to provide for all his needs. Doctors, you can insure everything. I don't need anyone. Yeah. On the one hand, and on the other hand, my ego can't stand anyone close. I can't stand anyone next to me. That I'll have to do something to give up my ego for something or someone, and thus we have divorce. We have plenty of people that don't want to get into that obligation. Making a family, why? I can make children anyhow. I can have a different spouse every day or change spouses several times throughout life. And I can make children, but I don't really feel a need for them or an obligation towards them. And also, they don't really need me. And with their increased ego, they try to run away from their parents as quickly as possible. We have to see how things are naturally developing, because that's nature. Now, what can we change here?
Yeah, and what do you offer people? What do you suggest? To get married, not to get married, to not get into this mess to begin with?
According to the wisdom of Kabbalah, nothing besides the correction of our ego will help. Otherwise, bit by bit, we'll simply finish humanity altogether. Because if the ego will grow ever more, then we'll distance from each other to an extent to which we'll be so opposed to one another, so opposed to the global and integral system, that there will be a kind of a paradox, a collision between the integral system, which is the whole of nature with all of its parts, and human society that's included of small, egoistic individualists that don't want to connect, and these two systems can't coexist, and then there will really be an explosion.
It's interesting. I'm seeing, like, throughout this show today, from every question, we're analyzing every aspect of human life, and it seems like that ego is the cause of everything, whether it's the disintegration of the family unit, of countries, of economic systems, of political systems. You're showing how everything is caused by this same thing. So how don't we see it? Why isn't it that obvious to us?
Because it's very painful to see. it obliges us to do things that are against our nature. How can I? I can do any external thing, but the ego is my innermost thing. It's my innermost quality. And I have to change that quality. If I could easily change it, then I would. Simply tell me, where can I buy some medicine in order to decrease my ego, to arrange it such that it will be good for me and good for everyone else? I'm even ready to pay something for it, but you can't. That's man's inner work that he has to make in order to reach equilibrium with nature. And why? And the wisdom of Kabbalah comes into the picture here and says, if you'll do it, you'll reach a different world. Your reward is that you open up an entire, whole, and perfect, eternal reality, something beyond this world. You unfold the part which is now hidden from you, concealed from you, that part of nature, and you discover that you have where to advance to. That life doesn't end here with your body, but you keep on living, and you can now discover wholeness and perfection.
That's what we need. That's what we need to know. That's what we need to hear to be aware
and
of.
thus the wisdom of Kabbalah unfolds itself, and we disseminate it in order to show people that we have where to go, that it's worthwhile treating our ego so that upon it, by correcting it, we can rise to a different level of existence, where we reach freedom of the angel of death.
Okay, our time is just up. Thank you very much, Dr. Laitman, for this, new, hopeful, bright view on where we need to go. Thank you for sending all your questions. We'll be here in the next show taking more questions. You can send them through tv.kabbalah.info. You go to the Ask the Kabbalist page and you can submit videos or audio questions or text questions. We'll see you in the next show. All the best. Hello everyone, welcome. Thank you for joining another Ask the Kabbalist show. With me as always, Kabbalist Dr. Michael Laitman. So we're ready to answer your questions. We'll remind everyone you can send more questions at tv.kabbalah.info. You go there, you click the Ask the Kabbalist page, and there you can submit questions in any form, video, audio, or text. So our first question is a text question that is coming from Anne. She's from Los Angeles, and she's asking the following. Facebook now has more than 500 million users, which is more than the entire US population, and it means that 1 out of every 12 people in the world is using it. There are many opinions on how Facebook has redefined our approach to human interactions. I wanted to ask you whether you see this as something that brings us closer to our spiritual connection that Kabbalah is talking about. How do you see the role of Facebook within the plan of human development?
I think that everything we're developing, especially on the internet, this whole web network of connections, is in favor of humanity. It's a result of our desire to be more interconnected, and not physically interconnected, but more internally. Even though, to this day, we haven't yet learned the right way and we can't correctly use it, like anything else, we're egoists, and first we use things a bit adversely, until we turn it into something more acceptable, into something a bit better. But I'm really glad to hear about the success of the development of this kind of connection between people, and I have great hopes for it. Because according to what we see in nature, that pushes us to be more interconnected. We discover that we're all interconnected and that we're all interdependent, and it's according to the laws which we see. So if we're going towards those laws, in accordance with those laws, then of course we'll benefit. Like with any other law in nature, if we know it and obey it, then we benefit. Thus, using these systems in order to connect between people, although at first it's like children that fight, but afterwards they learn how to better behave in a more acceptable way, protecting each other. I think that humanity will undergo these years of childhood pretty quickly and will reach a state where we will use all of these social networks in a nice and good way, and through it we'll feel how we're all actually one person, one system.
What is, you mentioned the law of nature, and I'm wondering, this Facebook thing is a real phenomenon. It's unprecedented. 500 million users, and it's really something that is becoming a thing of modern life. Just like doing anything else, people are on Facebook. The question is, what is it in this virtual connection, virtual nature that we find that we like it so much? What is this?
Our nature, our will to enjoy, to receive, to be fulfilled, to feel something, to understand, to hear. You see, you have 1,000 channels on TV. You get on the net, there, everything. Yeah, infinite, exactly. And it all comes from our desire. And if that desire can be fulfilled, then good. If it can't, then it develops this net in the direction of receiving more and more until it starts scrutinizing these things, and things that don't really give an answer to our ego, to that developing desire, they come down. And also the ego starts seeing how it has to be connected with others, even though it's a long way, but gradually we'll learn. You see what's going on? People, countries that previously were in a clash, today they see we have no choice. What, we'll kill each other? It's better for us to be more connected, to talk, and so on. That's how life teaches us to connect with each other. And thus Facebook, it's a very good phenomenon. And you see that everyone in the world wants to present himself, starting with the president and to the last person.
President Obama in the United States has 17 million friends on Facebook.
It answers a certain demand for an inner connection, and I think that through that we'll learn how to reach more inner connections, not physical ones. The thing is that our developing ego, it develops qualitatively, not only quantitatively. Previously, I needed 5 friends around me, 10 friends. We have our habit of fishing, going to the pub, playing cards, different things. Or we like dogs, or something else. A small number of people, it was enough for us. A club. Today, no more. I'm not satisfied by it. I want a connection not only through dogs and fish, not through my body, and not as a result of us coming closer physically, but more internally, where I can better express myself, where I can even lie, but by that I actually better express myself. A person who lies, he actually tells his inner truth. The lie, it only says how he wants to be something that he's not.
That is very true on Facebook, because what happens there really is that I'm showing only what I want to show. My best pictures.
But that tells specifically about my more inner world. Because I, in my nature, in my ego, I'm stingy and suspicious of everyone and afraid of everything and very limited, everything that each of us has. And I show myself, I show my ideal, meaning a more inner form that's pretty, that I respect. So there's a contradiction in terms here, where I know who and what I am, or even if I don't exactly know, but I show the other a nicer form of myself. Even worse sometimes. Sometimes people fight on the net and show themselves as great heroes, as if he's like this hero on a horse, like a Don Quixote or someone. I understand them. That too, it doesn't matter for the better or for the worse, but that lie, eventually it scrutinizes, in time, it scrutinizes the human part in a person. Through it he achieves the recognition of evil. Through it he comes to the question of, who am I then with respect to how I present myself there? And people start relating to him the way he presents himself. And he starts feeling that he's not exactly like that puppet that he portrayed. So it brings people to the recognition of evil, to demand to change yourself, to be closer to how they want to present themselves. Because if I'm not in physical contact with you and you can't see me, then I can tell you things.
So I'm creating the new me, basically.
Yes, true. Exactly, the inner me that doesn't have anything to do with the body, and that's more genuine. And thus, our development in the virtual direction will bring us to a spiritual change. And thus, I'm really glad to hear about the development and the increasing of all these things like the connections on Facebook and other social networks.
Okay, I would like to continue more on this actually. This is a very interesting point and very true that it's like a person, the virtual connection.
I also think that there are many researches about it. I didn't look into it, but I'm sure that there's sociologists and psychologists inside the network that are learning these phenomena because it's a worldwide phenomenon. It's a social, a real human phenomenon.
Well, not towards spirituality, but yeah, I know an anthropological research about YouTube, which is similar about how when people film themselves in front of the camera, it's very similar to what you said. They're kind of projecting what they want to be, not who they really are. And like a person has these 2 points, who am I and who I want to be. And this is very interesting. But what I wanted to ask is, still, as you mentioned, even though the infrastructure to connect everyone is existent already, which is the internet, we're still using it for egoistic reasons. How could we change that? How could we use the same system and to just...
Only through the recognition of evil. In the meantime, we're using the internet the way our ego pushes us to use it. And it pushes us to use it in very filthy ways, so to speak, because it depends how you look at it. Look what's going on there with sex and different things that have to do with obscene behavior, rape and lying, and yes. And on the other hand, how people there are living their pink dream and who knows what. The extent to which it opens before a young person the world of the grown-ups, and how in general it allows everyone to go everywhere and see everything. I think it's a very serious accelerator for the development of humanity. There's already a generation growing there. And if we'll see another generation, suppose in another 15 years, then I think that we'll see a humanity that's altogether different, completely different. A humanity that's living inside that. A humanity that have their iPods with them at all times, and that's how we're all interconnected through the network. And this is the only way we know each other. And then our evil and our good. This system, it has an inner force, and this is something that we don't feel yet. It has to awaken, it has to reveal. Where people are connected between them comes in the third component, the result, the coefficient. Suppose we're in a group. We're 10 people, and we're interconnected. So there's the power of the group that's included, that consists of 10 men, suppose, but it's not enough. in our united force, there is an additional component that comes as a result of the unification between us. A result.
Bigger than the details.
Yes, the so-called collective in the wisdom of Kabbalah. And if we're interconnected in a single network, even though this network is egoistic and it's a lie and whatnot, all of our unpleasant forms of nature exist there. Doesn't matter. It's nonetheless a network that connects us. And then the power that's connecting us has to reveal there. And then it will reveal to us an additional deficiency. Inside the network itself, there is a nature, a lawfulness of its own, which will push us in the direction of integration, of connection, of the right kind of development towards a unified humanity.
Let me understand this. People,
if we connect, for better or for worse, nevertheless, the good way or the bad way, the connection between us will bring us to the right kind of connection. And we might undergo blows on the way if we're egoists and we don't understand how to develop, or in a good way. But nonetheless, the power that works inside the network is a unique force. It's truly a power from a degree higher than ours. It's the collective ego that connects us, that pushes us to be together, that arranges that network, that arranges us, that governs us as if a negative force, but inside it is a positive force that pulls and pulls and pulls us to be as one. And I'm sure that we will discover this very soon, according to the pace of advancement and development.
Just let me understand if I understand this correctly. So you're saying as soon as people connect, it doesn't matter how they connect, for what interest, there is...
It's a natural phenomenon.
A quality of nature.
The moment they connect, amongst them there is an additional force that comes as a result of that connection. Because that's how it's rooted in nature, that if you're connected, it could be the seed of the scornful, it could be people that are horrible people, but nonetheless their connection gives a powerful result. Not a good result, but a powerful one. It's because the connection itself comes against the spiritual force, because spirituality is connection. So in the meantime, it's possible that our connection is working for the worse and not for the better, but eventually it advances us.
I want to ask you just a question that came to my mind now. Mark Zuckerberg, he's Facebook's CEO and founder. He's a young guy, a 26-year-old. He invented the whole thing in a dorm room when he was studying in Harvard. He came up with the idea, and then very quickly, just maybe in 5 years, 500 million people. It's like there was a Hollywood movie about it just recently. If you had a talk with him now, do you think there would be a way to insert like new criterions to that Facebook system, or new ways of having people connect with each other to already connect in a way that is correct, that is more in line with nature's plan?
No. Of course not. People have to connect and have to follow their nature. And only the recognition of evil in a natural way, without any pressure, that each acknowledges the extent to which his own nature, man's nature, is evil from the start, how destructive his nature is, to that extent each one will correct himself freely without any coercion. And thus what I'd add, and what we're trying to add to all these networks, the virtual networks, is an understanding, a recognition, an explanation, or where are we headed? How do we develop? Why did these networks develop at all? What do we have to do? Where is humanity headed? Because all in all, these networks, they're a projection. They represent man's nature. And when we'll understand where we're headed as a new humanity, then maybe as a result of that, they will use Facebook or the different other kinds of connection in the right way, but still only through explanation, through education. And education is to educate a kid, a child, according to his ways, and not through pressure and limitations and restrictions, not coercively,
So only spreading,
meaning the wisdom of Kabbalah, specifically here, comes in so freely.
Kind of integrates.
Yes. Because it works according to those laws. It relates to a person the way he is. It only says, explain to him, this is the law of creation, this is how it works in nature, and this is how it works in human society, and this is how it works in the social network. Let's see what can eventually be for our own benefit. And whatever result you reach, regardless, in the right direction, the wrong direction, go with it. Meaning it doesn't dictate the result either, how you're supposed to be. Nothing. Really, as free as the internet.
Okay, we have a few minutes left. You mentioned the topic of education, which is a big topic, but still we have a question, a video question from San Francisco that is about the topic. Let's play it and see if we can answer at least some of it.
My name is Marina. I'm from San Francisco. My question is, when children are born, they are very innocent, sensitive, aware, and full of pure love. How do we as parents protect them from the world and keep their innocence?
We can't protect our children from the world. They live in the world. Very quickly they come out into the social networks we talked about a lot. They come into human society, that they really absorb things through the air. They absorb everything that's going on in the world. On the contrary, maybe we're corrupting them by telling them different fairy tales, which is a lie and doesn't really happen in life. Let's quickly tell them what's going on in the world. And this way, we'll adapt them to the world they're supposed to live in. And we won't tell them about the wolf and the sheep living in the forest. Let's tell them about our jungle. And then they'll be more ready for our life. I think that the right kind of education should be by us introducing the world to the young child as broadly as possible, as big as possible, as clearly as possible, and bring it to discussion, to scrutinization. What is the world? How is he supposed to be with respect to the world? How should he advance? In our educational system, we're developing the new education for children, and we already see, after several years of experience, that we're reaching really amazing results, where kids, they're extremely developed. These are kids that don't get into trouble. They don't connect to evil. These are kids that are strong, that understand the world, that can cope with all that the world has to offer them and to scrutinize what is truly in their favor. And we provide them a wise shield against all the bad things, and specifically the right kind of scrutinization to sort and to bring closer any good thing and to reject any bad thing, any harmful thing. I don't think that isolating a child from the world goes in sync with the right direction of our development. It can only harm him.
You know that there's today it's parents are in a real predicament. There's a crisis going on in education, especially in the United States. There's I read some really things that are hard to read, like there's a thing called a school police. For instance, in Texas, you actually have cops at school There was an article about a 12-year-old girl that was handcuffed for doodling on a desk, for instance. Things like this happen. So what can parents do in the current system?
Look, if a sweet young girl at the age of 6 or 7 was brought to school, and at the age of 12 you have to handcuff her, then it's the problem of the school, the problem of our society, the problem of the family. It's the problem of the whole environment. It's us, the grown-ups, and it's regardless who's to blame for here, the family or the school or who's in between. But we're the grown-ups that couldn't create a system that would turn that pretty sweet girl into a young lady and then a woman, a good woman, corrected woman that's healthy in mind and soul, in body and soul. And that's our problem. Why do we actually have to handcuff her? I think that we have to handcuff her teachers, the educators that created such an environment for, not only in school, in general, such an environment that brought her to this trouble. She, in character, she was merely a small girl, a small animal. We set all the different conditions for her, and that's how she grew. What are we blaming her now? She is a direct result of her upbringing.
Okay, so if I would summarize, there are two things that need to happen with education. One is to realize that the whole system needs to change. And this is something parents should realize. And the other is not to tell kids stories that are unrealistic, but to really teach them about the world and explain to them how reality really works.
Let's hope that we'll succeed.
Okay, there's a lot more to discuss here, a lot more to talk about, and we'll continue in further shows. Our time is up for this one. Thank you very much, Dr. Laitman.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for sending all your questions. Keep sending them to tv.kabbalah.info, video, audio, and text questions. And with this, we can continue this discussion all the time. Until the next show, all the best.
Hello, my name is Todd Kramer. I'm from California originally, and I'm here in Israel to speak with the renowned Kabbalist, Dr. Rav Michael Laitman, a little bit about his perspective of Kabbalah, and I'm very glad to be here. Thank you. What do I call you? That's quite a long name, Rav Dr. Michael Laitman. What shall I call you?
Yes, you can shorten it to whichever direction you like, Rav or Doctor.
Sure. Mike?
Mike?
Mike? No. Okay. I'll call you Dr. Laitman. How's that? Yeah? Okay. Dr. Laitman, if I study Kabbalah, can I drink liquor and smoke cigarettes? Or?
Of course.
I can.
Also, why when I started studying Kabbalah, I used to smoke cigarettes.
You did?
Until I had to quit already.
That doesn't sound very... Well, it doesn't sound very spiritual to me, though. I thought when you engage in some spirituality...
Not at all. Kabbalists, they used to smoke and drink.
Oh, that's a bit of surprise.
Yes. There's no limitation. For a person who engages in Kabbalah has no limitation in this life, because he engages in his internality, through his inner efforts, through the inner seclusion, through inner observation, he attains the reality. He doesn't attain it through his body. Therefore, he does not need to be an athlete or something.
Already, I think... All right, well, you've confused me a little bit already. I'm just talking now the basics of Kabbalah, and you're talking about something... Kabbalah is spirituality. Is it something like this? It's a religion, or it's...
Not a religion. Kabbalah does not guarantee anything after you die. And the religion is built on the fact that you work here and you'll receive something after you die, right? The next world, heaven.
Going to heaven.
Exactly.
Heaven. And so if I don't study Kabbalah, I don't go to heaven.
No, not at all. There is no heaven. According to the wisdom of Kabbalah, there is no heaven. When you die, there's nothing. Just like animals and beasts that you eat or that you slaughter them, when you slaughter them, they die, and what's after that? Nothing.
And we're like, that's what we are, we're like animals.
And no more, unless you develop, while you're alive, your soul.
And the way to develop my soul is through the method of Kabbalah.
Yes.
Now, does that include the red string? Because I wanted to get one of those. Can I get that in your gift shop downstairs? Or do you have a... Where can I get a red string?
Not here. We don't sell anything other than books. These books teach a person how to have this inner observation that will lead him to self-correction in order to feel the eternal world here in this world. In this life, here and now, I can discover, while I'm alive in this world, the spiritual world, the eternal world.
So what are you saying? There's a world that exists that I don't see?
Of course. You don't know about it?
No, I see the world. I see the world.
You don't?
I walk around in it. I live in it. I've got the world.
Right, but you don't know what's going to happen in the next moment. Where does that come from?
Well, sometimes I do. Of course, I plan my day out. I see what's coming.
No, you don't know. It can happen in any moment, and you don't know what. The fact that you plan it, that's just plans.
Okay, yeah, but I mean, if I go to work, I see my family.
But if we're talking about our world, the way it works, the way it is activated, then we see that it is most probably activated by forces which are higher, and that they lead it to a certain goal. We see how humanity develops, evolves. We don't determine our development, say, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 years ago. We didn't plan reaching the world as it is today, but we're developing according to a certain plan, which is concealed from us.
This is like some evolution or something, right? I mean, this is
evolution, that's right. But where are these forces of evolution? According to what plan is it advancing?
Well, whose plan is it then if it's not mine?
Nature's. You're just part of nature. You're activated. You can plan your life? Not at all. Ask people who have been through life. When they look at their past, everything they've been through, they'll tell you, it seems it wasn't even them. It's not under a person's control.
I think most people try to have a nice life. They start off with as a boy or a girl, and they grow up, they have a family, they retire.
Yes.
You're saying something beyond this? What do you know that I don't know? What does Kabbalah say about life? I'm confused.
So listen, you're right. Most of the people in this world live as they do, and it doesn't bother them, even though they don't know what the plan of life is, what's going on there, and so on. But there are people that a question awakens in them. What is the meaning of life? And this question about the purpose, about the meaning of life, what is life for? What is the universe for? What did I get out of this? Where's the beginning? Where's the end of all these things? These aren't questions you can answer through science, because the person, it bothers him to such an extent he can't continue with his life. He doesn't care how his life will be with this profession or that profession. He wants to know what life is for. And when he asks, he comes across a problem.
But you say this isn't a religion, Kabbalah is not a religion, but all religions are talking about what's kind of the meaning of life, and that we have to be good and take care of ourselves and not do bad things to people, and then we can go to heaven or something like this. So, why is Kabbalah different?
The wisdom of Kabbalah tells you the opposite. It says, we have to correct ourselves, that we're opposite from this world. Even from this world we're opposite. because this world acts according to a good, positive plan, a harmonious plan in the connection between all parts of reality, all except for man. He's an egoist. He ruins the environment. He ruins life. He hates everyone. He's not in a state of love with the different parts, still vegetative and animate. And by being in that opposite state from reality, he doesn't feel the general force in reality. He doesn't feel the creator, the upper force, which governs everything. In his ego, that he ruins his own life, he also cannot see why he is alive. He doesn't understand his role in life, and therefore he invents for himself all these different kinds of religions. If he'll do something good, then after he dies he'll go to heaven. But the wisdom of Kabbalah says, no, we have to reach balance with nature, here and now, while we're alive. We have to reach balance with all of nature, and if we will be balanced with nature, we will be equal, harmonious with it, and then we will begin to feel the eternal flow, this eternal program in nature, and we will find the meaning of life.
Okay. This sounds great. Sounds fantastic, sounds utopian. I mean, I'm from America, I'm from California. I remember the New Age movement came in the 90s. I've smoked a few joints with some friends. I listened to Bob Marley. I know that we're all one and somehow we're all connected. I remember the 60s, but you know, they shot John Lennon, they shot JFK, they shot Martin Luther King. You're pitching something that's sort of a utopian vision of the world. I don't see it. I don't understand how you're able to, with Kabbalah, let's say, to bring some kind of utopian ideal to the world. You're saying things are different now, or?
You are 100% right. You're right. I'll tell you even more than that. I have nothing to show you. I have no way I can prove you that I'm right. In addition, the wisdom of Kabbalah doesn't come to prove anything. It is awaiting people who really have that question, who have that deficiency, and that deficiency that they're asking, what is the meaning of life, the essence of life, in a way that they're ready for the wisdom of Kabbalah. When they find this wisdom, they begin to feel the answers that it gives, and others don't. You can say to me, show me where the next world is. There's nothing here. I see here honor, money, power, women, children, money, family, sex, cars, a good job, success, to profit, to have a good time. That is true. If you don't ask deeper questions, then I won't have any answers for you. Meaning, the wisdom of Kabbalah starts talking to a person if his questions are at the same level the Kabbalah can answer them.
Is this why all the celebrities are into this now? Is this why it's become so popular with celebrities? Madonna, for example?
No, all that is nonsense.
It's very trendy now to be into Kabbalah and...
No, that's not Kabbalah. That is like all those different kinds of New Age and mysticism that you were talking about. That's not Kabbalah. The wisdom of Kabbalah is very serious. It doesn't belong not to celebrities and not to scientists. It belongs only to people who have a true craving to know the meaning of life, meaning the inner force which governs life. And that question that awakens in man is his own personal question that without answering it, he can't keep on living to such an extent.
So how can I tell the difference between, let's say, Ashton Kutcher with a red string who shows up in some tabloid media and somebody who's studying like what you call authentic Kabbalah? How do I know that somebody's...
The truth is, there is only one way you can really know for sure. According to which sources do they study the wisdom of Kabbalah? Because the wisdom of Kabbalah has known sources. It's the first book written by Abraham, the book of creation, and then the book written by Moses, the Torah, the Bible, Then there's the Book of Zohar, the primary, most fundamental book of the wisdom of Kabbalah. Then there are the books of the Ari, who was a Kabbalist from the medieval times, and then the books by Bala Sulam, who was a Kabbalist from the 20th century. And the writings of these Kabbalists are the foundation of this ancient wisdom. And anyone who studies according to those sources is considered that he studies the wisdom of Kabbalah.
Okay, but all those books you mentioned, these are all Jewish books. So this is Judaism, basically, then.
The wisdom of Kabbalah came from there. What can you do?
Came from Judaism.
Well, the wisdom of Kabbalah was the origin of Judaism, and after the destruction of the temple, Judaism turned into religion. And that's the way you see Jewish people now, that it's unrelated to Kabbalah. That's a different topic completely. If you're talking about the sources, then I told you who the sources are.
Well, you're saying that Judaism came from Kabbalah. Judaism is a result of Kabbalah, or Kabbalah is the result of Judaism?
All the religions are as well.
All religions came from Kabbalah?
Of course. Where else would they develop from?
Well, how come we don't know this? How come I've never heard this? I've studied religion. I went to school. Nobody told me this before.
Okay, well, the fact that you weren't told doesn't mean it's not true.
I went to university. I studied theology.
Okay, good. And how did Christianity originate? Not from Judaism?
Well, yeah,
Not
Christianity came from Judaism, Islam came from Christianity.
And what are the origins of Judaism? The wisdom of Kabbalah. Until the destruction of the temple, there was no religion. There was the wisdom of Kabbalah. What does that mean? The nation of Israel lived with a sensation and the attainment of the spiritual world of the upper force, since they were on such a degree in this mutual love between them that they felt the upper force. And then no certain actions were needed like the religions now supply human beings with, but they felt it themselves. Each and every one felt these two worlds, this world and the upper world, the upper force which governs reality, and they lived in this eternal flow in this world. Also in the body that lives and dies, but they identified themselves with a soul.
So wait, people thousands of years ago? Yes?
Yeah, 2,000 years ago. Up until 2,000 years ago.
The people were fine. Everybody was good. They were good to each other. They all loved each other. It was like a big, happy family.
Oh, yes.
Until 2,000 years ago. And then we all became bad.
I'm talking about the people of Israel.
Israel, the country, but this didn't exist until 1940-something, 1950s, 1949.
No.
Israel.
I'm talking about what was 2,000 years ago. Since the Jewish nation came out of Babylon 3,500 years ago and went through Egypt and then entered the land of Israel and lived in the land of Israel, and they had the first temple and the second temple, which was destructed, and the latter was destroyed 2,000 years ago. From that period of time, from exiting Babylon till the temple, they were all in spiritual attainment, spiritual sensation. And that's what the Kabbalists write about.
Well, okay, forgive my ignorance a bit about the history of all this. I'm not so sure. I'm not Jewish myself, but so let's say that something happened to these people. I'm unclear as to how everything was good and now everything's bad. What happened to us at some stage that now that why do I look around and I see that the world is mostly bad?
Okay, you're moving on to a different topic, but I'm willing to do that.
No, I'm saying
go with you. The world is evil because it needs to be that way. The world is advancing according to its own plan. We need to reach a state that we won't be able to tolerate our own nature. Our nature is egoistic. We're eating each other up. We hate each other. And we have to reach a state that will be so terrible to each other that we'll decide together that we have no choice, but we have to return to what is written, love thy friend as thyself.
And so these Israelis 2,000 years ago developed this plan.
And they lived according to that law, according to the law of love thy friend as thyself.
Well, what happened to them? Where is that condition today?
The ego erupted in them as well, and instead of loving each other, they started hating each other. And that's why they were departed out of Israel, and the temple was destructed.
Because of the ego. Okay, now we're getting to something a little bit more interesting. Now I'm starting to see something of a clear picture. Who gave them ego, or how did that happen?
The general plan of nature or of the creators is such that we all have to go through this increasing ego from one generation to the next, all of humanity, until we reach the state we're in today, in this global general crisis. And all we need to do is to understand the cause of it, which is us reaching the ego in its tremendous outbursting manner, and that's what we needed now. That's what our development is aimed towards. Therefore, the wisdom of Kabbalah is revealed in this time, which can explain to us why we've reached it, and how we can deal with our current ego. And if we want to invert it to love of others, then this wisdom can help me. It has forces which can correct it.
If we can just focus just now on ego just for a minute, because now I've found something different, something interesting.
And religions don't treat the human ego, by the way.
Well, wait a minute now. A Buddhist will tell you to sit under a tree and you do this for a while. Maybe it takes you a couple of years, but
yes.
You're eliminating your ego to a certain extent, and you get enlightenment, and then what? I don't know. You go to heaven. Why?
They cancel the ego. That's true, but they cannot correct it. They cancel it. They eat less, they breathe less, they think less. The difference? The difference is by cancelling your ego, you're turning yourself into a level like a vegetative. A person is this big ego. He lowers himself to a state of vegetative, even lower than that, to a level of inanimate.
So there's different levels of ego?
Of course, yes. How can we grow? How do we grow? A small baby has a small ego, and then he grows, and he has a growing ego.
Yeah, he wants more and more.
Children who are born now already have a bigger ego. That's why it's a new generation. Animals, there's no difference between an animal today or, say, 50 years ago. Human beings are different every generation, with their understanding, with their emotions, with their sensations, and all of that is because of their increasing ego.
2,000 years ago, everybody was happy. Then the God gave us an ego.
Yes.
A little tiny ego or something. And that ego now 2,000 years later has come to some kind of great cataclysmic end. And
that's how we have to develop. Not from 2,000 years ago, from the times of Babylon. We all have to develop together. Also Jews with their complicated history and everyone else in the world. We all have to develop together and reach the 21st century that our ego is now pressuring us. It's not allowing us to do anything. We're now not rising, but we're descending. What does that mean? We don't want to use our ego anymore. We've had enough.
We're done with the ego.
Yes, exactly. It's now showing us that it cannot bring us any benefit or pleasure. Because if throughout history I thought I'd be able to be greater, richer, powerful, more and more and more, My children wanted even more power, even more pride, and so on. And that's how it was each and every generation. We've now reached a generation that says, I don't want it. Why don't you want it? You can have success, you can have this. I won't get anything out of it. I look at you, I see you have nothing.
Yeah, people aren't happy anymore with what they get, in other words.
Exactly. Despair is the #1 illness in the world. Drugs, terrorism. People don't know what to do with themselves. Instead of running forward, they've stopped running. Instead, they don't know what to do, they just...
So is the ego a good thing or a bad thing?
It's very good if it's used correctly. The ego is the motor of development. We only now have to take it, and we need to start developing towards spirituality. And if we don't go towards spirituality, then we get stuck. We've developed and developed, and we're reaching a state like to a ceiling, and that's it. And then you start, that's it, we have nothing else. We don't see that there is, through this ceiling, a breakthrough to this new development with a new tendency. It's a development in a new paradigm. That we need to start using the ego oppositely. We need to understand that we cannot fulfill ourselves, but only in a way that we fulfill others, and then all the abundance flows through us.
And a Kabbalist is aware of this?
Yes, of course. And learns how to do so.
To what? Tame his ego?
No, not to tame it, to use it correctly. The ego keeps on growing because we break through this ceiling of our world and we enter the spiritual world. In the spiritual world, the ego keeps on developing, but it has a reason, because there we use the ego in order to connect to the others, and each one can fulfill the others. And to the extent one begins to fulfill the others with love in this mutual participation, to that very extent he begins to feel how from that he has this new life, this life above this ceiling, above this limit, a life in which he feels the flow of eternal life, eternal. While I'm alive here, in this body of mine, in this world, and meanwhile, in my consciousness, I attain this eternal world. I connect to the others, and through us there is this flow of information, of the sensation, this flow of this one force.
Okay, we're almost out of time here, but we'll come back, hopefully, and we'll talk a little bit more about ego and the spiritual world, this next spiritual world.
I'm at your service.
You got time? Great. Thank you, Dr. Laitman. We'll be back. Hello and welcome back. I'm Todd Kramer. We're talking with Dr. Rav Michael Laitman at the B'nai Baruch Center here in Israel, and we're just discovering a little bit about Kabbalah. And the discussion's been going quite well so far. We're talking about ego and the rise of ego, which is something that I guess Kabbalah is working hard to sort of understand better. Maybe I can just ask you, is that why Kabbalah is so popular these days?
Kabbalah, the authentic Kabbalah, is actually unpopular. Only, say, 1 or 2 million people around the world engage in it. But around Kabbalah, there are all these kinds of New Age mysticisms. You know, like they sell holy waters, red strings, or like all the celebrities engage in it.
Yeah, I have bath salts, I have tea at home, it's quite nice, but it hasn't really helped me.
That's right, because it has nothing to do with Kabbalah.
It says Kabbalah on it, though. But why is it in the media? Why is it being labeled?
Because this wisdom is now beginning to be revealed. It was concealed over the past 2,000 years. From 2,000 years ago, when people lived, the wisdom of Kabbalah stopped. Why? Because they fell from the love of others to hatred to others. And if you're in hatred to others, you do not feel the spiritual world, you do not feel the wisdom of Kabbalah. Therefore, you cannot know what it's about. You read the books, and you'll have no idea what it's talking about, because you're not in the same state. in the same sensations the books talk about. You won't be able to understand the people who wrote it. And thus, 2,000 years have gone by and we've reached a state that we've had enough of being under this ego for the past 2,000 years, and we are returning to the state that we're helpless, we don't know what to do with ourselves. And then the wisdom of Kabbalah has come back now, and it can help us reach that very same degree we were once, and even more than that. I will help you rise above the ego.
So we had Kabbalah, then ego appears, and ego, as you say, is a good thing. Brings us to some kind of new awareness about something.
Yes.
Good and good versus evil, something like this.
Okay, I see you caught on to that.
Yeah, I'm starting to get the hang of it. Okay. So then Kabbalah disappears when the ego comes. Kabbalah goes away, ego's here, 2,000 years of development of the ego.
That's right.
And now we're at the end of this development, and so Kabbalah reappears.
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Till now, correct.
Quick study. Okay.
Very clever.
But this is still a Jewish thing.
No. No.
I mean, it's not religion, but it's still Judaic, or it's in Hebrew. I mean, I've seen some of the books here. I see. You speak
Okay, so let's solve this problem. Once we were all in Babylon. Okay. And there we were all together. There were no nations. There was nothing. There was only one nation, the Babylonians.
A tribe. Yeah.
And then a person called Abraham arose, one of them, one of the people of Babylon, and he started explaining them why they suddenly started hating each other, why they have a hard time getting by, why they suddenly want to build a tower up to the sky, why many languages were formed, no one wants to communicate with another. This ego started growing, and Abraham started explaining them what's happening here. And he explained to them that now we have to return to be as we were brothers.
Abraham was the first to recognize that the ego was developing?
Yes, he was one of the Babylonian priests. He was very known.
I see.
To such an extent that he used to make idols, and everyone bought these idols, meaning they felt that he has a special force in him. And he explained to them this ego that we're suddenly beginning to discover by not getting by having divorces, by fighting, by building a tower up to the heavens. All that's being revealed is because we're in this increasing ego. And this ego is purposely increasing, purposely rising, in order for us to be able to rise above it. If the ego rises and we rise above it, meaning this, in spite of the rejection, we'll be able to rise above it, and we'll be able to reach connection above it, then by that, above this ego, we'll be able to actually reach the heavens. We'll begin to feel what the upper force is, what nature is, what the Creator is. And that's what he started teaching the Babylonians. Some of them caught on to this idea, and they joined him. He was also a known man before that. Anyway, they went with him. They left Babylon together, and they went to Canaan, which is the land of Israel, this place here. And they called themselves Israel. Yashar Kel in Hebrew means straight to the Creator, according to their tendency, since what do they want? They want to connect and go directly to God.
And they spoke Hebrew at this time.
Yes, there in Babylon, they spoke Hebrew and Aramaic. Very similar languages.
Those are similar languages, yeah, okay.
It's the same letters, but slightly different expression.
And that's why the material today is in Hebrew? Still?
No, all the materials in the wisdom of Kabbalah are written in Well, most of the materials, all the Zohar, for example, is written in Aramaic. That's the language in which they spoke in Babylon.
Okay, I'm not familiar with the Zohar, but that's one of the books. That's some of the material that you study from. Yeah. What is the Zohar briefly?
The Zohar is the primary book in the wisdom of Kabbalah. It's the foundation which was written 2,000 years ago. And also the regular Talmud, which everyone knows what it is. You know, it's a known name, Talmud.
Talmud, yeah.
It's also all written in Aramaic, not in Hebrew. So what I'm trying to say here, Judaism, the people of Israel, is according to a person's ideological tendency, because they want to reach revelation of godliness, because they want to rise above the ego to feel the spiritual world, and that's actually why they're called Israel. It's not a tribe or something. Anyone who joins this same tendency, Yashar Kel, straight to the Creator, is called a Yehudi, and he's called Israel according to his tendency.
This is sort of the point of my question then. Is Kabbalah for everyone? Do I have to be Jewish? Do I have to live in Israel?
Hold on. Let's say an Italian wants to study the wisdom of Kabbalah. He wants to be in it. Then he can, no problem at all, regardless of which nation he's from.
Let me take you this way then, if I can. A Christian housewife from Middle America is a little bit lost. She's looking for answers to the meaning of life. She sees you.
Yes.
I've seen your videos. I've seen some of the things. I've seen some of the material. But I see you. I don't identify with you myself, and I don't think she would either. You've got the yarmulke. You speak Hebrew, Russian as well. But how is she going to get up out of where she lives, her comfort zone, come to Israel, and sit here and read your books in Hebrew and connect to Kabbalah? So it seems like this is somewhat closed. I have to be...
No. You're asking something else. How can we reach her? How can she reach us? How will we be able to be in contact? It's very simple. All of our books today, all of the true Kabbalah, good, easy, simple books, which is suitable for everyone, we have it in English as well, in all languages. Besides that, wherever she lives in America, we have our learning centers, we have teachers who aren't necessarily Jewish. We have hundreds of thousands who are studying seriously and know the wisdom of Kabbalah.
Hundreds of thousands here in Israel.
No. I'm speaking about America.
In America?
In America, sure.
They study in English?
Yes, we have big centers in America. People study there. Study centers, we have books, everything. And all in English.
But they have to convert to Judaism or something to be this, don't they? Or they have to somehow...
No, what are you talking about? Of course not. Of course, you can stay Christian or Muslim, whatever you want. It is unrelated.
Whoa, wait. I can go to church on Sunday and study Kabbalah.
Of course. Of course.
On Sunday.
Of course you can. No
don't
problem.
Conflict?
There's
I'm
no
not going to
conflict.
make Jesus or Muhammad or Buddha mad if I start studying Kabbalah. I don't... No. How's that? I have a religion and
Because we need to understand, all of the religions, including Judaism, started 2,000 years ago.
Before others.
Specifically after the nation of Israel fell from the spiritual level, after feeling the Creator, the upper force, it fell to this corporeal level. It lost all of its sensation of the spiritual world. And what remained are all these habits, these traditions. That is called Judaism. And out of all that was left, later on, Christianity developed, and then 700 years later or so, the Islam developed.
Islam. So this is just a cultural side effect of some sort of spiritual fall.
Yes, of the fall. Of that spiritual fall. And the wisdom of Kabbalah preceded everything, therefore it treats everyone equally. It doesn't treat different nations or countries or religions differently, not at all.
It's open to everyone. You're telling me now that Kabbalah is open to all. I don't have to be over 40, I don't have to be Jewish, I don't have to wear this.
Not at all.
Because all those things you are, so I say.
We've already been here for 20 years, and you can see, according to our students, according to our friends, in all continents. But in addition, the wisdom of Kabbalah says that the whole world's tendency, the world has to rise to this degree, as we are now discovering that we've reached this final ego, that we cannot advance anymore. We've reached the top. And from now we have two possibilities. We'll either start banging our heads in this ceiling and we'll have great troubles, wars, climate problems, or we'll learn how to pass through this ceiling, how to break through to the spiritual world. And that's why it's being revealed. So it treats all of humanity equally, completely equally, like in Babylon. It treats everyone like we're still in that same Babylon.
Okay. So let's say I'm interested. And before I talk about how we can get through that ceiling, I'm interested. I want to get involved a bit. How much does it cost? What do I got to do? It's expensive.
Nothing.
I got to take lessons. I got to study. What I got to move. I got to come here, live with you somewhere in a big house, or I got to buy all your books. Well, you're laughing, but I don't.
What did they demand from you in university when you studied?
A lot of money.
Oh, that's right. No, here it doesn't work that way. Here we have a virtual university. You go into our website.
What does that cost?
You enter with no fees. You get all of our books for free. If you want to buy a book, you can, although you can download any book you like for free. All the books, all the Kabbalah sources are there.
I thought you had to pay. I thought it was quite expensive.
No, nothing. You can study. You have teachers, virtual teachers. You have times that you can connect and listen to lectures and ask questions. And if you don't want to buy books, you only want to get them online, it doesn't cost you a dime, nothing.
All the material is free. If I want to study,
as much as you want. You can study for 10, 20 years.
What's the catch?
There is none.
Come on, there's got to be. I mean, you're giving away something that...
No, there's no catch here. But we're people that believe that the correction of the world depends on it, of making this world a better place. We do collect money from ourselves, meaning those who are in the wisdom of Kabbalah and understand that it can bring humanity goodness, then out of our own love, out of our transformation from hatred, from all these battles between human beings, to a desire to help everyone, to love, then we collect, each one as much as is capable of, and it contributes to the general fund, and by that we can maintain this entire system of study. Everyone who teaches does it for free, anyone who participates and anyone who contributes does it for free. Everything's free because these people want the correction of the world. They want to make the world a better place.
You got a nice house? You got a big car? You, yourself.
I have an apartment, of course. But a car, I don't have. I don't need one. I'm all the time in one place.
I don't mean to pressure you here, but I'm trying to understand, because I know that there's some times I've heard that Kabbalah is quite expensive. If you want to study, it's quite an effort. So
No. That is completely untrue. I don't know where you heard that from. There could be such kind of people. I know there is that in America who make profit from Kabbalah.
Yeah, that this is quite a big moneymaker, I think. So, okay, the cost is nothing in terms of financial.
Zero. Simply zero. You don't have to pay anything to study Kabbalah.
I have to put some effort myself, though.
Ah, exactly. That, of course. You want to study, you want to attain something. You're going to have to put in effort.
How long do I have to do that before I go to heaven, before I reach some kind of spiritual attainment here?
In a few years, you'll already be able to understand the general plan of nature. A few years.
I thought I was going to catch you with that question, because it seems that there was no answer to it. In a few years.
No, what I said is that in a few years you'll begin to receive an answer to how everything is structured, according to which formula, according to which program nature works, or the Creator, which is the same. And then you begin to learn how to use it correctly, how to use your forces correctly, and nature's forces. And only from that point and onwards, you begin to be the one who attains the purpose. You begin to walk towards it. Let's say, under 2-3 years of study, I don't think a person can really understand what it's talking about. And I'm telling you seriously. I'm not selling you magic from today to the next day and you'll already be flying up in the skies and doing whatever you want. No. You have to be aware. You have to learn nature, since you're going to rise above it. Therefore, this is something serious. Within a year or two, and actually the times are getting shorter because we're becoming more sophisticated, people are wiser, more suitable for the wisdom of Kabbalah. Anyway, after that, you have to work on yourself to change your nature in accordance to the spiritual nature in order to pass through this ceiling towards the spiritual world. And that takes another few years. Say like in university.
Because you're talking about ego, and you're saying that the ego is advancing, and what we found through this advancement is that we're not satisfied, or we're not getting stuff that we want anymore. And those who realize that they're not satisfied, they're taking their ego and they're turning towards spirituality, Kabbalah.
Yes.
So, but there's still that ego is still there, because if I turn to Kabbalah, I'm still looking for something. I want some benefit from this.
Of course, and even more so. If you first used your ego in this world, you want to use it even more now. You want to open up the spiritual world. You want to have two worlds. You want all the Creator to be revealed to you. You want to understand Him. You want to know Him. You want to acquire the whole purpose of creation. Of course you come to wisdom of Kabbalah with an even greater ego. But that's not a bad thing. And the ego is good. The question is how you use it. That's the question. This urge to catch on to everything, to know everything, to feel everything, that's good. That means you're a great person, as long as you don't use it to harm anyone else. That's the thing about it. If you take all of your desires and you direct it in order to open up the world, to rise, that's good, as long as it's not aimed towards the direction of wanting to harm others.
But it's okay if I still want something from this. I'm looking for benefit. I'm looking to receive something.
Yes, of course. Go ahead. What, isn't knowledge profit? Of course. I want knowledge and health and happiness and luck. I want everything, as long as it doesn't harm the others. And then I am advancing correctly. The wisdom of Kabbalah says, in general, our entire purpose is to reach pleasure, an infinite pleasure. At the end, we need to have a very large ego. It's always a bit perplexing.
This is a little bit strange. So wait, but now the ego is it's a tool. It's an engine. And before this,
that's right. Exactly, a motor. Exactly.
Okay. And before this time, it was pushing us, driving us, controlling us. And through Kabbalah, we're somehow able to control it, or ride it, use it to
navigate it correctly to what we should.
To navigate it.
To what's worth the while. Because a person just wastes his life and doesn't get anything at the end of it. So this wisdom tells us, this is where you should advance to. This is what you should acquire. And that itself is a sublime goal. Perfection, eternity, everything, eternal life. And a limitless sensation. But most importantly, it has to be aimed towards connection and love with everyone.
So now the goal is changing.
And that's why we're developing egoistically. Because the moment I use my ego to attain the spiritual goal, and not to harm others, to be more, to control the others and so on, if I'm not using it for that, then I'm given a greater and greater ego, and then I can develop in spirituality.
This is a quite fascinating conversation. We're out of time for this episode. We're going to come back. We're going to talk more with Rav Dr. Michael Laitman. Please join us again. Thank you. Hello, welcome back. We're having a fascinating discussion with Rav Dr. Michael Laitman. Thank you again for joining us. If you didn't watch the first 2 parts of this series, this is a 3-part series, I recommend going and watching those 2 first episodes to get an idea of what we're talking about. But we are talking about Kabbalah today. We're discovering lots of new and interesting things. I am. Dr. Laitman, let's say I'm hooked, but I'm not in the boat yet. In America, we like to do things kind of fast, you know? So pitch me. What's the nuts and bolts of Kabbalah? How does it work? The basics.
Okay, so in short, I'll tell you everything, but in short. So, A. People come to Kabbalah when they begin to ask, what is the meaning of life? Why am I alive? What is the essence of life? And they feel that without the answer to this question, they have no meaning. It's not worthwhile for them to live. And according to what's going on in the world today, we see that many people have reached this state. Since the world is in this general depression, the young generation doesn't even want anything. It's lost its meaning in working hard, finding a profession. What will he get out of it? It's like we've reached this apathy, and therefore many people reach the wisdom of Kabbalah. And that is why the wisdom of Kabbalah has been revealed after 2,000 years of concealment. The wisdom of Kabbalah, according to definition, is revelation of the upper force to man in this world. This upper force is comprehensive, it surrounds us, and it governs our entire life. Our thoughts, our desires, our actions, everything that happens with you, with me, all of us together. In everything that has happened and will happen.
We're under the control of this upper force.
Yes. There is a general force that does everything. And besides, wisdom of Kabbalah tells us that we have no freedom of choice. We're under the complete dominance of this force. That is, we're all puppets, we're all activated by it. And we have only one free choice. That we can exit his dominance by learning from it what it does, and by wanting to do it ourselves.
What does it want?
It wants us to develop and be like it.
Like it. And it is what?
That is the general force of nature.
But what is it like? It wants us to be like it, but what is it like?
To resemble him means to be in a state of love, in connection, to be at the service, to be in contact with all the parts of reality.
So this upper force is love.
Yes. Being like that part of nature is to be great, like all of the universe, to know everything, to understand everything, to contain everything, to govern everything, and to do it all from love. And that is considered to be like the Creator, this upper force. And we all have to reach that, according to the wisdom of Kabbalah. It tells us that there's no choice. You meet everyone in the world until the last smallest person that doesn't even care about life. You know, like the Mexicans who sit under the tree with a sombrero. You know, it's like this known image. That's, let's say, a person doesn't see anything as important. Nevertheless,
I know lots of people like this. I'm one of them.
Yes, I understand. Each one of us would want to be that way. But the wisdom of Kabbalah explains to us that this force of nature enters us and it pushes us to recognize this general reality, to resemble it, to be like it in a state of true love, connection, and to be as wise as all of nature.
But where's the urge for me to do this?
If not, we'll
We
suffer.
So if I don't
But
feel
that's
the
not
urge
enough.
myself,
We will suffer until we'll reach this height I was talking about.
we're suffering every day. I see suffering all the time. There's more and more suffering in the news every day.
No, not yet. It's not. People haven't yet reached this awareness that they must change everything. You can see we're still looking the other way, as if there's no crisis in education, in family affairs, or science, international relations, and in any field, ecology. There's nothing.
Well, this I can agree with. It's like we're plugging holes in a dam that's breaking, but we're still not talking about the dam that's breaking.
Yes, exactly. We haven't yet comprehended that we're at the end of the path, at the end of the egoistic path, and we must change our attitude towards life.
It's not working anymore, what we've been up to.
No.
The methods we've been using to...
It's not working. It hasn't been working for about 50, 60 years. That's when it stopped. From the end of the Second World War, approximately. That's when it really stopped working. And today, we have to completely change our attitude. We have to understand that we're finished with all that history. And now, it's different. Because if our ego is this general motivator that pushes us forward, that pulls us forward, as it always used to be, it's now reached an end. There's no reason to live anymore. People don't want to have kids. They don't want to raise a family. Well, it still is that way according to this force of inertia. But really, there's no reason to.
Yeah, I see. So many people are depressed out there. They're just kind of like this, and nobody knows why they're even working at the job. They don't want money. They don't want any of the things they have.
Therefore, the wisdom of Kabbalah was concealed throughout all its history, and it was awaiting this moment, and it's even written in the Kabbalah books 2,000 years ago, that at the end of the 20th century, this wisdom will be revealed to show humanity that now there's a possibility to rise to a new degree, and everyone will reach it, no matter how, either through blows or by understanding that it's worthwhile to do so.
What do you mean by blows?
Blows? Blows are natural disasters, personal, yes, of course, as well, and from every direction.
Okay. So when something goes bad in my life, something that I don't like, something happens, some sorrow, I lose my job. This is a push. This is pushing me towards...
You will eventually discover, no matter how you look at it, that these troubles you have are systematic. They're aiming to something. They're all pushing you towards this question, what is the meaning of life? I have to find a reason to live. Otherwise, life is worthless. Beforehand, I lived to fulfill my ego, and now that I feel I don't want to fulfill this ego anymore. What for? I've become wiser. I've become wiser than this ego. I understand it's not worthwhile for me to work for it anymore. Only out of lack of choice that this body of mine wants it. That's why I'm still alive.
Enough of these blows come, and they push me towards wanting to be close to this natural force, this upper force, as you call it, and that means being in a state of love.
Yes.
I'm drawn to this force, no longer pushed, I'm being drawn. Is that correct? In a sense.
What do you mean?
Well, you say that you're getting these blows, your ego takes you here, and you find no satisfaction in anything. Well, am I going to find satisfaction in spirituality? Why do I want this? How do I feel that now I'm being satisfied from Kabbalah, for example?
You're not satisfied by Kabbalah. When you come to study the wisdom of Kabbalah, you learn about two things, about the world and yourself, because there is no more than that. There is you in this kind of bubble, this sphere. And this sphere is still vegetative, animate, and human beings. That's all of humanity, all of the universe. And you learn by which laws these things are activated, motivated. Why, what for, what is their general nature. You begin to learn this. You begin to learn it in a purposeful manner, as cause and consequence, how it reaches evolution, where this evolution has to reach eventually. Where am I in this thread of evolution? You learn and learn and learn all of these things, and not only that, you also see it in your life. You also tie science to it. Physics, chemistry, biology, zoology, you tie all of it to that, and you see that what wisdom of Kabbalah explains to you is true. It explains to you the laws of the world, not specific things like in physics, chemistry, and so on, but it explains to you the general laws, the general forces which govern matter, and how matter behaves, connects, dismantles, regardless if it's still or vegetative or animate, or if it's human beings, let's say psychological matter. The wisdom of Kabbalah explains all of that to you according to these two forces, the giving force and the receiving force. How these two forces, on the degrees of still vegetative, animate and speaking, how they interact, and how through their interaction they construct all the forms you see, all the objects you see in all of humanity, in all of reality. In short, it explains to you this big, vast world, and even more so, it explains you the forces themselves. And these forces regard what takes place outside of this sphere. They govern our sphere, they govern our world. So it explains to you the nature of these forces. What for? It wants you to connect to these forces, and it wants you to begin to govern yourself and the world, as if you're out there just like the Creator.
So I'm studying myself?
You don't only understand yourself and the entire world, you also understand this upper force which governs the world, and it governs through these two forces, and it gives you the opportunity to govern this world instead of it. I, for example, was just playing with my grandson today, and he saw that I go into the car. He's 2 years old. He came to me, pulled me from the car, sat in my seat and started playing with the steering wheel. He wanted to drive the car.
Yeah, I used to do this when I was a kid.
That's exactly what we need. We need to want to govern the world. And people who want to rule this world, but not this world as in like being a president or having power, governing meaning in general bringing the world to correction, bringing it to a state that it's global and integral, in harmony of all forces, in balance, in love.
In the same way that the upper force does.
Yes, if they have an urge to steer the wheel, they're given the ability to steer the wheel. They're taught how to do so.
And what do they exactly study then? If I sit down and I study with you, what am I studying?
You'll learn the general laws of nature, those laws upon which nature is governed by. And then when you begin to participate, to be integrated with these laws, you begin to be like these laws, eternal, feeling yourself just like godliness, above the limitations of our world. You feel yourself having an eternal life. You don't identify yourself with this body of yours, but you identify with that same consciousness.
So a Kabbalist is learning how to become God?
Yes. Yes.
His own God of his own world.
No. You become the God.
So, now you got me very interested. I want to study. Where do I start?
The start is very simple. You connect to, I think, our learning center, or to our website, Kabbalahinfo. There you have all the information you need. You don't have to put in anything besides your will, not money as we were speaking about it before, nothing. You can just start studying, you can listen to lessons, you have articles there, clips, video clips, questions and answers. You have a blog there. We have an archive with a lot of information. The problem is we have so much information and so much material, it's like falling in this university. You need a guide. What the first course is, the beginner's course, intermediate, and so on. It's the same here.
And you provide all that?
Yes, yes, of course. No charge, and for everyone.
So the first start is Kabbalah.info, for example?
Yes.
And as I get more advanced, then what do I have to do? I know you have a Congress coming up soon, but is that something I would go to if I just starting? I can wander into the Congress and, hi, I'm interested in Kabbalah. That's possible.
Yes. Anyone who wants can come to our conventions. We have these conventions all over the world. We have it in America once or twice a year. You can come. But besides the convention, you have a lot of groups all over America and all over the world. You can join them. You can study there. You can participate. You can just go there to ask questions. People will always help you out. All, of course, with no charge and no obligation on your behalf.
And what's the ultimate goal of B'nai Baruch, your organization here?
To bring every person in the world to that same degree where he's equal to God, the upper force. That's it.
Every person in the world? It's 7 billion people.
Every person in the world.
Well, what will happen then?
Then we will all be whole, complete, good. We will all be gracious. Each person will have enough room, and he won't need to push the other, to reject the other. He will feel love towards everyone. He'll feel his life as eternal, complete. He'll have confidence. He won't need too much, but he'll fulfill himself with love, with a good attitude, and that will fulfill him more than anything else. That is true happiness.
So the goal is utopia, paradise, heaven, or...
I don't think it's a utopia, since we see that the laws of this world are such that whether we like it or not, we're going to have to reach it. And it's worth our while to hear what Kabbalah has to say, because by that we'll prevent ourselves from having a long way. Because nature is pushing us towards that kind of understanding. Nature has no pity. It's laws, just like all the laws of nature. You can see how there are floods or natural disasters, hurricanes, things which are frightening.
Yeah, they're happening more and more often these days.
That's true. We need to understand that these things will just increase. It is all in order for us to start asking, why are we suffering? And from that question, we will reach the question, what is the meaning of life? What is the purpose of life?
And you said before there's no such thing as free choice. Is this free choice then? We talked about it a little bit, but you're saying...
Free choice is specifically to rise above. Nature itself will oblige you to rise above it in order for you to be able to dominate it. Otherwise, you'll feel yourself lost.
And my free choice is to avoid the blows and become like nature.
Of course, in the beginning, you come in order to flee from your troubles, because you start asking, what's the meaning of life? There's no reason to live, there's despair, depression, family problems, work, natural disasters, other problems, and I lost money in the stock market and so on and so forth. So in the beginning you begin to ask about this life. But when you begin to know the wisdom of Kabbalah deeper, you begin to understand that these blows are not so you'll get by in this world, but it's in order for you to reach the other world, so that you'll feel your life not like an animal that just lives and craves to have a good life, but in order for you to reach more sublime matters, in order for you to reach the sensation of the eternal life, that we're not just tied to this body, however, to the consciousness of this body called the soul, and that we can live in this state of consciousness even if our body dies. No problem. This body isn't even mine. I can change all its organs. The result is that I don't only rearrange my life here in this world and I have a good life, but I reach this state that I rise above to a higher dimension of life.
And this goal, then, is this attainable in your eyes?
Everyone can reach it. Each individual and everyone together. They can and they must. There's no free choice here. Your only free choice is to do this quickly. If you, that is, participate in it, or through sufferings, if you don't want to participate. It's like a good kid listening to his parents, or a naughty kid who isn't really listening, so they'll make him do it anyway. So it's worth our while to listen.
I was the second kid.
Yeah, I understand. However, the problem is that there is a lot of suffering. Global, world wars, natural disasters. We need to explain to human beings as quickly as possible what they're facing. And they should check. The wisdom of Kabbalah is not a faith. You shouldn't believe in anything. You should check it intellectually, emotionally, according to all the tools you have. You should check if it's truth or not. And then either accept it or not. It's your decision. But we are always at your service.
But if this is such a powerful, and it sounds like a very powerful method that you have it and that you're using, but why aren't you out in the streets shouting it from the highest mountaintop, etc.? Why aren't more people running to it? Why aren't you running out there and shaking people and trying to wake them up a little bit?
No. We want only people who have reached a certain degree of ripeness, who are already asking this question. And those who are not yet asking, they won't even understand what we're talking about here. They'll say, well, I have a bank account, a medical issue, what do you want from me? As a result of all these problems, people begin to ask about more essential matters. Why are we alive? Or in general, what is the purpose of life? What is the essence of it? Why does a man suffer? Why does a person live for such a short time? Why does he agree to live like that, in such a loathsome manner and only for such a short time? And then people begin to reach questions with which, yes, they begin to hear. And other than that, let me tell you, we are in this one sphere, interconnected in these inner forces which are between us. If a person, say like you, that heard somewhere about the wisdom of Kabbalah, there is a reason. It's because this question has awakened in you, and you suddenly hear about this wisdom, and although it hasn't been publicized, you will always be able to find a place where you can get acquainted with the wisdom. Therefore, there's no use really in shouting it out. It's according to your inner force which is suddenly awakened to find these answers that the wisdom of Kabbalah can supply you with. And in that case, you will definitely find it. That's how people come to us from all over the world.
So Kabbalah, in a sense, shows you the door to the upper world.
Yes.
And through the study of Kabbalah, you recognize that we all hold a piece of the key to open that door.
Yes. Let's open it.
Sounds great.
Thank you very much.
Well, that's been a very fascinating talk with Dr. Michael Laitman. I appreciate your time. Thank you very much. We've gone very far with understanding a little bit more about Kabbalah.
Hello everyone, welcome to Ask the Kabbalist. Thank you for joining us. With me as always, Kabbalist Dr. Michael Laitman. Hello Dr. Laitman.
Hello.
Today we'll be answering all of the questions that we received as always, and you can send more questions. Just go to tv.kabbalah.info. Right there on our Ask the Kabbalist page, you can submit video questions or audio questions or text questions. Let's begin with the first question right away. This one is coming from Alan from Arkansas. It's a text question, and he's saying this. Recently, close to where I live, there was an unexplained phenomenon of dead birds falling from the sky. Apparently, similar phenomena have happened all around the globe, including sea animals that appeared dead on shore. The news said that scientists are baffled, conspiracy theorists are talking about the end of the world, but no one really knows what's the cause of this. Do you have an explanation? And could these really be signs of the end of the world?
No, I wouldn't talk about the end of the world. I wouldn't even use those words. We have to be responsible for what we say, since most people who aren't close to science and such things doesn't have the ability to deal with such things, can be influenced by it, can be brought out of balance. And today, in general, the world is in a very, very delicate situation, in a very subtle state, and that is why I don't think that we should use such words that every phenomenon is leading to the end of the world. No, of course not. However, we are in a state of imbalance. We've entered a certain conflict with nature, and instead of correcting ourselves and trying to take a few steps towards the human society, the global integral society, in mutuality, in connection, as we see the world is moving towards. In accordance, we have to change. And if these changes won't come along, then of course there will be such phenomena like those dying birds that was on the level of animate. There will be such things on the degree of the vegetative and on the degree of human beings. We will see such situations. The question is, to what extent will they be revealed as blows towards us that will feel we have no choice? We have to understand what is going on here, that it's actually nature bringing us proof, bringing us results, from us causing that state, that imbalance, and that is as a result of us being imbalanced in the human society. And when we will begin to connect in a tighter, in a more reciprocal manner, taking others into consideration, then we'll feel all of humanity as one family, like general nature. And then, of course, all these unpleasant phenomena will disappear.
You said that we entered a conflict with nature. What is that conflict?
This conflict is that nature, from the last few decades, is beginning to behave and it's beginning to be revealed to us as a general global system that previously it wasn't really felt. But now we're in this transition from discovering all of nature as one single global integral system, that all of its parts are tied to one another. That's on the one hand, and on the other hand, The human beings are violating this law. They're completely opposite from it and working out of oppositeness. The ego is constantly growing, and the human being doesn't want to take anything into consideration. Like now there are these financial pyramids and many such examples of total lack of consideration with others. And it's done aggressively and in an unjust manner. They don't even need those billions. They just turn into numbers, into zeros that they profit, and many such more examples. And all of this is a sign that we're sick. Human society is ill. We don't understand that we're tied to one another. We're mutually linked. And we're governed by nature in such a way. But we ourselves are incapable of determining the correct behavior between one another. That's on our behalf, where we have to add our behavior on the human level. And each time we build these egoistic systems, armory in the world, and resistance, collisions, divisions of all different kinds of segments, we're coming to a state that instead of somehow uniting, somehow becoming like nature, because we have to enter it, we have to be part of nature, just like in Noah's Ark. We have to all be together. But instead, we're constantly in the opposite state. It can't keep on going like that for much longer. We're going to reach very serious blows, turbulences, and all these climate signals. That is still on the degrees which seem far to us. We don't really feel
it's hard
we
to
can
see
still
the
deal
connection,
with
though,
it.
because the intensified egoism in human society is something that, as you're saying it, I believe everyone can see that. It's easy to identify with that. But this phenomenon is so many different types of animals dying suddenly without any reason all across the globe. How is that connected to the intensified human egoism that you're talking about?
Since all of the matter of creation, all of it, is different levels of the development of the egoistic desire, the desire to receive. If it's a small desire, then it's realized as still. If it's a greater desire that it wants to absorb what's good for it, emit what harms it, then it's already vegetative. If it's an even greater desire, then it already is in movement, and it duplicates itself. That's similar to the animate level. And if it's an even larger will to receive, then in addition to the animate, it's also reaches the speaking level, the human society. And all of these levels are still in nature. Nature itself brings all of these levels to develop, to multiply, until a certain amount. And we've seen that we've developed to a certain extent by our egoistic drive. And from a certain level, say 50 years ago, we have started recognizing that we're not individuals, we're not single, we're not separated from one another. The world is starting to close. Whether we like it or not, the human society, the entire world actually is starting to show us that it's a closed system, it's all one, it's all connected, linked, still, vegetative, animate and speaking, and in the still, in the vegetative, in the animate, and in the speaking, it's all as one unit, as one sphere, as one integral sphere. And we, on the human being level, in the human society, we are not coming closer even to understanding, to thinking that in our ego, in our remoteness, in our collision, in this conflict of ours, we're violating this law, this integrality. And we're going to have to pay up if we won't change ourselves. And we can already see, and there are many such research, and many speak about it already, but there isn't yet awareness to it in the wide audience.
Yeah, I think awareness, is the key here, because what you're saying now is not obvious to people. That you just explained that the whole of nature is levels of desire, they're all connected, and we're connected through the connections between us. We're also affecting the animal and the vegetative level and the still level. This is something I think that is missing.
Man is part of this world. It's part of the world, and we therefore need to see ourselves as part of this entire system. Hence, we need to explain to the whole world that in the relations between us, in the relations between the still, the vegetative and animate, we always have to take into account the general, global, integral system, this analog system, that in it, in this entire system, everything is connected. And it's in relation to everything, anything we produce, if we produce food in the field or in the sea, everywhere, no matter what we do, we have to know how we can do it in order to leave nature in its state of balance. If we cut down trees, if we dry up different lands, we always have to research and examine if we're doing it against nature or not, since everything is in balance, has to be in balance. Now, people in the world are beginning to be aware of it, but it's still, there isn't no global
What's
view of
missing
this.
in the vision?
That we are connected to one another. If I am in my garden, in my backyard, if I do something, and you're my neighbor, let's say I plant a tree, and the roots of the tree climb under the fence and reach your garden, let's say they ruin the foundations of your home. So am I to blame or not? I can say, no, what do I care? I'm planting a tree in my backyard. What do I care? I'm not connected to that. That's nature, right? So am I okay here or not? We have to take everything into consideration. If not from today, then tomorrow we'll reach a state that it bothers you, it doesn't bother me, and we'll enter these confrontations. And it's the same with everything. Today, no one takes another into consideration, no one takes nature into consideration. If I don't bother you, then I can do whatever I want and you can do whatever you want. But in the meanwhile, we're harming the general system, the system of nature. That's the home where we live in, this entire sphere that we live in. And we don't feel to what extent we're coming very close to annihilation of ourselves.
So this is what we're doing, how we're hurting the general system, is what reflects as those appearances that we're seeing?
Yes, yes. And most importantly, that's a problem to explain. We can't explain to the people that we are all harming the human level. The human level is our relationships to one another, how we treat each other, how we think of the others, how we're in competition instead of being in concern. This law of love thy friend as thyself that comes to us from ancient times is a law of nature, that we must be in relationships between us, just like all the rest of the parts of nature.
Well, usually you hear this coming from some religious leaders saying love thy friend as thyself, or ethical philosophers.
No, it's not just pretty words, it's a law of nature. It's a law, and now it's being revealed in a very realistic manner. And if we won't advance towards this law even slightly, then we might come across trouble. Trouble on behalf of nature. Only now, in the meanwhile, here we have fires, or here we have snows, hurricanes, tsunami, volcanoes erupting, fish begin to disappear, and birds fall out of the sky. Many such more examples. We'll see such things as well. These are signs from all directions that nature is telling us, beware. we're beginning to bring the world out of balance. There are such signs that Earth can flip over, its polars can just switch.
Opposite polars, yeah. Okay, so what is the first step towards balance? The most immediate step that we can do?
Awareness that each and every one in the world, as many people as possible, will know that we influence our world highly. It's a mutual house for all of us, and that we need to take care of it. And this is especially for developed countries, because in Africa, for example, to what extent can they already violate the laws of nature? But especially in America, Europe, Russia, in those countries, they especially are
You mean
in a
where
state.
the ego is evolved? Where
Yes, where the ego is evolved. And that is why the development of the education, this new global education, is completely necessary now. We must, through UNESCO, through the UN or different organizations, we have to influence the world in such a way. We have to teach people the facts. The facts. There's no opinion to here or to there, if it's worthwhile or not. A fact that we're all mutually connected, and if we won't start taking each other into consideration, we're going to lead ourselves towards extermination.
Okay, so awareness and this education to the global reality. Let's go on to something different. This is a question that is coming from Frost. He's from San Francisco, and it's a video question, so let's watch it.
Hi, my name is Frost, and I'm from San Francisco, and being out here as a street kid and everything, I noticed one of the things a lot of people do is they get the whole bystander effect thing. They sit there and they see what's going on, even stop and talk about it, but they never actually take action. And it always leads me back to the same question about apathy. Why does everybody think, oh, somebody else will do something?
Well, a person, according to his nature, his ego, he's, one, lazy, because he's always drawn to rest. Like all matter, still vegetative, animate, it's always drawn towards rest. We do everything only if we see self-benefit out of it, a very clear self-benefit, as big as possible, as close as possible, as approachable as possible, and accordingly then we'll act in order to reach this profit. But if I don't have this certain pleasure that I can reach, that I can attain, then I prevent from doing the action. And that's how each and every one of us, we're like a machine, that if it feels that it has a certain profit, then it acts. And if it does not have a profit, it does not act. It all depends on the extent we see profit and how much effort we have to invest in order to reach it. That's why there are many people who see these different phenomena in the world, and there are those who are completely concerned about it, like this young lad, and they ask, how is it possible that others aren't like me? Others look at it in a way that, well, I don't care about it. If you care, do something. Maybe if you'll talk to us, we'll feel like you do, but in the meantime, we don't. So that's how it is in the world. And besides, we need to understand that the world is divided in such a way that the people that truly care about all these things, meaning things that are above food, sex, family, education, honor, power, people who care about higher things, they care about humanity, they care about freedom, freedom of choice, all these sublime matters. These are very few in the human society.
Right. Usually it's either world leaders, usually, or artists, or philosophers, or...
I wouldn't really say the leaders of the world care about humanity.
Well, that's what they say.
They care only about themselves. They say, yeah, they do, but they care about themselves only. That's clear. It's obvious. Those who care about humanity, they usually don't run to be the leaders. Because to be a leader, you have to sell yourself. You have to change your opinion 1,000 times a day, all according to the environment and all according to the goal you want to reach. And you actually remain with no opinion whatsoever. We see how politicians always change their mind. We also have to discern what is truth and what is not. But those people that really care, they're very few. It's only, say, philosophers, scientists could be, educators. Throughout history, there weren't many such people. Sometimes we see them. So it's impossible that those who do care about all these things in the public, in the society, then they can't demand that same subtleness, that same sensitivity from the wide audiences. Since the wide audience is like the still, they can't react to it. It's like this pyramid that the great ones, those subtle, those sensitive ones, there are a few, they're at the tip of the pyramid, yep. All the rest are just the masses, the common people. Not that I treat them with disregard, but they're not as sensitive to the needs of the general, of the public. That's why we need, again, education. We're returning to that same problem. We have to educate humanity that they're all connected, they're all dependent, global. That is why there is no choice. We have to explain to each and every one that in their thin little ego, where he is at home, at work, in bringing up his children, at the bank, or all other places that he's at, in his day-to-day life, there will be problems and trouble if he won't be concerned and take care of the general world. That is what we need to explain.
The first part is already there. Troubles are already coming in different aspects of life. The second part, knowing that it has to do with my connection to the global systems.
We have to show it to everyone. We have to make clips about it and films and explanations, and we have to show them how one thing depends on the other. It seems to me that for my individual life, I have my job, my office, my university, my bank, my children, school, and so on and so forth. And that's enough. I get by. It's not enough. It's not enough. Today, if I won't take care, in my thought, by thinking about it, not in doing, not in acting, because as a regular citizen I can't act. But if we'll know that we're all connected to each other, that we all have to be concerned with the well-being of the world, then we'll reach the opposite state.
Okay. We'll have to wrap up. We have 1 minute left. I would like to remind to our viewers, just before we conclude, that you can send more questions, and thank you very much, Dr. Laitman, for answering all of them. You can send more on tv.kabbalah.info. Go to our Ask the Kabbalist page, and you can send a video question or an audio question, text question, anytime, whenever you want, about whatever you want. And we'll be here answering all your questions in the next show as well. Again, thank you, Dr. Laitman. Thank you, all the viewers, for coming, for watching. We'll see you next time. All the best. Welcome to Ask the Kabbalist, where you ask the questions, and with me, ready to answer them, as always, Kabbalist Dr. Michael Laitman. How are you, Dr. Laitman? Before we'll begin with the first question, I'll remind, as always, you go to tv.kabbalah.info for sending your questions, and right there you have an Ask the Kabbalist page. You click it, and then you can submit video questions, audio questions, or text questions. And our first question today is coming from Diana. Diana is from Baltimore, and she's asking, Dr. Laitman, what is your view on what's happening right now with WikiLeaks? On the one hand, it's being prosecuted, and on the other hand, there's a Norwegian lawmaker that offered to nominate WikiLeaks for a Nobel Peace Prize. What is your opinion on this, and where do you see this in terms of humanity's development?
The question is, to what extent does it contribute to the development of humanity? No matter what's been said about it, either from those who discovered it or from those who nominated it to receive a Nobel Prize, and in general this whole thing about the court case, all of that is just unimportant. What is important is why is it being revealed now, since there is nothing incidental in nature, even in the human society, of course. And if such things are revealed, like revolutions that are made, that it seems to us that it suddenly just comes by, but it's not sudden. There are things in nature that are slowly prepared, and then they outbreak and they're discovered. That's how it is in everything. Just like we're now examining the entire process of the universe, of Earth, of the vegetative and animate world, and the human beings that have evolved on this planet. In the same way, we should observe human society's development.
So basically you're saying that whether it's the Big Bang or whether it's the evolution of quantum physics or the time of Enlightenment or the Renaissance or the French Revolution, these are all rooted in nature's plan.
Everything is revealed in its time. And there is nothing incidental here. That's why, also in the WikiLeaks, we need to understand that the fact that it's being discovered, and in our times especially, what does that tell us? It tells us that humanity has to be open. People need to stop lying to one another, because they end up paying for it. It brings them troubles instead, also on the human level, and also on the nature's level. That is why, from now on onwards, there is this different government of the world, seemingly, and we see how this WikiLeaks started revolutions. That's right. We're beginning to see that the masses, the people that are beginning to be organized through this virtual connection among them, mobile phones, tweeters and emails and so on, all these different means. So it's turning into a very powerful force that you can't stop it. And this force, although there is military and there are other bodies that can seemingly oppress this, but you can't do it anymore because now you're open to the whole world, thanks to that form of connection. We can see that the internet, that is, the actual network that ties everyone together, it actually changes reality. We come from a global, integral world. We're moving towards a system that everything is interconnected, and things are transmitted from one place to the other very simply, just like a virus. And all these different phenomena take place. They ignite these different audiences which are tied to one another, that observe it, they talk about it, they nourish off the same sources. And then this single humanity is beginning to be formed. Each one can see and look at the others and ask, why don't I have that, or why is that happening to them? And that person can change in his own country the same things, The WikiLeaks is a great sign. It's a sign to this new form of connection between everyone, that we have to let go of this false connection that these financial pyramids were built by, and, well, it almost brought the world to destruction. We are soon also going to feel that. It hasn't just passed by. We're still in that crisis. And WikiLeaks says that each and every government that wants to, behind the scenes even, wants to do something, it won't work out. We're in like a single family. And therefore, to the extent that we'll realize that all we need to do is sit down and talk, we have to give in to one another. We have to, each and every one of us, compel the others that the United Nations will be a united nations and not just a game of a few different groups, a few political forces, that the well-being of the world will be the first most important problem that everyone discusses, and not how I, through this mechanism, through the United Nations or the G20, not how I can convey my politics. It's as if I don't care about anything, only about myself, about my method, my country. We must understand that today we're unable to reach a state of world peace or profit, and such revelations like WikiLeaks or all these kinds of revolutions.
Right, like in Egypt.
Yeah, they're actually virtual.
Yeah, it seems like the internet is standing in the midst of all this. It's, from what you're saying, it sounds like this pyramid is reversing. It's like the masses all of a sudden, they have the upper hand all of a sudden. This is what's happening, and the internet stands in the midst. How is it that a technological tool becomes the arena for these social changes?
There is no technological means that does this. It's us doing it. The internet, all of the forms of connection, mobile phones and so on, that is a result of us being connected even more, the world becoming around, becoming single. That is why, out of lack of choice, also from our tendency towards it, we develop these different kinds of means, devices. Therefore, what we'll see in the next few years is the connection between us will grow, and if the governments will be against it, we'll all do a revolution. We won't agree to it. The people, the world, the audience will not agree with this kind of division, with this kind of oppression. It won't agree to the different forms which are against being one. And that comes to us from nature, through the different audiences.
Do you see this whole regime of government and parliament continuing the way it is, or changing altogether, completely? Do you see democracy the way it is today changing?
I think that we need to educate the leaders. Who's we? All of us, together. We have to see the world as round. And the leaders that sit down, they should discuss it together, not about one part or another part of the world. No, that's impossible. We're tied to each other to such an extent that it's impossible that there will be an occurrence on one side of the world and it won't affect the other side. We can see how different kinds of trade, or if borders are shut down, how it influences everyone. For example, the Suez Canal was shut down for a week. Look what happened with the fuel, with the prices all over the world. Everyone felt it. Therefore, we need to understand that the leaders need to discuss the entire world, the connected form of humanity, which is interdependent. And although there might be the collision of different interests, however, even though, in spite of this collision, we still need an upper government, call it that, that there you discuss all these matters, like in a family, that there might be a collision of interests here and there, in the extended family, for example, but they still take each other into consideration and compromise.
What about groups of terrorists? There are groups of terrorists in the world, like Hezbollah, like Hamas, like Taliban. Should they be in the government too?
They should be accepted to that same government as soon as possible, as quickly as possible. They have a certain goal, not just to kill people, but they should be given the opportunity to express themselves, to bring themselves to the correct form, like everyone else. And they also should participate. Also Hamas, like we had here, all those kind of groups. Also Al-Qaeda, all the other groups as well in South America, in Africa. They should be part of this conversation, part of this connection. They should be given a respectable place in the world government in order for them to be able to present themselves. Only like that you'll have the opportunity, the ability to work with everyone. This general world government should include all the different sects, like the United Nations, but in a broader manner and also in a more corrected manner. The UN today is just a political force that each one tries to implement their own interest there. And we need to think about something more global, something real. Therefore, it seems to me that if we'll all work, everyone, all over the world, if we will all bring everyone together into this one government, and if this government will discuss the well-being of the entire world equally, that the global human society, that will be the purpose, the concern, and that will bring us closer to balance with nature, as we said earlier. Then we'll reach a state that everyone participates, and by that we'll open up a new future to the world. Otherwise, it will be discovered anyway, but in turbulences, in very, very unpleasant events.
You know, as we're talking about the UN, I know that you yourself met with the head of UNESCO just recently. So I don't know, perhaps you can explain what exactly things perhaps you were discussing, or what issues, or did you speak about this idea of one general government like the UN, or?
No. These things, nothing to do with UNESCO. UNESCO deals with education, and we actually engage only with education. We have nothing to do with any political party. We see education as the key for the better futuristic humanity, and that can be done only by education, by educating people, so that they'll feel what world they live in. From this mutual state, they'll reach the new world, the new global world. That's why we spoke about it there. And next week, we're going to fly to New York. We were invited to take part in a UN convention regarding the education of youth. And also in Europe, we're going to go to another convention there later on. We're going to participate in that. Meaning our organization, as an educational organization, it sees it very positively. But most important is to raise the issue of education about the global world, about this new reality being revealed. And that is what we actually need to explain to many people. Even people who engage in education in the world and these great organizations, they are still not yet aware of this new world. This pyramid is inverting, And today, the masses, through connecting in these virtual networks, or phone connection, never mind, they're becoming the crucial part. Beforehand, they were just manipulated by different leaders, the great, seemingly great ones. But today, they can, in a very quick dynamics, they can change these audiences, these masses, and from one country to another, or between countries, to such an extent that there is no way that the individuals will be able to draw the people after them. Because the media today belongs to everyone. And that's why also such professions like journalism,
like a journalist, or
they also need to invert. They still haven't understood. Because this audience is usually against the media. Because the media isn't going together with it. The media is publicizing different scandals, different problems, that it's worthwhile for the media to publicize in order to sell. You can see according to their titles.
Yeah, they have their own agenda, their own kind of...
No, not just the agenda.
Promotes it.
The way they present the material, they do it in a loudest manner, provocative.
You mean promoting sensationalism? Yes.
All in order to sell. And the people can't stand it. It just distorts everything it does. And that's why the people, they hate the media. And you can see what happened in Egypt and in other places as well. They were thrown out, vandalized, and so on. So until the media will start serving the masses in a direct, positive manner, it will need to escape them everywhere. I see they're going to have great problems. In 2010, 44 people from the media were killed, and billions of dollars in damage was done to the media, to their property, that is. That is all because there is great hatred towards the media. If you want to be involved in what goes on in the world, you have to be as a mirror, as a replication of the world. The internet, the mobile phone, all those connections, they do the job, because that's the people themselves activating this. But the media, no. Until that reach that form, it's going to be a problem. It's going to be an increase in conflict.
It's interesting, actually, what you said about the media. Even with the young generation, I think to them, media is only the internet today. This is regular TV and news and newspapers is out of the horizon even.
Yes, but the media is also on the internet. It's just different form, digital, but it's the same media. I'm talking about the attitude. Also, when I surf the internet, surf the web, and I read different papers, the digital issues, it's the same. Yep. Whoever writes it, they present it provocatively. What does he present? Whatever's worthwhile for him. You see differences between one place to another. It's not these analytics that people have different views, but there's a filter here on every single item. What should we do? What we shouldn't do? What direction? What theme? And therefore, it will have to change. It will have to change. Just like we say that there has to be a general government, a world government that will take care of the entire world like one family, the media too have to be by the side of this government and by the nation, by the whole world as one family, and they should serve us just like that.
So you're saying the media needs to be transparent, just reflecting what's happening without any bringing their opinion and promoting that as news, yeah? Okay. Okay, let's go on to something different. It's about coming from the realm of science, another text question. Let's see, we got just like 4 minutes. Let's see if we can answer this. Robert from San Antonio is asking the following. He says, I've read that leading scientists, such as cosmologists Stephen Hawking, as well as Paul Davis, are talking about time travel. What is your take on that? If science talks about it, is this really possible? Does it have to do with spirituality? What do you think?
I don't think in 4 minutes that we have left we can really go delve into this matter, but let me just say one thing. There is no time. Time is a delusion. That's the way we exist, but outside of us, time does not exist. If we would be able to see reality outside of ourselves, it's impossible. It's always through man. It's always through the person, through the observer. But if we would be able to, then we would understand that we're not limited to time or space or motion, but time, space, and motion are dimensions that are in our perception, in our mind, and that's why we perceive reality that way, that everything is according to time, space, and motion. Therefore, if we rise through the study of the wisdom of Kabbalah to a higher dimension, there, the time, space, and motion receive different definitions, different forms. We begin to feel time as an order of actions that have no dependence on the clock or the earth revolving around the sun. Distance isn't even distance because we begin to feel the distance that it occurs within us. So this distance is measured according to the degree one of our qualities is distant from the other. That's how we measure distance. And time and motion are the changes we go through that can occur according to the way I determine that I want to change by different means, like, for example, the environment, the study. And by doing so, I can increase the pace of my development, called motion, to such an extent that instead of seeing the world develop throughout billions of years, it will just be inverted and I'll see it developing in a second, in a few minutes. Time, space, and motion are subject to change by us. That's what the wisdom of Kabbalah says. It gives the person the opportunity to change that. Then we can move in time, in motion, in space, however we want, wherever we want, and we can reach anything. Just fantasize.
Okay, so Robert, I actually, as Dr. Laitman said, this is a way too vast of a question for just a couple of minutes. So you can go to Kabbalah.info, and all our viewers, you can go to Kabbalah.info and deepen into the material and find more and more things to read and watch there. And we'll have to conclude and wrap up at this point. I want to thank you very much, Dr. Laitman, for all the answers today. And I want to thank you for watching and for posting questions, and you can post more questions. Go to tv.kabbalah.info, click the Ask the Kabbalist page, and you can submit a question in any form, video, audio, or text. Until then, thank you very much and all the best.
Does God exist? This may surprise you, but so many people all over the world are asking this question. In fact, a Pew research shows that 90% of all Americans sense that there is some kind of higher power. About half of them feel that they believe in God in the biblical, religious sense, but more and more people have more questions and need more answers. Some of them have a more heartfelt approach. They feel there must be some sort of loving higher power. Others are more rational. They look at nature, its complexity, and say there must be some sort of higher intelligence that planned it all. Whatever the reasoning, though, there is a natural need in people to feel a higher power that is encompassing and purposeful. So I sat with Kabbalist Dr. Michael Laitman and asked him some questions. I asked him, does God exist? And if he does, why can't we see him? Why can't we perceive him? And can we get a more definite answer about God? I asked him if we can get a scientific answer. Can we prove that he exists? The answers that I got were fascinating and so unlike anything that I've heard before. Let's take a look. So the first question I wanted to ask you is, does God exist? And if he exists, how come we can't perceive him or see him?
God is nature. It's simply everything there is. Besides, let's say besides man, who has free choice. Then, besides his free choice, everything else belongs to God.
Okay.
Meaning, it's the entire nature of this entire world and all the worlds, everything there can be, even those things that we don't know about. All of this is a part of that concept called God. What do we have besides God? Inside us, there is this one small desire to attain God. And the desire to attain God exists outside of God in order to attain Him. That's it.
So what is God? Why can't we see him if he does exist?
It's a law. What? Where can you see a law? You see a law when it's already realized in some kind of matter, when it acts, when you see its actions already. But we don't see it in and of itself. Do we see electricity? We don't. Do we see light? No. We see that something moves, that something happens, the results of the forces. This is what we see. Same with God. Everything that happens here around us, these are all results of Him. But we can't see God Himself. Do we see gravity? No. I know that if I hold something in the air and let it go, it'll fall. There's a force that's working on it. This force is called gravity. The same with the force of God. It's a force that includes in it everything there is in the still, vegetative, animate, and people on different levels, in different forms and ways, in the past, present, and future. This entire universal form that's working on us is called God.
So why is it that so many people have a feeling that God loves them, cares for them, and protects them?
Because we see that we're developing, and that our development is a goal-oriented one. We don't exactly know according to what laws, but we see that this is how it is. In all of the laws of nature, we see great wisdom that we really can't even imagine how tremendous and universal the system is, that it includes everything there is. It's all called God, besides one thing that's hidden from us, but we see Him according to His actions, and we can research Him, and through His actions, we can attain Him. It's called, from your actions do we know you.
Okay, what does that mean, to attain God?
That I will know all of His laws, I'll know all the ways in which He influences us, the entire world, and from learning Him, I can improve so much that I'll be able to feel Him, and to get to know Him, to come closer to Him, to really be His partner.
How can we build a relationship with God?
The only way we can build a relationship is only through equivalence of form. That if I keep those same rules that the wisdom of Kabbalah explains about, the same rules by which God works too, then through my behavior, I start getting to know Him.
What do you mean by getting to know Him?
Suppose there's a certain person, and this person behaves in a certain way, but I don't understand his behavior, his language, his mentality. I'm not familiar with the way he behaves. Or suppose he's an Indian or from some other place. It's just that I met them in South America. And I didn't know them. They came down from the Andes in order to meet me. They actually discovered that a Kabbalist was coming. And they wanted to meet me. So they came down from the Andes. I met them, I talked to them. We were in the same hotel for 2 days, and we had long talks until I started feeling them, because it's really something very different. And it's the same with God. So the wisdom of Kabbalah explains what are the laws according to which He exists. How does He behave with us? And if we want to feel Him, understand Him, investigate Him, really come closer to Him, we have to keep such and such rules.
So I'd like to hear more about that. What are these rules? What is this behavior we need to know more about?
The rules are simple. The rules are according to the one law of love another as thyself. If I start loving others, I start loving the world, I start loving everyone, then I come closer to the Creator.
How can we experience this? What does it actually feel like? Let's say that I change my behavior.
I love someone. I feel him more than if I hate him. I'm closer to him, as if penetrate him. What he hates, I hate. What he loves, I love. We're very close. We don't even have to talk if we're that close. The very same way, I come closer to God.
Just like with another person?
Yeah. It says that God shall not be foreign to you.
So how can we start to do this?
I start exercising with other people. As it says, from love the created beings to love the Creator. And then we reach a state where I come closer to Him. And I simply start feeling Him. I start feeling that He's close.
Does He talk to you? Can you hear Him?
It's as if He's talking, listening. We're simply close. We understand each other. It's not that I talk to Him verbally, but we speak the language of feelings.
And how is this connected to your relationships with others? You said I need to love others more.
In order to come closer to God, I first of all have to come closer to people.
Why?
This law of loving others. The Creator is the force of love. And I'm the very opposite. I was created in the force of hatred, ego. And therefore, in order to come closer to Him, I have to perform many exercises in order to invert my egoistic nature into a nature of love and giving.
So then you can feel Him when you've changed your own behavior to be more loving, more giving. But what does it mean to feel Him? Do you feel His love?
I start feeling Him the same way I feel people around me, and even much closer and stronger.
And anyone can do this?
Anyone. And eventually, everyone has to develop into this.
So we said that God exists and that God is a law of love and giving. How does God influence us in our everyday lives?
He created us opposite to Him, in the nature of reception. And His nature is bestowal. Our nature is hate. His nature is love. And so, He's working on us in order to take us through a very lengthy kind of change. From being His complete opposite, from hating others and also hating Him, to loving others and loving the Creator. This is the entire process that we go through.
Okay, and how does He influence our lives?
Everything that He does is in order for us to change from hating to loving each other, and from loving each other to loving Him. And therefore, we just have to pay attention to everything that happens to us in life, on each and every step and in each and every moment. Everything that happens is in order to make us a bit more like Him.
So God is organizing the events in my life so that I would
change and become like Him.
Which means what? To be more loving?
More loving, giving, bestowing to and caring for everyone. And then you become like the Creator. You feel yourself in a whole and complete degree, in a state of wholeness and perfection, which is truly an infinite degree, beyond life and death, good and bad, and we have to attain all of this.
Can we prove scientifically that God exists? Many people are asking this question.
No. Man himself becomes the subject for scientific research.
What does that mean?
If I want to prove something, then I have to build a device for it. This is how it is in physics, chemistry, and every science. Every science has its own instruments. Here the device is man himself, that he calibrates himself in such a way that he resembles the Creator, and then accordingly measures how did his qualities change, and how does it influence him, and how does he resemble the Creator, and accordingly what does he feel and attain, and so on.
You actually have a background in science. You're a scientist. So would you say that you've scientifically researched God and His discovery?
True. This is how it is. This is also what's customary among Kabbalists. This is why they write books. And each of the Kabbalists understands what the others write, like in science. Only the thing here is that man himself has to change. In physics, a person doesn't have to change. In mathematics, or in any other science. Whereas here, he does, because he examines it on himself.
So then, in order to prove that God exists, I first need to change, and then only when I perceive Him can I research Him?
First change, and then according to your changes, you'll start perceiving Him. And according to your perception, you'll start researching. And accordingly, you'll be able to gather all the information, and from that you'll have a science of your own.
What is the connection between God and the meaning of life? Is there a connection?
Without revealing God, we can't attain the meaning of life. Because the meaning of life means, where are we from? Who has created us? What does He want from us? For what reason? And for what goal? What is this process that we're going through? What do we attain at the end of the way? Who controls us? How can we influence Him? How does He influence us? How should we connect between us in order to influence Him more or less? The wisdom of Kabbalah reveals and teaches all of these things, and any person who's engaged in it attains it all.
So in order to discover this meaning, do I first need to reveal God?
Of course. It's the only way, because He's the source of life. He's the first and also the last in this chain, and also in each and every moment of my advancement, from the beginning of creation until its end. How can I know about the entire process and each of its parts if I don't know the Creator? It's the operating and realizing force. It's the motivating force.
So again, each person that wants to discover the meaning of their life can do it, can discover it?
Everyone has to. It's not even a matter of wanting to or being able to, but everyone has to. And therefore, unless you have revealed Him, you'll have to reincarnate and reveal Him.
And if I reveal God, will I discover my own personal meaning in life?
Yes, your own personal meaning. And so will the whole of humanity.
If God exists, why do bad things happen in the world? Why is there so much suffering?
Who promised you that things are going to be good? Because God exists. His existence still doesn't mean anything. God controls the entire reality, and the entire reality, the good and the bad, is sustained and developed only by Him, by this global and universal force, in order to lead us to the recognition of evil and the recognition of good. For this, He has to influence us by two forces, the good and the as if bad forces. And since we're feeling beings, then only by these two reins can we advance.
How can we grasp that all this evil is coming from God Himself?
There's none else besides Him. There's only one acting force in the whole of reality.
And He is that good and loving God that...
And also the bad that does all the bad.
So you're saying that all of this is happening in order to advance us?
Were He not to influence us in a positive and negative way, we're in the middle, then we'd have no free choice.
To choose what?
To choose whatever you want, the good or the bad, or beyond good and bad. And so, this is where we are, in a very special and complex system, very non-simple. But it's what actually gives us the freedom of choice, to choose between the good and the bad. And it actually allows us to become like God, knowing good and bad.
So how can evil come from good? How is it possible that evil is coming from a source that is good and loving?
The force acting upon us is good, but because we're in contrast with it, then our oppositeness from God makes us feel bad.
What do you mean by oppositeness?
Oppositeness means that He always bestows good, and we don't really want that good, because what He sees as good is bestowal, love, connection between everyone, and so on. And we don't really want that because of our egoistic nature. And so we feel His providence as something bad.
What exactly don't we want in this goodness? I mean, we want to feel good, we want to be good, we want there to be love.
We want for us to feel good, according to what we think good is, but not according to what God sees as good.
I'm trying to understand what exactly is the difference between what I perceive as good and His good.
His good is that each of us cares for everyone else. And our good is that each of us cares only for himself.
So good means not that I will feel good, but some kind of altruistic good that everyone will feel good.
Yeah, I can't think only about my own good. Because God, He thinks globally about all the created beings together. And if I do not think about everyone, I miss some part of creation. Then, correspondingly, I cause harm to that part, and therefore, I deserve some kind of punishment. But punishment isn't punishment, it's correction, by which I start understanding what does He want of me? Where am I still not working correctly?
So how do we reach this goodness, that we feel Him is good, the world is good?
Only by studying the wisdom of Kabbalah in a small group, where we can realize all of the laws of the global and comprehensive nature, and from that we learn how to relate to the whole of nature and God together.
So in order for us to feel good and not suffer, we each need to become more integral, more global in our approach.
This is the main thing.
And then will suffering end?
There won't be any suffering. Our entire suffering is because we're all disconnected.
And is this a global vision or a personal vision?
It's a global, mutual vision that at the end of our corrections, we return to be as the one soul of Adam Arishon, literally meaning the first Adam. Well, okay, it's not clear what I said, but
as one body.
As one desire, one intention, with God inside us.
And why is that what's good? Why will that make us feel better?
Because by this we chase away all the bad influences, all the bad feelings.
Like what, for example? If we're connected as one body, will we not feel empty, lonely, separate?
By that, we bring ourselves back to the beginning of creation, where we were all together connected in one body, and this is why we felt ourselves in a state of good called the Garden of Eden. This is how it's called. So we'll return to that.
Okay, and my last question is, who created God?
This isn't the question, because there is a primordial root to what we call God. Because what we call God is all in all a force that's working on us and that is personally related to us. There is something that's disconnected from us, and that's called in Hebrew atzmuto, His essence, meaning He in and of Himself, regardless of us, and this is why it's called His essence. And if we're talking about God, then His essence has formed God, meaning has formed a system that's taking care of us. God is a system of forces.
So God is a system of forces, and the one who created it is...
We can't talk about Him, we don't know about Him, it's something that we can't touch. We're built in such a way that we can't reach Him.
And when you say system of forces, what do you mean by that?
Forces. It means that we and everything else on earth is a system of forces.
And God and everything above him is this system of forces?
It doesn't matter that we call it God. It's a system of forces. It's like doing research in physics, or in chemistry, or in anything else.
Are we also forces in this system?
Of course we're a part of the system. The thing is that we have to discover this system and become corrected forces in it.
What does it mean that we're corrected forces in the system?
Love another as thyself. This is the comprehensive rule of the system.
You mean that we act harmoniously with each other and with the system?
Yes, but that we ourselves, consciously, willingly, that we activate ourselves and all of our forces to be in a single system.
Okay, so perhaps now you can give us a small tip. I understood throughout our talk that we're living in a system of forces, that there is one governing law of love that is ruling this system, and that I am also a force in the system. So what can we do from now on? How can we change our perspective on life in a small way from now onwards?
Whoever wants to find out about the world that we're living in, what is there after death, and also before that, how to know what is my destiny, how to direct myself in life, has to study the wisdom of Kabbalah. We're open for everyone.
And what will he study there?
He'll study the system.
The system.
The system in which we all are, the system of reality, and how does it work, and how should man manage it and himself in order to have a good life.
Thanks so much. It sounds fascinating. Do I have a soul? And if I do, where is it? How can I connect to it? How can I fulfill its potential, live my life by it? So many people have this question. In fact, most people in Western culture believe they have a soul. But who actually knows what it is? So I just had a talk with Kabbalist Dr. Michael Laitman exactly about this topic. He answered the questions from the depths of his spiritual wisdom and practice, and the answers he gave were anything but typical. Take a look. What is the soul? Do we have a soul?
Yes. It doesn't exist anywhere or in anyone, but it can. If a person acquires the desire to bestow, to give, to love, to really love, regardless of himself, above himself, this inclination is called the soul.
Where is our soul?
It clothes in a person's desires. It's a new desire that a person gradually builds inside himself. The wisdom of Kabbalah is a method of how to build the soul, of better put, how to acquire the soul, and then a person feels that he has the desire to bestow, to give, to love.
Why is that called a soul? Is it a desire?
The soul is one of the spiritual degrees. There's the degree of binah, of bestowal, the beginning of love.
Is it a spiritual level that can be acquired? How can I acquire it?
By being in a special atmosphere, in a special group, learning a special technique of how to rise above one's own ego, and to relate to others not out of my own ego, out of my nature, but above it.
What is the ego? What's its connection to the soul?
The ego is who we are by nature. This is what we're born with, this is how we develop, and it determines everything that we do in life, and accompanies us and guides us in everything in life. Whereas when we acquire a different, opposite nature that's above this, one of bestowal and love to others, which is unrelated to ourselves, that's outside of us, and we have no such examples in this world, then by that we acquire the so-called soul.
There's a belief that the soul is eternal. Is that true?
Yes. The soul is eternal. If a person acquires the ability to love and to bestow to others plenty and abundance, then that which he acquires is eternal, it stays with him, and it remains with him In life and after life, it becomes his. By this he acquires an eternal life.
Why is there such a perception that different people have different souls? Some are big souls, some are old souls.
It's all a lie. That's unrelated to the truth. This is how people would like for things to be.
Are there differences between our souls?
Yes, everyone has a soul of their own, but each and every soul, when we acquire this quality of loving and bestowing good onto others, then we do it by a special method, where we have to use special forces that are hidden in nature, and then we build inside us the ability to bestow good onto others. That's called the soul.
So what you're saying is we have to discover our soul and what it is.
We have to discover it, and eventually, after all of our incarnations, we reach a state where, yes, each of us will acquire a soul of their own.
Many people say that they feel a deep loneliness that comes from the soul. Is this something that our soul is yearning for?
We are lonely, even though that we have relatives, parents, later a family and children. We understand that all these things come and go. And once a person passes away from this world, he feels that actually he's on his own. And this is how we really all are. And therefore, the feeling of loneliness is something that's with us all the time. Sometimes we can suppress it, forget about it, but actually, it's a feeling that's always with us. And it's a result of all of us being a part of the same mechanism, of the same system. And we grew apart, so much so that we reject and hate and don't want each other. And this feeling, when it awakens, it actually comes in order to bring us back to connection. Only by the correct method of connection, by coming closer to each other, can we get rid of the feeling of loneliness.
Is there a connection between this feeling and my soul?
Yes. If I acquire the soul, then I no longer feel lonely. I feel that I'm connected to all the people in the world and also to the general force of nature.
What is this connection that you describe, a soulful connection?
It means to be as one man and one heart. Love another as thyself.
You know, some people say they want to live their life from their soul, to be loyal to their souls. What do you think of that?
They don't understand what it means. They mean their egoistic will to receive.
If we go by the true form of the soul as you describe it, what will our life look like?
The soul is our good and nice attitude toward others. This is actually what the soul is, an inclination to love, to connect with others. This is the soul.
A lot of people think that if they isolate themselves, then they'll discover their soul. What do you think about that?
Untrue. To the contrary, it only makes them more proud, isolated. They grow apart from everyone. It's completely unrelated to the soul.
So discovering the soul is actually through contact with others?
Through contact with others, yes.
Why through this contact with others?
Because in my attitude toward others, by developing it to such an extent where I want everything to their benefit, once I start caring for the other more than I care for myself, it's called the birth of the soul.
What is revealed there?
The attitude toward others. And through this attitude toward others, where I rise above myself, my ego, then I start seeing and understanding and feeling a second nature, a nature which is entirely in the light of the soul, of giving, love. It's completely different.
Is that a different concept?
Yes.
There are many questions about having a soulmate. Is there such a thing as souls that have a special connection between them?
Of course there is, and it's true and correct, but for this, everyone has to have a soul in order to find my soulmate. If we're talking about ordinary people, then it says about them, all are deemed as beasts, that none of them have a soul, but they're all like animals. And therefore, there's nothing to look for here. I have to search for a person who wants to acquire their soul like I want to acquire mine, and then we help each other. In this, we can help each other, and by that, we will also become soulmates, so to speak. Then, it'll really be a connection between the souls, special, close souls.
So there's no connection?
It's something that you have to build. Anyone can do it with whoever they want.
I'd like to understand this better. So there's no connection between the physical fit and the fit between two people's souls?
None whatsoever. To the contrary, they can be very far from one another, very different in opinions, religion, beliefs, and so on, in anything and everything.
So two people, even if they're totally different from one another, if they choose to develop their soul together, then
they reach a state where their souls become connected.
And will they feel love and closeness towards one another?
They'll feel love and connection toward everyone anyway. We don't have to search for corporeal love and spiritual love. These two things are unrelated.
What is spiritual love?
Spiritual love is when there's a connection between the souls. And corporeal love is when we have an egoistic bodily connection.
What does this connection between two souls actually feel like?
Let's first acquire the soul.
Okay.
Mutual bestowal, mutual love, care.
Is this something that exists on our level, or is it something higher than that?
Usually on a higher level.
Is it above space and time?
Above all corporeal discernment.
Is it necessary for us to heal our soul? There is such a perception that a soul might be broken or even shattered. Is this true?
Our soul is really broken, meaning that the desire to love others is broken, the desire to connect with others is broken, and therefore we have to heal it. True. But this is something that we gradually acquire through a special technique called the wisdom of Kabbalah.
Who's the doctor and what's the treatment?
People that have already attained this, for example, our organization, in which there are several specialists that are experienced in this realm, you can turn to us and join. This is what we do. This is actually what we're meant for, to help people cure and reveal their soul and feel how they connect with the general soul.
So you're saying that my soul is broken because it's not connected to this collective soul?
Right.
What is this general soul?
In Hebrew, it's called Adam, and we're called Bnei Adam, literally meaning parts of that soul.
Can you explain?
Each of us is an individual soul, and this individual soul is called a part of Adam, and the general soul, where we all have to connect into one system, is called Adam.
What is this general soul called Adam? Where is it?
It's not where. There's no such imaginary place as where. But all of us, in our will to bestow, have to connect mutually to the one mutual desire to bestow that will be called the system of Adam.
Is this a kind of plane of intentions, of desires?
True, a plane of intentions and desires.
And the person who develops their soul begins to grasp this?
Yeah, feel, grasp, really live accordingly.
Is this why they say that the soul is eternal?
It's eternal because it's above the limitations of this world of time, space, and motion. Therefore, it's eternal.
Many feel that they are a lost soul, a soul that's lost their connection to others. Can anyone find their way home back to this connection?
These are imprecise words because no one actually has a soul until they acquire the power of bestowal and love. But it's possible to say that that lack of the correct power of connection with others is called the broken soul.
Where do you think all these concepts come from?
From the wisdom of Kabbalah, from when it was discovered 6,000 years ago.
They discovered their soul, they knew that it exists.
They wrote books about it. Since then and until now, many books. And this is how it goes. The only problem is that people that don't understand it and read about it, they think that they understand something. And then, even though that they don't know how wrong they really are, still they continue. And this is also what they tell others.
So maybe give us a tip for the spiritual seeker who wishes to discover their soul.
Don't do it on your own. Go to our site and start learning, studying seriously. It's a serious matter. It's not for amateurs. And it's better to rely on people who have experience and the knowledge and even a diploma. Because there has to be some kind of order in these things.
You used to be a scientist. Can you tell us a little bit about the process that you went through when you began to research your soul?
From the question about what is the meaning of life, I came to my first profession, which is biocybernetics. It's about the systems of the human body. I thought that through this, I will be able to more deeply understand. No one studied or studies about the soul directly, but through the body's systems, maybe it's possible to reach this. And this is how I went to the university, this is what I studied. I graduated from university in the 1970s, and I saw that I have no idea what the soul is. And I kept on searching until I found my teacher 9 years later. Only in 1979 did I find my teacher, and I studied with him until 1991 when he passed away, and then I continued on my own. I founded groups of students all around the world and a big site so that anyone who'd like to study and yearns for it the way I did could do it more easily.
How did the skepticism that comes with scientific research align with your spiritual search?
I didn't relate it to spirituality. I simply understood that people are limited by their five senses, and they examine everything according to instruments that they build for these five senses, according to these five senses. And if I want to talk about something else which is beyond the five senses, because we ourselves, we limit the universe, nature, in and by our five senses, but it's incorrect. How can I know that that's all there is if I'll have additional senses? And then I started looking. How is it really possible to develop our senses and discover new senses in order to discover a broader world this way? Until I discovered that this is actually what the wisdom of Kabbalah is about.
What does that mean? Did you discover a new sense?
This is actually what we call the soul, what we talked about. This new sense is called the soul. It's a sense in which I see everything the way it is outside of me, not inside of me. But because it's based not on the method of reception, but on the method of bestowal, the soul.
You mean that it's above self-interest?
Outside of the desire to receive pleasure, the desire to receive, to know, the desire for everything. Everything that I have to rise above it, and then I discover what's outside of me.
And there is a method here that helps you do this gradually, right?
Absolutely. And in our times, it's open for everyone.
So for our last question, I'd like to ask you, how can we live our lives so that our soul will be truly happy?
First of all, we have to reveal our soul. It doesn't exist in anyone unless they worked at it first. A person has to discover his soul and try and work with it, learn how to open it and manage it, how through it to receive the new life, the new world that opens up to him in the force of bestowal and love that he didn't have up until now at all. And when he will see the new world, the spiritual world, or what we call the upper world, then he'll see what to do next. It's like being born anew. And then he'll know what's going on with him, what man is altogether, that it's not about living in our protein body that lives and dies, that this is what we relate our life to, but we live a complete and eternal life, where everything depends on the extent to which we acquire our soul.
So you're giving a real emphasis here on the fact that we have our body naturally, we got it naturally, but the soul is something that we have to work for.
Our body is something that we have received temporarily in order to acquire the soul and to continue spiritual life with it.
So what you're saying is that discovering our soul is actually our destiny, it's the direction we're moving into and the thing that will truly make us happy.
Right.
Thank you so much, Dr. Laitman. Thank you to everyone who is watching, and we'll see you next time. Many years ago, I was diagnosed with bone cancer. And at the time, I had an opportunity to talk to a Buddhist teacher about why this happened to me. I asked him, how could this have happened to me? He said it was karma, that I had done something bad and that's why it happened. I told him, how could something that I did have caused something so awful to happen to me? I'm generally a good person. So he said, maybe it was something unintentional, maybe you drove down the street and hit a dog and that's why it happened. This answer was so unsatisfying for me. I just felt that it had to be something deeper. And karma has become a very popular topic these days, but there are also so many questions. Like, is karma real? And is there a reason for everything that happens to us? What actually is a good or a bad deed? I sat together with Kabbalist Dr. Michael Laitman to ask him all of these questions. Here's what he said. Hello everyone, welcome, and hello, Dr. Michael Laitman. Today we'd like to talk to you about a very popular term that we hear a lot, and it's called karma. Karma, as we know, it comes from Buddhism, from Hinduism. It actually means action, and what it talks about is that there is an effect to every action, thought, and intention that we have in our lives. So if we do good deeds, if we do good things, we'll get good karma, we'll have good results, good events happening for us. And if we do bad things, if we have bad thoughts, and intentions, we get the opposite, we get bad results. So actually it's like there's some sort of system that's recording all of our actions and we see the results in our life. And we'd like to ask you today about karma. Is it real? And according to the wisdom of Kabbalah, is it true that everything comes back to us, that there's an implication for every action that we do?
Of course. We're inside the will to receive, which is actually the nature of creation. This will to receive exists, we exist in it, we're parts of this great big will to receive. All of our actions, thoughts, whatever we do on every level, they all come from the will to receive, and of course everything's registered in it, and everything begins and ends in it. And so, if we can use the word karma, because the wisdom of Kabbalah doesn't use this word, it uses other definitions. But yeah, it exists, of course. As it says, everything you do is written down.
Where is it written exactly? What is this system that is tracking us?
We're inside of it. Meaning, we're inside the will to receive. That was created by the Creator. And this is the only thing that exists. There's the upper force and the desire that He has created, and we're parts of this desire.
If I did a bad action, if I did something wrong in my life, will that have a negative result later on?
We have to understand what good and bad is. It's all according to the laws of that reality, karma. I'm using this word cautiously because I don't exactly know what people mean by it.
What are good and bad deeds according to Kabbalah?
Very simple. A good deed is an action that connects everyone. Each of us is a bearer of a certain desire, and so that all of our desires will be connected. And then when they'll have to connect, They'll have to correct themselves in order to connect, because to begin with, we're hostile toward each other. And therefore, a person that works on himself in order to be connected with others in a good way, he acts to the benefit of the general desire. And if so, he improves his own life and improves others. And this is actually his reward.
What we know is that doing good is helping others, giving to them.
Good deeds might not exactly be what we consider as good deeds in this world. Maybe by simply doing good to someone else, I'm not acting to their benefit.
It's because I don't know.
There has to be a goal-oriented thought and action here.
What does the system actually require of us?
First to understand it, feel it, first to act in order to realize it correctly.
So what are bad deeds?
Whatever doesn't go with the system toward its goal, which is for all the created beings to be connected in goodwill.
How does the system actually work?
It's operated by the upper force. The upper force is utter bestowal and love, connection, and the system is operated by this upper force from a state where it is opposite to the upper force and to a state where it completely reaches equivalence of form with the upper force, becomes like him. And we're inside the system as its parts. Our connection is according to what the system determines, and if we act in favor of our mutual connection, we influence the system for the better and also our fate, or vice versa.
I'll give you an example. A lot of years ago, I was diagnosed with cancer, and at the time I was studying with a Buddhist teacher, and I asked him, why did this happen to me? And he told me that it was karma, that it was probably something bad that I'd done, and that's why it happened. And I told him, but what bad could I have done? I, generally I'm a good person. I don't intend anything bad for anyone. So he said maybe it was something unintentional, maybe you drove down the street and accidentally hit a dog and didn't even notice, and this is why it happened to you. So obviously this answer did not satisfy me.
Because it's really incorrect.
So why do bad things happen to people?
It's not that bad things happen to people. It's the revelation of that karma, as you call it, and we have to correct it. That when that desire is revealed, it's always revealed in its bad form. And we have to push that general desire by our own actions toward the good, toward connection. That's why bad things always happen.
So what you're saying is that bad things happen so that we make some sort of correction? What is this correction?
We have to correct these things to make them better. First, to be closer to each other. First, to reach a mutual understanding, decision, proximity, mutuality, mutual actions. It's actually the process that this will to receive has to go through from its initial broken state. If you've ever heard about the sin of the tree of knowledge, the shattering of Adam HaRishon, literally meaning the first Adam, and until we rebuild this entire broken system correctly.
So for those of us who don't really know this story, and it sounds a bit detached even, how can I interpret correctly what happens to me in my life?
Very simple. Work toward love another as thyself, which is also not that clear. But still, it says about something, that we have to be connected in a good and nice way.
You're saying I have to understand that the things that are happening to me are actually pointing me towards some sort of correction.
You're given an opportunity to act, not according to the way things are revealed in you, but to the contrary, to correct them.
Things that are bringing me closer to?
Yeah.
Is there punishment in the wisdom of Kabbalah?
There's no punishment. The system doesn't work that way. What seems to us as a punishment is also a correction.
Right, like we said before, an opportunity.
There are no punishments. But in order to lead a person to a better scrutiny, in order for him to correct what he has to correct, then he's burdened with something and he calls it a punishment, but actually it's the revelation of the actions that he has to take, which is a correction.
So how does a person not feel guilty about something that happened to him that is the result of something bad he might have done?
From what we're saying, then no one's guilty of anything.
Why?
Because to begin with, it comes to us in the form of a broken system. And we have to correct it. Therefore, we're not to blame. It's like we give a little child Lego or something broken, and we want for him to connect it, to repair it. Like a puzzle, for example. And this is how we learn. You can't learn about something unless you break and rebuild it.
What exactly is broken in the system?
We're broken. None of us understands the others because our desires are egoistic. And we don't want to understand or get closer to others to as if clothing them.
That is to say that we actually are more focused on ourselves. We feel what's happening within us rather than what's happening in others.
Yes.
That's why we're broken.
Our connection's broken.
How do you fix it?
This is what Kabbalah is about. It's the wisdom of correction. That we have to begin building small groups in which we can realize this correction between us, meaning. And the main correction is done by the reforming light. That we draw a special upper force from the corrected form of the desire. Let's call it the corrected karma that already exists. Only we still don't attain it. And from there, we can draw a force that this is where our future corrected form exists. We can draw this force from there, and it'll correct us and pull us to that corrected future form. And this is how we can hasten our development and reach the good.
What does this corrected form look like?
That all of us lose our ego, our sense of self. And instead of that, we start feeling that all of us are connected as parts of one integral system, a kind of global system that even the still, the vegetative, and the animate are integrated in it, only that they have no free choice, but only people do. And also among people, there are those that are more or less independent, but eventually everyone has to connect into one will to receive that consists of many individual desires, that each of them became corrected, that it wants to be connected with everyone else, truly as one man and one heart.
So then the Kabbalist actually feels that he's one with nature, with humanity, with this whole system around him?
Yes and no. He feels where he is, and what does he still have to correct?
So all our actions, good and bad, are actually how we point ourselves towards this unity that you're speaking of?
Our future unity.
You talked about free choice. What is this free choice?
To head toward it, or to deal with our individual, egoistic, narrow will to receive. This is what our free choice is, this or that.
You also said that if something bad happens to someone, it's actually an opportunity. So how can one realize this opportunity correctly?
It's something that a person can't do on his own. He has to enter a group. And in the group, he has to understand how the entire system works, because it's the method of connection. So a person can't be on his own. It's preferable to have groups of 10 people, and then there is the method. Meaning, what do we have to do inside the group? What kind of relations should we have? How should we connect, talk, act, study, learn, scrutinize, examine ourselves. Are we closer or more distant from each other? This is how the entire work is in a so-called 10. Usually it's preferable for there to be 10 people that want to connect this way, and then in their connection they can suit themselves to the general upper system that includes all of nature in it. And then inside this 10, they can examine and learn and inquire and understand and connect themselves with the whole of nature.
Actually, when I read about karma, I read that it could be something that has something more to do with our internal state, meaning that if I am self-centered, if I'm egoistic, if all I do is think of myself, I will experience internal suffering. Whereas if I think of others and free myself of my self-centeredness, I will be free of that suffering. Is that closer to what you're saying?
I'm not really an expert in karma, and I was never engaged in Buddhism or any of its branches. I think that it's not exactly correct, because the wisdom of Kabbalah, it brings us the reforming light. It's a very special upper means that comes from outside of our world. It's a force that works on a person and raises him above his egoistic nature. And then a person transcends to a point where he doesn't need meditation, where he doesn't need to even perform any special corporeal actions. He doesn't need any special lifestyle. All these things happen inside of him, according to his intention. This is one thing. Another thing is that the main thing is that it's done by that so-called reforming light that doesn't simply make a big egoist into a small egoist, so much so that a person thinks that he's no longer inside the ego and he's willing to sit all day long and meditate. No, the wisdom of Kabbalah demands of a person to publicize the method, circulate it, to connect as many people as possible to it, to organize them, get them together, for him to connect all of mankind, and not that he can sit on his own on some hilltop in a special posture and think thoughts that are as disconnected as possible from this world. The wisdom of Kabbalah is very realistic and practical.
So it doesn't cancel a person's ego, but rather direct it correctly.
Furthermore, because the more we advance in the realization of the wisdom of Kabbalah, on the one hand, from the so-called left line, we become more egoistic, because anyone who's greater has greater desires. Meaning that if I know how to correct my small ego, then from the general system, I get a greater ego.
Kabbalah makes me more egoistic?
Yes, on the one hand. On the other hand, it gives me the tools to deal with this ego so that we can transcend it, rise above it, and this way we can correct the ego more and more. Therefore, whoever is engaged in the wisdom of Kabbalah doesn't feel that he's already in some kind of nirvana or something, in some exalted states that are disconnected from reality, but to the contrary. We enter deeper and deeper into the will to receive, deeper and deeper into the evil reality, and there we cause greater and greater corrections.
You mentioned earlier that everything happens within our intention. So what is more important here? The intention that we have behind an action or the action itself?
For us, the intention and the action are one and the same. There's no difference between the intention and the action. Because by the intentions, we operate reality. We don't have to do anything with our hands or legs, unless it's in order to organize people, for them to study together, and for them to come into closer contact with the wisdom of Kabbalah. But actually, probably like in these methods and these teachings, It's all about the inner realization. It also says so in our books that Abraham, our patriarch, he gave his students the method of the wisdom of Kabbalah in a certain form and send them eastwards. Maybe it refers to all of those teachings that later were realized in India and so on.
All of these concepts that sound similar to what you're saying are actually coming from the same source?
Yes, I think so. Even in Japan and, well, China, it's a bit different. It's Confucius. And later, it changed somewhat. But more or less, all of the Eastern methods, teachings, all the nations there, this is how they are. And to begin with, this is how it was also with Islam and Christianity. Only later on, it all went through certain changes. Also, Judaism went through many changes. But the basis for all of them is the wisdom of Kabbalah.
So maybe in conclusion, to really understand what the wisdom of Kabbalah says, what are the good deeds that will make sure that we have a good and pleasant future?
This is a problem. We already understand that we can't understand or judge good deeds according to our corporeal, egoistic mind, but according to some higher standard, which is disconnected from the egoistic human nature. And therefore, first of all, we have to rise above our own nature, transcend it, and only then can we determine what good and bad is, in order not to be wrong. And therefore, the wisdom of Kabbalah, through many initial stages, leads us to a state where we come out of our ego, rise above it. It's called coming out of Egypt, coming out from under the rule of Pharaoh, of our ego. And then, when we already come out of our ego, then it explains further when we become free of it, from its control. How can we then see the world correctly? Because before that, for sure, we see it in a distorted way. Our ego distorts everything. And then we can already make the correct calculations and say what's good. And then decide what's truly to the benefit of man, mankind, the world, and creation.
That means that if I did a lot of good deeds,
how can you know that these are good deeds?
That is what I really don't know at all. It's what we need to learn.
Right, but don't think that if you do a good deed, that you'll get a good response.
Why?
This is also a problem. Because all of these methods, these other teachings, they don't deepen as the wisdom of Kabbalah does. The wisdom of Kabbalah says simply, if you've correctly corrected a certain desire of yours, you're shown an even greater corrupted desire for you to correct it. Meaning, after a good action of correcting something, and now you want to egoistically enjoy its fruits, right? So you're shown an even greater corrupted desire, meaning you feel even worse instead of feeling better. Where's my reward? So the reward is that you're given a greater, more corrupted, evil inclination, desire, and you feel that the world is a darker and more corrupted place, and why do I deserve this? Meaning we have to understand that here we all the time have to be ready to correctly perceive what's going on above our ego. And this is something that you can't do on your own. So you need a society, at least a 10, this is the optimum measure, that then we can keep ourselves and direct ourselves correctly and understand why are the corruptions revealed after the good deeds. It's a completely different approach than you started our show with.
What I'm understanding is that the good is actually the better opportunity or challenge, the more challenging opportunity. But is it worth it? Was it worth all this effort?
It's like in school. If I succeed, I'm given a harder exercise. And I remember I used to play, so every time I was given harder exercises because I succeeded in the previous ones.
So actually reality is a kind of university of life that is teaching us. Is it worth it?
If I look at the end goal that everyone has to achieve, and the main thing for me is to acquire the force of bestowal upon the force of reception, meaning despite it. So all the time, on the one hand, I'm walking in greater and greater darkness and sorrow that's revealed in my vessels of reception. On the other hand, I acquire the light that lifts me above this darkness, my ego. And this way I consist of both lines, the good and the bad. And I build myself above them, higher and higher. I don't need the bad, and also I don't need the good. The main thing is that I rise above, I'm more connected to the upper force by these two forces of good and bad. This is my reward.
So who is this person who...
This is called man, Adam in Hebrew, that middle line, that point where I connect the good and the bad together in order to achieve adhesion, to be like the Creator, the upper force. This is called Adam, man in Hebrew, also meaning similar to the Creator.
Is this the same unity that you described earlier with all of humanity and nature?
So as a result of our unity, we also unite with Him.
It sounds like we have a lot to aspire to and to learn.
We have to learn and realize. Good luck.
Thank you very much, and thank you to our viewers. Until next time, see you soon.